have ISAE members in South Africa, please, you can get in touch with me via the regional email, which is isaeawa@gmail.com. isaeawa@gmail.com. And also, as the program goes on, we'd like also to publicize this so that people in the region, South Africa region, and other African countries will know what is going on. So on your Twitter, we are on Twitter. You can tag ISAE on Twitter in your post. The general ISAE for the applied ethology, and for the regional group we have at ISAEAWA. And you can also help us use the hashtag ISAESA, which is ISAE South Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a jam-packed program this morning with 6 speakers. Please take note that something that's different today from yesterday is that we will have about 5 minutes or so for questions after each speaker. So for our online people as well, if you want to pose a question, please do that in the chat and we will pose that to our speakers. So to get underway, I don't think we should waste any more time. Dr. Maud Benatu is our first speaker. She is, as you heard yesterday, a professional scientist in zoological sciences, and she's a senior lecturer at the University of Venda with a keen interest in behavioral ecology and animal welfare. Yesterday you talked to us about ostriches, but today you are shifting gear and we are looking forward to your presentation on sheep. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think so. Where is it? Right, perfect, yeah. All right. Good morning, everyone. And thank you for attending this presentation bright and early. So just a disclaimer alert, I'm not a specialist in sheep behavior. But ostriches are my main focal study species, and I work with elephants. So this was relatively easier because, well, ostriches and elephant can potentially both kill me, which is not the case, I hope, with sheep. So that made my life slightly easier. And Prof. Kluter was kind enough to include me in his project, and he will talk about it a little bit later as well. So we were interested in looking at the behavioral reactivity or the response towards humans of 4 different kinds of sheep that are commonly found on South African farms. So for domestic animals, human being are a common feature of the environment. And as such, the adaptation of these animals to different degree of human intervention depends partly on their reactivity to humans. In that respect, reactivity towards humans can actually vary between breeds and genotypes, and that has been demonstrated in poultry, cattle, pigs, goats, and in some species of sheep. And it seems like some breeds may be better adapted in the sense that they are less disturbed by the human presence in the environment. And that in turn can influence their reproductive performance and welfare. So sheep farming in South Africa is practiced in all provinces throughout South Africa and consists of about 20 million sheep. It is a modest industry compared to the other livestock industries, but it is crucial in rural and arid regions. There are numerous breeds, both commercially and indigenous species, that are bred for wool, meat, or dual purposes. And they do vary in management practices from intensive, extensive, and for conservation purposes only. But the production output also differs in terms of growth, lamb survival, and product quality. And interestingly, there has been very few studies done on reactivity of South African sheep when they are confronted to situations that are potentially stressful for them, such as being separated from their peers. They are gregarious, so they live in groups, and also handling by humans. So in that context, we actually assess whether 3 commercial and 1 indigenous breed of sheep will react differently when exposed to novel and challenging situations. So this study was performed at the No-Till Research Farm of the Western Cape Department of Agriculture, which is located on the west coast of South Africa. We use 4-month-old lamb of South African mutton merino. So for those that are not familiar, these are those guys here. Dorper sheep, these ones with the black head, meat masters, and Namaqua africanus. So the Namaqua africanus are the ones that are indigenous and mostly used for conservation purposes. And we perform 3 different behavioral tests. The arena test, that's basically a way to assess how they react being isolated from their peers. The docility test, and I talked about it yesterday with ostriches, this is a way to assess how easy they are to handle. And finally, the scale test is a way to assess the temperament of the sheep. So, with regards to the arena test, we tested Namaqua africanus, Dorpers, and South African mutton merino. So, in that test, we have a sheep that is introduced to an arena test, and as you can see, there's a human operator that is sitting right in front of another camp where you have his fellow sheep. And what we're looking at is basically the behavior of that sheep for 3 minutes. Its location is recorded every 15 seconds, and the variables that are The variables that are derived from this observation is that we calculate the distance from the seated operator, how much time they spent in those 3 different areas. So S1 will be the closest to the human operator, S2 a bit further away, and S3 the further away. We also look at the number of bleeds, the number of times they are urinating and defecating. So on average, the sheep kept a distance of about 3.7 meters. No differences between the 3 breeds. They significantly spent more time in S1, so the area that it was closer to the human operator, a little bit less time in S2, and a very limited time in S3. And while we found no differences in terms of the time they spent in S1 between breeds, Namaqua africanus and Dorpers tended to spend a little bit more time in S2, and there was no difference in S3. We also find no effect of sex. In terms of bleeds, they bleated about 40 times during that time, and the Namaqua africanus were the most vocal about the situation, and so were the females. And in terms of urination and defecation, we had an average of 0.46 for urination and 0.64 for defecation. No differences between breeds, no differences between sexes. So that is basically the arena test. So the docility test, so that's something that I explained yesterday, but I'm going to go back to it with sheep. So again, we take one single sheep, we put him in a test pen, give him about 30 seconds to get used to the new environment. Then a human handler comes in and tries to contain that sheep for 30 seconds within 3 minutes. And we also use a handler, and a familiar handler and an unfamiliar handler, to see if there were some differences in the easiness of handling. What we measured is whether we successfully contained that sheep for 30 seconds, the time it took to enter the marked area, the time it was contained as well, the number of bleeds, urination, defecation, and if they tried to escape. So on average, we had a success of 93%, much higher than with ostriches, for that matter. They took about 49 seconds to enter the marked area, and they were contained there for about almost 29 seconds. Again, no differences between the different breeds. And when it comes to time the time they took to enter, again, Namaqua africanus and meat masters took longer to enter the marked area. But once they were there, they were contained for the same amount of time. And there was no difference between sexes or handlers. With regards to bleeds, they bleated for about 7.69 times during that test. Urination, defecation about 0.36, and they at least tried to escape one time. Again, Namaqua africanus not happy about the situation, and they showed us by vocalizing more, and the females as well. But we found no differences between breeds, sexes, or handlers in terms of urination, defecation, or attempts to escape. And finally, the scale test. So again, this is something to measure the temperament of the sheep. And basically what we're doing is that we're observing that sheep while being weighed on a scale. And that test lasts for about 30 seconds. And we had two observers as well. Someone that has extensive sheep behavior and limited experience with sheep behavior. In that case, that was me. And we looked at, it was just a visual assessment done objectively with a score from 1 to 5. 1, the sheep is relatively relaxed, very little movement, and 5, well, wild, violent movements, and basically no pauses. And we also looked at the number of bleats. So on average, those sheep had a score of a 1.73. Yet again, no differences between the three breeds that we tested. In terms of bleats, they bleated for about 0.78 times. And again, Namaqua africanus not happy, vocalizing more than the two other breeds. But there was no differences between sexes and observers. So to conclude, we found not really any conclusive breed differences in the distance from the seated operator and the time spent in S1 during the arena test. No differences in the success of the test and the time contained during the docility test, and no differences in the score that was allocated to each breed. But the Dorpers and the Namaqua africanus spent slightly more time in S2 than the Mutton Merino during the arena test. So maybe that suggests that overall they are less anxious of the separation from the peers, or at the same time they are more fearful of the human operator. So in the arena test, it's basically a conflict between your motivation to be close to your peers and at the same time looking at that individual that's in between you and the peer. So you have to, it's like an interior conflict for them. Also, the meat masters and the Namaqua africanus took more time to enter the marked area than the Dorpers during the docility test. So that might mean that they are slightly more difficult to handle than the Dorper sheep. Also, as you could see, Namaqua africanus, across all tests, they were the ones that were more vocal about the situation. And this is perhaps because they are the only unselected breed. So they might be more anxious in contrived situation, or they might have stronger flocking instincts. Sex did not have a marked effect on any behavioral traits except for vocalizing, so perhaps they're also slightly more fearful or anxious than males. So what we could recommend is that we need to consider these breed differences when they are managed for regular husbandry practices, and that could potentially improve our relationship with sheep and sheep welfare. But I think most importantly, we need to look at whether there can be some potential relationship between this indication of anxiety and reproductive traits that are of importance for the specific industries. And that's it from me. Short and sweet. I'd like to thank the staff of the Nautier Research Farm, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Maud. That was really interesting. Okay, so as I said before, we have a few minutes for questions. Any questions from the floor here? Yes, Kim, please.
I guess they could be, but I don't know enough about sheep behavior, but in that sense, you have to look at the complete picture and not just the vocalizing and also how they move around. And we also did some work on merino sheep, on arena test as well. They were also quite vocal the moment they were separated. And technically, even for the docility test, they're not supposed to see the fellow, but they can still hear each other. And the moment one starts bleating, then the rest is also calling. So I guess the argument also could be that they are more bold because they are supposed to be animals that are predated upon. And the moment you start vocalizing, then you make yourself known that you are isolated. So both arguments can actually stand for that matter.
Thank you, Lisa. Is there any questions from the... Okay. Can I maybe ask, because I know there's been some work on behavioural traits on sheep for a long time at Western Cape. Do we have genetic parameters for these traits? Are they included in any of the breeding objectives?
Yeah, so I'm not going to spoil
jumping
it
the
for
gun,
him.
sorry. So that will be coming,
Yeah,
because I was wondering, how do we actually include these into a selection program?
It's a
So
geneticist.
we will get to that in a few minutes. If there's no more questions, I guess we can move on to the next presentation.
All right,
Thank you
thank
very
you.
much. And is currently a production scientist at the Western Cape Department of Agriculture. And he is going to talk about genetic parameters of behavioural traits in ostriches. Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much. Oh my goodness, the cursor is gone. Oh, it's back, it's back. This one here, thank you. Oh, okay, it's there. All right, thank you very much. I'm basically going to take over from what Maud left yesterday. So I'll fill in the gap on the genetics of behavioral responses towards human by ostriches. Well, my slides are not moving here. Oh, okay, sure. Thank you. So I'll start by giving a little bit of a background about the ostrich industry. So the ostrich industry originated in South Africa in the mid-1800s, where more and more of these birds were basically farmed specifically for feathers. And the feathers were contributing big time in the fashion industry. So the fashion industry was affected big time and due to the occurrence of world wars, where the ostrich industry became very, very like almost unknown and less fancy. But then this industry recovered afterwards and was very strategic with the introduction of other products. With the introduction of other products, which I don't know what's going on. Why is it not moving? Should you press there? Oh, okay, sure. Thank you. So with the introduction of other products such as leather and meat, so these products are traded almost like entirely based on exports, and they contribute big time in the national and international market as well as the country's economy. But then in order to produce these products, or just like any other livestock industry, the ostrich industry is also prone to welfare appraisals, and we have to do everything we can by all means to make sure that the welfare of these birds is basically optimized. So in order to produce those products as well, ostriches goes through various means of say, rearing and management practices, where on the rearing part, these birds are raised basically in, say, different methods as well as the management practice on the other side. So with the methods of chick rearing, There is not so much of a standard method, but chicks can be raised either in groups or as well as using foster parents. So when we go to the management practices, this birds goes through various type of management practices. But if you look closely at the management practices, you realize that they involve, to a certain degree, if not 100%, involvement of human and ostrich interactions. So you'll see the management practices are listed there. However, there is challenges in implementing these management practices, which could probably be influenced by the wild behavior of ostriches, as well as the unpredictable temperament. So with this part, especially the unpredictable temperament, it becomes a big issue not only on ostrich welfare, but also, say, an occupational hazard risk for the handlers of these birds. And also, this type of behavior could also maybe be influenced by the fact that these birds are raised using different husbandry practices. So you have birds that are from a foster reared strategy and then artificial in groups, so they definitely may be bound to behave differently based on their early experiences. So while other ostriches are willing to kill you and trying to attack you at all means and being aggressive, some of them demonstrate, say, some level of willingness to associate with humans. So this behavior could probably be linked to positive human-ostrich interactions at an early age, or maybe influenced by genetics. So therefore, the aim of this study was basically to verify, say, the previous heritability estimates of ostrich behavioral traits based on binomially distributed data that describe these human-ostrich interactions, as well as to estimate, say, the genetic correlation among the behavioral traits. So how did we do that? So what we did, we performed, say, behavioral observations at least 3 times per week when the birds were at the juvenile stage, that is between 8 months and 19 months of age. So we use a South African black ostrich, but then does not mean that we only have that in the farm. We have other different breeds, but due to the numbers and things like that, so it limited us to perform this type of analysis only on South African blacks. So the behavioral traits that were recorded were willingness to approach the human observer and then allow interaction with the human observer, and wing flapping, which were classified as desirable behavioral response. I think Mort spoke about this yesterday also. And then on the other side, the undesirable traits, which are keeping of distance from the observer and excessive pecking. So what happens is these birds were kept in flock level. So the observer approached the camp at which these birds were kept and just stand there on the other side of the fence and record birds that exhibit this type of behavioral responses. So we recorded them in a binomial format, and we published some paper before on this recordings. And then the expression of a behavior, obviously in a binomial format, was given a 1 and then 0, where there was no expression of a specific trait. So because the binomial data is basically sometimes complicated and gives difficulties when you try to do this genetic correlation. So what we did, we basically totaled all the single records per bird where a specific behavior was exhibited, and divide that by a total number of observation and subject that value to axon transformation. I must say, maybe I've worked with axon transformation most of the time in different analysis. Sometimes it doesn't even give some sort of a differences and everything, but in order to get these correlations and everything, we subjected the data in this case to get this proper value for analysis. So when it comes to the data analysis, so we first obviously performed a single trait analysis to get the operational model with the fixed effects shown there. I think there's one fixed effect missing there, which is the familiar and unfamiliar handler. But then I'm not going to talk about the fixed effects because we have published some work already on specific fixed effect on these behavioral traits. So the model that contained a random effect, that is additive genetic variance, best fitted the data. So we ended up cruising with it as our random factor in the analysis. Then a multi-trait, obviously, a model was performed to get the genetic and phenotypic correlation between these behavioral response traits. So and the data was linked to a pedigree file, because this flock I'm talking about now is a pedigreed flock, and it's been pedigreed, I think, before some time I was born. And then this analysis was subjected to ASRML 4. Okay, the results. You'll see the title there talks about the 5-trait estimate. Then what happened to the single trait? So the single trait analysis actually gave us a more or less similar heritability estimates than the one you see in bold there. So I decided not to include it here in the results and just go with the heritability estimates from the multi-trait as well as the genetic and the phenotypic correlation. So below, okay, first let's start with the heritability then. So you could see these traits on the diagonal, which is in bold. They are moderately to highly heritable, ranging from excessive pecking, which has a heritability of say 19% to 48% for distance and approach, while willingness to or allowing touch interaction with human observer had like 42% heritability, and then 33% for exhibiting wing flapping towards the human observer. And then below the diagonal, that is where our genetic correlations are at. So you will see there was actually a negative genetic correlation between allowing touch interaction and keeping of distance from the observer. Maybe I should have mentioned that the keeping of distance, because you will see most of these traits are recorded when the bird approaches the observer. But then when it comes to keeping of a distance, how do you record a bird that kept a distance? You couldn't see it, or it's a bit far in the camp. So how we did this is because we had a list of all the birds that were in a specific camp. So the birds that were not recorded during the behavioral session were taken or considered as those that kept a distance. And we only recorded, say, 10 males and 10 females per observation session. So that is what keeping of a distance from the observer actually means. And then there was a positive genetic correlation between allowing touch interaction and willingness to approach, exhibiting wing flapping and excessive pecking towards the observer. While keeping of a distance was negatively correlated to all the behavioral response traits. And then willingness to approach was positively correlated to wing flapping, excessive pecking, while also wing flapping was positively correlated to excessive pecking. And almost all these, all of them are basically, say, a significant genetic correlation. And then the one between wing flapping and excessive pecking, you'll see the standard error is a little bit bigger, but still not a problem because it still exhibits, say, significance. Okay, and then above the diagonal, that is where our phenotypic correlations are at. But then I'm not going to say much about this because they basically followed the same trend than that of the genetic correlations between or below the heritability diagonal. Okay, just in conclusion, the behavioral responses of ostriches towards human appear to be heritable. So these results are in line with the paper that I mentioned that we published, which the data was analyzed in a binomial format. So this implies that a selection of birds that, say, demonstrate willingness to associate with human may improve, say, ostrich temperament in the future. And then from the genetic correlations that I showed, it basically indicated that a willingness to approach the human observer as well as allowing touch interaction and keeping of a distance were genetically very similar traits, but then obviously with keeping of a distance, this is in opposite direction. So therefore, this implies that birds that are willing to approach the observer are most likely to allow physical gentle interactions, while in the opposite, obviously, birds that keeps a distance are less likely to even allow any physical interaction with human. So where are we going from here? So it's obviously clear and advisable that we need to continuously assess these behavioral traits, and when we build up on the data, we just keep on analyzing to see any or to gain any improvements in this part. And then secondly, I myself am much more of a reproductive physiologist on the other side. So we need to look at, say, the genetic correlation between these behavioral traits and the reproductive traits, which in ostriches at the moment right now would be maybe interested in looking at, say, your chick and egg production. And lastly, to apply issues to do with genetic selection, maybe just to see if we can be able to work through around that. And Elias will help with that in the future when we reach there. So I would just like to acknowledge my colleagues here, the scientists and the farm aid guys that assisted a lot with looking after the birds, and the institutions that funded this project. And I should say maybe now that today we have questions, I will be very glad to answer questions because this paper is basically ready for submission, so I can incorporate your questions and send it through. So yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for that interesting presentation. I see there is a question, more than one? Yes, please go ahead.
A quick question. I just want you to talk about feather gathering. What do you mean by feather gathering? I think it's one of the behaviors you...
No, wing flapping.
Feather gathering.
You talk about feather gathering?
There's
No, not
something
yet.
like feather gathering on your slide. I think the first under management.
Oh, okay, under management. Oh, so it's basically harvesting feathers from the birds. Oh, okay, now the management practices. Okay. So it was yeah, so it's basically harvesting feathers from the birds. So there is actually, like, some of them are clipped, and when they are ripe, they can be removed from the wings, yes.
Thank you.
Just wing feathers, not the entire ostrich.
Thank you.
Kathy?
Sure.
Is it not on? Okay. Thanks very much. That was really interesting. I don't know a lot about ostriches, so could you say a little bit more about the excessive pecking behaviour?
Yes,
And
yes.
is that the ostriches sort of approaching the humans in an aggressive way, or is it a more affiliative, but it's perceived by the humans as something a little bit excessive? Is that what they would interact with other ostriches? Because I guess if you selected for birds that are willing to approach, you may also be increasing, because I think there was a genetic correlation also with the excessive pecking. Would you also increase that aggression?
Well, I'm starting to feel like maybe you reviewed our paper previously, because that question came up. that question came up, but it's basically saying, well, if it's excessive and too much, sometimes it appears as being a aggression, maybe. But then it's much more, this is how I explained it in the paper, it's much more of an exploratory behavior. But obviously one wouldn't like to be close to an ostrich that is like pecking them continuously and rigorously and heavily sometimes, because it becomes like very painful. So I don't know if there should be trade-offs between that, or, but I mean, we cannot stop them from exploding, because that's basically their type of, or the natural behavior, I think.
Yes, Cuthbert, go ahead.
Yeah, with regard to your future work, I see you looking at the association between these traits and reproduction. Why not growth performance?
Sorry?
Why not growth performance? Why are you leaving out growth performance? Because I'm sure that is very an important one.
Well, the thing is, the age at which this is done, the birds already kind of like growing. It was going to be fascinating to look at it from the beginning. But then we've actually managed to find out that, exposing ostrich chicks to extensive human presence and interaction basically influence growth. But then the age at which you look at this is basically, say, juvenile to some of the birds are already going to be slaughtered and everything, to breeding at that point, which is at 2 years. So not so much of growth is needed at that point.
But you could measure the growth before and then these traits earlier.
And usually they're slaughtered somewhere around the time we're doing the observations. For growth specifically linked to slaughter.
Okay.
I don't know.
Tony, I have basically the same comment is I have difficulty to understand why you differentiate between desirable and undesirable behavior if you're not sure if that behavior is undesirable. Because my limited experience is that birds are investigatory and they walk around 70% of the time picking at stuff. And now you classifying that in your project as an undesirable characteristic. So you're actually selecting against normal behavior. The other thing is about the wing flapping as well. My experience is if they start wing flapping, that's undesirable. Those birds are uncomfortable with you. So they are displaying normal behavior that they're uncomfortable. It's not an undesirable characteristic. So how do you decide and differentiate between those criteria? And my last comment is, the birds were observed from 9 months, but how were they raised from day old up to 9 months? Because that would also have a major impact on their relationship with humans and how comfortable they are with humans.
Oh, okay. Which one should I start with, the first or the last one? So let me start with the last one. So yes, they were raised in different, husbandry practices, but I think some of the husbandry practices Maud spoke about yesterday. So we had some of the chicks, not all, that were raised by foster parents, and then some artificially used. They say the standard actually in the farm, where they are left alone and just given food and everything after a while. and then some were exposed to the human husbandry treatments that Maud explained yesterday. So we had to stroke them and look after them, physical interaction, and then some where there was no physical interaction, but just visual stimuli and audio stimuli. So yes, and from the paper that I spoke about, yes, we've managed to see that birds that were actually exposed to this human presence were willing to approach and interact with humans than the birds that were raised by foster parents. Maud can say more about how foster-raised chicks kind of like behave. Yes. And then the second question was the age at which we...
The behavior, how do you differentiate?
Oh, yes. So the thing is, ostriches in nature are very much inquisitive. And so when we're looking at this behavioral test, we're also looking at, say, the ease of management. But if you go to a bird and it doesn't even want to be close to you and everything, then you're bound to have some struggles with handling them, I think, or just doing anything. So a bird that is not going to be willing to interact or come to you, sometimes it becomes a problem because it doesn't want you. Yes. And then the other one you spoke about what? Wing flapping.
The wing flapping and the pecking.
Yes.
Sorry, to me that's no normal behavior. And
yeah, definitely it is.
Actually, we switched it around because wing flapping is an uncomfortable bird to various reasons, and usually they will show aggression towards you or they'll move away from you. So that would be an undesirable characteristic in my opinion. And the feather and the pecking would be a desirable characteristic, but that's normal because they're not showing aggression.
Excessive pecking, you will know, because I agree with you, they are inquisitive and they will peck. The excessive pecking, they will keep on pecking you at the same spot until you bleed. And this is something that you will see in chicks as well. You have those annoying chicks that keeps pecking. So this is why we qualify it as undesirable. Pecking is good up to a certain extent. The wing flapping, I kind of agree and disagree with you. For me, the wing flapping, when it's done not hectically, it shows curiosity. And they tend to do that when you approach and they wing flap, but it's gentle. When the wing flapping goes like this, you can see that they are a bit irritated by your presence. So there's a bit of a contention between the two. But in our case, and the way we described it, it was a positive trait from them. But the excessive pecking, I promise you, I've left a lot of my blood next to those camps, and I think Tony as well, and our new student as well.
Yeah, maybe just to add on that a little bit.
Yeah, if you can keep it to one sentence
yes, it will be very, very short. Yes. So I think the other thing with wing flapping, I don't know if we maybe Adrian is mixing it also with lifting of the feathers, like when the bird is hissing, maybe on the other side. I don't know what that is called specifically on the other side, but it's just the hissing and everything. So I think the wing flapping that we're talking about is the gentle one that Maud's talking about. Yes.
Thank you. It seems as if there's a lot of discussions that can take place.
I need the paper to be published.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker almost doesn't need an introduction, Professor Skull Klitter. He is a scientist, or he was a scientist until very recently at the Elsenburg facility, and also an extraordinary professor at the Stellenbosch University. His research has focused on breeding, behavior and welfare in sheep and ostriches, and I am sure we are all looking very much forward to his presentation. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to just talk about the interfaces between behavior, welfare, and reproduction in sheep, and I'm going to go back to two experiments, one conducted in the Western Cape and one in Western Australia. So I've actually asked Dominic Blanche of the University of Western Australia to work a bit with me on this. So it's a kind of a review. So it's not new work. It is kind of just reviewing work that has already happened. So As a background, like I said, there's these two contrasting experiments, one at Elsenburg and the other one at Allendale and the Richfield Farms in Western Australia. And there's something common between the experiments. They were both in the Mediterranean environment, and they both involved merinos, but then there's also contrasts. So in South Africa, we did divergent selection on a composite reproduction trait, namely number of lambs weaned per ewe mated, and I'm going to call that NLW in future. And behavior was seen as a correlated trait. On the other hand, in Western Australia, divergent selection was on temperament, and reproduction and lamb survival was seen as correlated traits. So okay, to start off at Elsenburg, so this is typical Elsenburg when you're looking out of my office window that I used to have there. So some sheep in the flock grazing there. Now, Elsenburg is, you can see the coordinates, and we got around 600 millimeters of rain a year, and the design is divergent selection, and we've had a high line which was selected for the trait, and in essence that was basically just descendants of ewes that at multiples reared at least once would have been preferred in the high line, and descendants of ewes that failed to rear or were barren or something like that at least once and didn't have more lambs reared than they had lambing opportunities was preferred in the low line. So I have to say this is not as clear as I thought it would be. So I think I need glasses. So this is a sign of old age, I guess. So I don't know what happened, because last time I could still see it. Okay, so the records that we have had is the number of lambs weaned with its components, and also lambing in neonatal behavior, arena behavior, and I'm so glad Maud told us about it, so I don't have to dwell on that. Okay, so he's not listening. And then other important traits. Okay, so I don't know if you know. Now I have to, when I want to look you in the eye again, I have to lift this as well. But so I don't know if you know about the work of Murray Ball, this excellent cartoons of foot rot flash that he had. And you can see this guy, Wall Footrot, and his dog applauding this ewe with her 3 lambs. So it's fair to do this, but do they rear those lambs? And this is actually what we try to look at. And fortunately, so I could report responses on what has happened. Now I must do this again. And this was work that I published previously, but this graph was actually taken from Nelius's PhD. So you see the component traits there. So it's conception rate here, multiple birth rate here, and then ewe rearing ability here. And you can see there's clear divergence in all traits of the high line going in the upward direction, in other words desirable, and the low line going down. The interesting thing is, note the scale is a bit different, so responses in multiple birth rate, if you look at the scale, seem to be a bit higher. And of course, this culminated in a graph like this. So this is just individual breeding values instead of a mean with standard errors around it. So you can see what happened is there were quite a spread in breeding values, but you can see the high line going in the upward direction, low line going in the downward direction. And if we have time, we can debate about whether the down line reached a plateau, because I think in principle you wouldn't expect us to be able to get a line to breed itself into extinction. So because natural selection would work against that. Okay, and just to get the indication of the cumulative effect of all this, we compare the two lines for the last 3 years, and you can see in lambing rate, and now this figure is just relative to a value of 100 in the low line. So 21% more better lambing rate or conception, 13% better twinning rate in the high line, 15% better rearing ability in the high line. And of course, this culminates to a 64% difference in the cumulative trait. And when you extend it to weight of lambs weaned, it would go to 77% higher. So I could just say that the high line performed better for all the components, altogether, it was quite substantial when you add all things together. Now, okay, I don't know, I think many of you have done this as well. So it is kind of very dark when you can't see what is happening there, and sometimes it's quite complicated to get those lambs out. And of course, this is a very welfare-related sort of trait because of the stress and discomfort to the ewe in the first place, but also of the high likelihood of lambs being assisted in the end, turning up either dead or kind of compromised in some way or another. So what we had to look at, so you can see a ewe at Elsenburg lambing. What we do know is when we looked at the latency of parturition, when we analyzed it as a ewe trait, it had a heritability of 17%, and the genetic correlation with number of lambs weaned was minus 55%. Now that's desirable because ewes with short parturitions generally were better able to rear their lambs. When we analyzed this lamb trait, the heritability was 6%, the maternal heritability was 17%, and the genetic correlation of the direct effect with the lamb survival was minus 69. So it again says that lambs that had the shorter parturition were most likely to survive. Now, okay, if we look at the genetic trend, you can again see parturitions in the low line tended to become longer, and parturitions in the high line tended to become shorter. So in other words, I think this is quite a desirable outcome, where behavior was kind of assessed to get an indication of what happened, as a result of the selection applied. Okay, and then of course I think many of you have done lambing rounds when it is raining. It's not very comfortable, and at those conditions you really want the lamb to be up and getting to the udder and suckling as quickly as possible, because that would improve its chances of survival. And so I would just like to see what we did here. Now, okay, so you'll see a ewe, so it's kind of expressing the correct behavior traits, because it's standing still, it's hunching its back slightly to provide access of the lamb to the udder, and it's also nudging the lamb in a position where it would be easy to suckle. It is not backing or circling or being aggressive to the lamb. So what we did is so it's again 3 positive traits and 3 negative traits, and we combine that in a 6-point score, and we analyze that as a trait of the lamb or a trait of the ewe, because at the lamb level it wasn't significant at all, it wasn't heritable at all. So what we found is that in this post-lambing behavior is dam cooperation was heritable, lowly heritable at around 10%, but it had a favorable genetic correlation with the number of lambs weaned of the ewe of 62%. Stay on the birth site of the ewe, and that was identified in Western Australia as an important thing when you think about the bond between the ewe and the lamb. So that was also heritable at 19%, and the genetic correlation between cooperation and stay on the birth site was 69%. So in other words, the ewes that to get good care of their lambs also stayed for a longer period on their birth sites, which also would be conducive to survival. And when we looked at the genetic trends, the same was the case. So you can see that ewes in the high line tended to become better behavior-wise with getting their lambs the first suckle, and ewes in the lowline were getting a bit worse at it. And also when you looked at the divergence of stay on the birth site, more or less the same pattern emerged. Okay, when we looked at milk traits, we did the oxytocin kind of based milk traits, and what we saw is that the milk yield in the high line was about 15% higher than in the low line, but the components of the of milk didn't really differ. So okay, there's another welfare-related trait, namely blowfly strike that sometimes occur in our part of the world. It's not actually in summer, it's more like in spring and then again in autumn, because summers, one thing is sure in the Western Cape is summers is going to be dry, and dryness is not good for blowflies. But anyhow, what happened is the majority of strikes that we had in the flock was breech strikes. And I need to say that this is in year-old wool, and the reason why we have to have year-old wool is because we also conduct wool courses, and wool courses are always easier when you're working with year-old wool. So the majority of strikes was breech strikes, and this is actually work that Ansi did. So she did this work for her PhD a few years back, and when we looked at the effect of selection line. So in a year with relatively low fly strike proportions, there wasn't a really significant effect between the two lines. But then in years where we have had more ewes being struck, the high line was between 4- and 5-fold. No, the low line was between 4- and 5-fold more likely to be struck than the high line. Now, if we looked at what happened, in the high line ewes had less DAGs, and they had lower breech and crutch cover scores, and they also had lower belly quality scores. When we looked at the same traits in hoggets, and we looked just at the breeding values, you can see that it was more or less that it was quite divergent when we look at autumn DAG score, also when we looked at spring DAG score, when we looked at breech wrinkles, and then the depth and the width of the bare area around the perineum. So you can see there's actually quite marked differences in these things between the two lines. So the highline hoggets had lower DAG and wrinkle scores and also larger bare areas. So when we looked at production traits, the high line became heavier at weaning and hogget age, but also plainer. And largely unaffected by selection was clean fleece weight and fiber diameter, but stable strength was reduced in the high line and improved in the low line. But it was still kind of above what we consider as acceptable, in other words, 13 Newton per kilo tex. Now I'm going to talk a bit about the arena traits, because this is the only flock where we could muster sufficient records to actually estimate genetic parameters. And again, we have the heritability estimates on the diagonal in bold italics, and genetic correlation in this case above the diagonal. I don't know why, because I usually put it below, but anyhow. So the distance of the human operator was heritable at about 8%, and then defecation and urination wasn't very highly heritable, but the number of crosses and number of bleeds were quite heritable. When we look at the correlations, ewes that kept a distance of, let's say, young sheep that kept a distance was more likely to walk about in the arena. And they were also more likely to urinate. And I think that kind of stands to reason. So what we can conclude is arena behavior was heritable, and the genetic correlations show that keeping a distance from the human would lead to more crossing and more urinations. And divergent selection for reproduction actually benefited arena behavior in the sense that the highline approached the person sitting between it and its contemporaries closer. They traveled more, and this is possibly a sign of being exploring the arena, and they bleated and excreted less. I think that could lead to a desirable interface at the animal stock person level, and eventually maybe to greater consumer acceptance. Now, when we go to the other things, the docility test and the box test that Maud also related to, and this was actually because she recorded most of these things. So you can see all traits were again heritable. 26% for the containment in this little box. The success about 13%, bleed 26, 18% for escaped attempts. The scale score 16%, and the bleeds in the scale was 25%. Now, in this case, I actually have the genetic correlations at the right place. So containment and success was basically the same trait, because if you are able to keep it for a long time, you're also likely to be successful. And then, of course, escape was going to be just the opposite, because they are contemplating to escape. So in other words, they don't want to be contained. And then the only other genetic correlation of significance was between bleeds and in the arena and bleeds in the scale. And here you can see that this correlation is actually below 80%. So it's interesting that bleeds in the arena and bleeds in the scale don't seem to be the same genetic trait. Okay, so what we could say is in this measure of temperament was also variable and heritable, and I think the genetic correlations were consistent with reasoning. But in this case, the high line was actually less docile because they wanted to escape more. But they still bleated less, so that was the same as in our previous test, but maybe they just bleated less because they were contemplating to escape all the time. So that's possibly also an explanation. And then to go to Allendale Farm in Western Australia. So you'll see it's pretty much the same period. I started in 1986 and Dominic and them started in 1990. And the divergent selection was for calm and nervous behavior, and there were two tests, and also the arena and the isolation box. But in their case, the isolation box has been much more kind of, I would say, it was more sophisticated than the test that we did, because they actually had the electronic sheep with the name of Stompy, and Stompy could be set to make certain movements, and they calibrated, let's say, the live sheep against this electronic sheep. So it was a much better test, I would say. And they used this formula to get a score for the animals. And in the high line, they simply, or at least in the calm line, they just selected animals with low values, and in the nervous line, just animals with high values. So the key outcomes was that use in the less active line was more protective than those in the more active line after sponges were withdrawn and they were exposed to rams. So this indicated that use in a calm state may recognize and identify a sexual partner and stimulate him while also adopting a standing position that permits mating. The funny thing is, use in the more active line appeared to be less fearful because they actually approached the human closer and were more inquisitive. So they were sniffing at him and do things like this, which is, I think, consistent with the high line that would actually go and walk about in the arena to explore the place, whereas the low line would be more likely to just keep a distance and stand there and bleed and urinate and defecate. And when we looked at neonatal behavior repertoires and hormone levels was fairly independent of selection lines, but calm ewes groomed their lambs more and tended to stay longer on the birth site. And this, funnily enough, again consisted with the high line at Elsenburg because they also tended to groom their ewes more, their lambs more and stay on the birth site for longer periods. So another key outcomes was that isolation increased cortical secretion and reduced LH secretion in more active sheep, but not in less active sheep. And less active sheep caring for twins produce a high volume of colostrum with a higher immunoglobulin concentration after birth than more active ewes. So it was interesting that this was when they were kind of fed at maintenance, and we know that in lactation we want to actually to the animals to be on a better diet. Additional supplementation elevated colostrum quantity in less active sheep to the same level than experienced in more active sheep. The interesting thing is they did a cross-fostering experiment where they actually had lambs in both lines. And they cross-fostered half of the more active lambs to low active dams and vice versa. And what this experiment has proven is that the genetic line in the end determined the eventual behavior of the lamb when it was tested as a yearling or a hogget. And whereas the line, the foster dam didn't have any effect of that nature. So just indicating the genetic the basis of this whole thing. Analysis that was done by Kate Plush suggested that flight time, maternal temperament score, and the outcomes from the isolation box test were low, moderately heritable, and there were correlations with litter survival that was favorable, but the only one that was significant was actually with maternal temperament. And later on, Daniel Brown also got all data together, and he reanalyzed the data, and he had slightly higher heritability estimates. And the direction of these genetic correlations with number of lambs weaned in his study trended favorable, but was only significant for maternal behavior. Dominic and them also looked at genetic markers, and they found SNP markers in the serotonin and oxytocin pathways, and 8 SNPs were associated with temperament in the UWA flock, and 2 markers could actually be verified in a unrelated and the flock not subjected to any things that could later be shown to also be associated with these markers. So markers in serotonin pathways are involved in the expression of emotional state of sheep, and this is also been proposed for humans and lab animals. To conclude, as many traits have been selected were affected by selection for number of lambs weaned, and behavior that would benefit lamb survival and welfare was actually, I think, the most important. And some correlated responses was neutral or unfavorable, staple strength unfavorable, clean fleece weight and fecal worm count and fiber diameter was neutral, and there was also favorable genetic responses in component traits, including rearing ability, despite a higher number of multiples. And we've talked about, let's say, the lower survival that we expect of multiples yesterday. Now, I just include this graph. It was taken from a paper that Niels wrote. So you can see, and I'm just going to look at total survival, which is this graph. So you can see when we talk about singles, 80% for the low line and 88% for the high line. So it's a difference of about 10% between the lines. But when we're talking about multiples, it was 56 and 74 respectively, a difference of 30%. So this is why multiples were actually benefiting most from the selection that was applied. So I think as take-home messages, both studies demonstrate that there are notable interfaces between behavior, welfare, and reproduction in sheep, and phenotypic, genetic, and marker-based selection can improve animal welfare by reducing reproductive wastage and particularly lamb mortality. This could be achieved by establishing ewe and lamb behavior patterns that are conducive to lamb survival, which was actually seen in both studies. It's also clear that selection to manipulate sheep temperament can readily be achieved by using behavioral tests. And it would potentially result in favorable responses in the reproduction when animals are facing some challenging situations in their reproductive life. And this could be achieved maybe in the absence of direct selection for reproduction. And I think this is my story. I'd like to acknowledge Dominic, so you can see him up there, and then also the funders of the work that we've done. Okay, now I can look you in the eyes again.
Thank you, Prof. Skalk, for that very interesting and very comprehensive overview. Sorry, Prof, just a moment. Before we take questions, can I just say that the person with a call with a registration number, DC09XTGP, I have no idea what kind of car this is, but your lights are on. So if you don't want to walk home, maybe you should go and switch them off. Okay, now we can go back to sheep welfare. And any questions to Professor Skalk, please? Oh, there, Prof. Baas.
Skalk, many decades ago, I think it was the Australians who were talking about just within an open area, not in a regulated box, how closely the animal allowed you to approach before she would give way from her lamb. That was also...
I think it was work that Trish Murphy did at the UWA as well, and that was actually the basis for Dave Lindsay setting up this experiment. They followed on those things, and the things that I came up with now was kind of the most recent things that they reported on that level. But it could also, because there was another guy, Bob Kilgour, that was more New South Wales side, and he actually also looked at the behavior of sheep in the open field situation. But I can't remember what he found, I'm afraid, because I've read those papers. Maybe Kima has got an idea as well.
We use maternal behaviour score in our genetic evaluation.
Yeah.
So it's a scoring system.
Yeah.
Hey, Linky.
Thank you, Skalk. It's plausible and encouraging to see that the interface between welfare and reproduction and possibly production will be improved through our own animal breeding traditional tools. But I'm just wondering, and I saw it from the previous presentation as well, now it's the interface between animal behavior and human interaction. I mean, the genetic heritabilities were moderate, and it came through with your arena behavior as well. And I'm wondering, from the previous presentation from Johnson yesterday, she was saying that defining the traits is key. And are we selecting for less aggressive animals, or are we selecting for no aggression at all? And aggression in animals, I would believe that is a normal behavior. So what would be the threshold to say less aggressive, or are we saying no aggression at all? Because there need to be some level of aggression, but at what point?
Linky, I have to say, in our tests, aggression hasn't been considered because sheep are generally not considered as an overly aggressive species, but then they can. I know one of our workers has been put to hospital by a ram that was going for him. And in New Zealand, just a fun fact, sheep are actually the mammal species that lead to the second most kind of hospitalizations. I guess that is when they're stepping on your toe or butting you or doing something like that. But so we generally don't consider them as aggressive. So they are quite meek and mild. This is quite interesting because just reflecting back a long time ago when I worked with Ilette on aggression in ostriches, that was a heritable trait, and you actually could select on it, but it was not related to any trait of economic importance, because this is the problem with behavioral traits. Is you when you're talking about economic weights, it's quite difficult to assign unless they are really very favorably correlated with other traits. Now, I think it's not going to be part of Kim's talk, but she would have ideas about that, because they've looked at flight speed, this maternal behavior score, and also at the isolation box. So maybe she could comment on that.
I think if we can maybe leave that for tea time or the panel discussion afterwards, but thank you so much, Prof. Schalk, for a very interesting presentation. Keeping in the line with heritabilities and specific traits, we now have Dr. Neelius Nel, also from the Western Cape Department of Agriculture, and Neelius has done quite a lot of work on ISAE merinos, and he will talk about the heritability of mortality in sheep this morning. Thank you.
Is it just space bar or something? It's space. Right arrow. Okay, cool. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks very much for the opportunity to speak. We'll be dealing here with mortality, and mortality being interpreted here as just about the same thing as survival. So the ideal objective, of course, is to best survival rates in our sheep flocks. It's one of the few traits where I think it's safe to assume that it has a very direct relationship with both an economic and a welfare perspective. We will never be able to completely solve this problem. We will always have mortality incidences within our sheep flocks. But of course, given how important it is, we would like to make it the incidence of mortality as low as we possibly can. So when we say we want to select for genetics or genetically select for lower survival rates, people always say, but it's the environment. We're not saying it's not the environment. Of course, the environment is incredibly important, and environmental intervention should always be doing everything it can to lower mortality rates. Unfortunately, in extensive systems, this is very difficult. And what we're also just saying is that genetics should not be left behind, but it has up until now been very much neglected, and especially in terms of commercial breeding programs almost worldwide, except the New Zealanders were the first to really having been making an effort since the early 2000s, and Kim's going to comment on some recent developments for the Australian sector. So what we're also saying is that if we keep working at it, maybe we can understand the situation a little bit better, and maybe we can improve on our ability to select for better survival rates. So what we could be doing is also just changing the periods. So whether you're measuring survival at birth or the early period or the later period, maybe you're not necessarily measuring the same thing. So perhaps we shouldn't be treating survival as just all one big long trait up until incidence at weaning. So the neonatal period is particularly critical. It's not only particularly critical, it's also very, very complicated. I am not at all the final authority to speak on this period, and especially not in this room, because it's a complicated interaction between both the ewe and her lamb. Having a good ewe doesn't mean much if your lamb is performing poorly, and vice versa. Two of the most popular and I think excellent reviews has actually been written by Professor Kathy Dwyer. And if you want to have a proper treatment of the subject, you can have a look at that. Schalk has also done quite a lot of work, spending a lot of time during the middle of the night watching ewes lamb, because he has the patience for that sort of thing. And when it comes to treating survival traits on a very large scale, and the problem with recording on a large scale, Dr. Kim Bunter and her papers has also had quite a lot to say. So, unfortunately, in genetics, we have to simplify things to be able to treat them on a large scale, but I think it's important enough to have a brief review of the background of what we're looking at over here. So one of the problems with the neonatal period is the very drastic change in temperature, and you can imagine, because it's all very much nice and comfortable inside the uterus, the lamb is born, and suddenly you have to be changing with this extreme, or dealing with this extreme change in the environmental gradient between core temperature and the outside temperature. So I have this really old but very nice and useful graph from George Alexander, who's done most of this work even as early as 1958. And so, of course, once the lamb is born, core temperature drops. It drops dramatically. If you've ever worked with core temperatures before, you'll know that a 0.5 degrees Celsius difference is a lot. And here we're looking at something like a 1.5 degrees Celsius drop. And how the lamb seems to respond to this period seems to be very much determining whether or not it survived towards the exiting the early neonatal period successfully. There's a lot more comments and a lot more intensive work done since 1958, but I thought it's nice to say that they had these ideas even very early on. Now, of course, if you're being born on a nice, hot, sunny day, it's not so bad. But if the conditions are poor, the worse the level of stress you're going through in the early neonatal period, because the worse this change in temperature is going to have to be. So cold, wet, and windy conditions kind of interact to exacerbate the level of cold stress that newborn lambs are going through. We find it in the form of published results, and you also find it in the form of many anecdotes, where farmers will tell you, I had a very poor winter season, I lost a lot of lambs. And this is a problem in the Western Cape in particular, because we like to make use of the winter lambing season so that we can use the winter fodder crop for ewe lactation. Luckily, we can sort of start to investigate this process, because even for field conditions, the environmental stress gradient can be quantified by using commonly available weather station data. The only cautionary note here is that we would think it would be quite important for your weather station to be close enough to your lambing paddocks where you're recording your records. So also this is an old idea. So they formulated the chill index, which is an interaction between wind speed, rainfall, and ambient temperature. And again, interactions are dangerous, because if it's just windy, it's okay. If it's just rainy, it's okay. But having both those things happen at the same time, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. So this is just our study sites, the distribution of what we call the chill index. It's estimating the energy loss per unit surface area per hour. But we'll just call it the chill index instead of speaking in the kilojoules per meter square per hour. So even in the Western Cape, which is a moderate climate, we very commonly exceed 1,000 units of the chill index. And 1,000 units is what the Australian Weather Bureau used to use to warn farmers for extreme loss of young lambs. So the next thing that might be useful to us in terms of how can we maybe start to solve this problem is that the fact that individuals might vary in terms of their ability to deal with cold stress resistance. Now, cold stress resistance has been studied in very intensive ways. In terms of, John Slear used to put them in cold stress chambers and they take rectal temperature all the time. We have none of that information. All we have is whether the lamb survived or not, and we have the weather data. But because there's such a strong relationship between the level of cold stress during birth and then lamb mortality, lambs who are better able to deal with these conditions should have a better mortality outcome during, say, the first 3 days of age. The unfortunate, what we started to think about is, okay, cool, but if you could measure the lamb during cold winter conditions, and the lamb and some relatives tend to perform better during these poor conditions, you might not necessarily see the same genetic merit when the conditions are mild. So then we started to think in the lines of a G by E environment interaction might be important when we do an analysis of neonatal mortality. And that's also might contribute to why heritability is so low, because there's an important factor in this analysis that we're just not taking into account. And that was the aim of the study, is to simply reanalyze neonatal mortality by also accounting for the trying at least to some extent explaining the environment during the early phases. So we're working here also with the Elsenberg-Merino selection lines. The reason is not specific. I'm not now dealing also with results pertaining to the H and L lines themselves, as Prof. Skalk has just explained. We have a good quality data set here. It's not a large data set, but we have the traits that we needed. And age of death was accurately recorded, which of course is important here, because death happening later on, like after 2 or 3 weeks, has nothing to do with the weather during the neonatal period. So these lines have existed from the 80s, and the data set stops at 2020. And of course, the line already has a relationship with studies with survivals, but with early survival. But again, we're not really looking at in terms of these results in terms of the H and L lines in particular. So we quantified incidence of mortality during the first 3 days of age, but excluding animals found dead at birth. So it's a very low incidence trait. You only have about 7%, which is very high considering only first 3 days of age, but it's very low in terms of having to deal with the trait in itself. And then we recorded the weather station data, and in our case we were lucky because our weather station is only 800 meters from the furthest point of our lambing paddock, so we consider the data we get from the weather station to be a pretty good description of the environment that lambs were born in. Now, another problem is, of course, that mortality is a binary trait. So we've been getting away for a long time with simply treating binary traits with linear models. In this case, it just doesn't work. The incidence is too low, and we're going to be performing a random regression, and the results just ended up not working. So we reverted to an analysis on the underlying scale. So we solved for our fixed effects first using a logit transformed analysis, and we built our model. And when we were happy with our fixed effects model, we followed it up with the threshold model using a Gibbs sampler from the BLOPF 90 family of programs. The fixed effects themselves were standard. You need birth weight surely to just be able to account for the high weakness of the high probability of mortality of low birth weight lambs. And sometimes you would still fit, or we fit sex still, of course, contemporary groups, the age of the dam and the birth type. And in this case, we fit selection lines because we're not looking for these divergent responses between the lines. We just want to treat this as a normal population. And of course, you want to fit the average relationship between the chill index and mortality. So chill index itself is a fixed covariate in this analysis. And then we solve for the random various components using a Gibbs sampler. So what you need if you want to perform a random regression analysis is you want to express genetic merit as a function of the 15 or of the 10. Oh, okay, I'll move. Okay, as a function of the environmental gradient. So you want genetic merit expressed across your environmental trajectory. So you need repeated measures across time. A lamb only dies or survives once, so that doesn't work very well. So we reverted to the ISAE model. I'm going to have to drink some water. I'm sorry. There we go, much better. Unless I choke, then it's not much better. Here we go, okay. So you have the ISAE model, and a ISAE has progeny born across very different gradients of the environmental gradient. So that works very well, and that's also why random regression analysis often goes back in time to the ISAE model for solving these types of problems. We fit only, so the solutions to your ISAE is fit as a first order polynomial. And you get two solutions for your breeding values. One is my expected performance in the mean environment, and my second is my slope, and that's how my breeding value is going to change as the environmental, which becomes your x-axis, starts to change. Many people fit higher order polynomials, but I like the first simply because we still have that biological interpretation. Once you go to squared or cubic models, things become very noisy. And just for the case that this is a small data set, we thought, let's stick to the simplest possible approach because this is already pretty ambitious. And then what's nice about the solutions is that we can define parameters like the heritability across the entire cold stress gradient or the entire environmental trajectory. And on the fixed level, this is what we see from the logit transformed analysis. And you can see clearly that As the Chol index increases, of course, mortality increases. And I put the selection line results there for interest sake, but we won't be focusing on them just now. And in terms of the genetic parameters I'm reporting, they're just given as the mean of the posterior distributions from the Gibbs sampling chain. And of course, maternal components are always important. They're very large. It's the largest random component we're dealing with. But in terms, if you're looking at this little matrix at the bottom here, the variance of the slope in terms of how animals responded to the environmental changes was almost as big as the variance in the means, meaning how they respond in general. So it's, according to this set of results, having the information on the environment seemed to be pretty important in terms of the breeding value of the animal that we're getting. This is a cooler way of looking at it, not as useful, but it looks much better. And this is our breeding values for our sires. And we only plot the breeding value for the sire in areas where it actually had records recorded. And short answer is simply that when the cold stress is higher, we seem to be better capable of telling our sires apart. And of course, there's also a change in heritability across the trajectory. I think this curve is very much a function also of using only a first order polynomial, so you're always going to have a parabolic curve. But at the same time, we're just trying to say that it's variable. We're not trying to give you this, report this as the new heritability of survival. That would be ambitious. I wouldn't try to sell that to you. You shouldn't buy it from me if I tried. But it's the idea really here, and we think it's worth looking at in future. So we've published this work, and you'll see by no means I worked alone. I had a lot of help from AGBU, from UNE, from the University of Georgia. And so what we really wanted from this is just to promote the idea. The sample set was a little bit small. We need larger studies. We think we can improve on the phenotyping of survival. I recommend the paper a lot by Sylvie van der Rik, even if the paper is not about survival. I talk about this paper because I think it's a really good idea that you can make small changes to the phenotyping of survival and improve in terms of the information that you're getting. And then, of course, something that we've worked with a little bit was rectal temperature measured early during birth. And then we have a quantitative trait and perhaps a much better view of how the animals are dealing with poor conditions. And I think I'll end there. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Neelius. That was some serious speed talking there. If we can please keep it to one or two questions, that would be great. But at least one or two, please.
Yeah, one or two is welcome.
Yes, Jean.
Quick question. You said that the later mortality of lambs do not actually correlate with earlier cold stress.
Not
was
by
that
itself.
period?
Of course, if you're taking the part-whole relationship, then it will, because the lambs lost now will count towards lambs lost at weaning. But if you're taking the early lamb as a missing trait and you look only at, say, for example, mortality, if you're ignoring the first deaths, and then no. Once the lamb's through this early age, seems to be more likely will not relate, they'll die for other reasons. From what we've seen anyways, yeah.
Anything else?
Shelter.
Yeah, definitely, yes, it makes a huge difference. So if that's the one problem if you're going to take, what we want is larger studies over multiple sites, but the relationship between the the weather variable and mortality is going to very much site dependent. If one guy is giving shelter and the other not.
And the sheep seeks out shelter.
Yeah.
Protects her land.
Yes, I think.
First 3 days.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Neelius. I know we are running a little bit behind time, but that is because we are having these nice discussions. So just bear with us. It will pay off at the end of the day. Okay. I'm going to introduce Dr. Cuthbert Banga now. Dr. Banga is currently at the University of Botswana. So we are moving upwards, northwards through Africa now, away from the Western Cape. And although Dr. Banga has done a lot of comprehensive work on dairy, today he's talking about welfare in communal livestock, giving us a little bit of a different perspective. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Yeah, please just note that my talk is not as sexy as what you've just heard from Nelias and all the other previous speakers. If you are looking forward to hearing heritabilities and so on, you're going to be disappointed. So this is the outline of my presentation. To put things into perspective, I'm just going to look at the livestock production industry in Botswana, with particular emphasis on the communal production system. Then just give an overview of the current status with regard to animal welfare in Botswana. Then I'm going to delve a bit on animal welfare issues in the communal areas of Botswana. Right. So livestock production in Botswana is a major contributor to the country's economy, contributing a staggering 80% to the agricultural GDP. It is actually the mainstay of the country's rural economy. A large proportion of the country's rural people rely on livestock for their livelihoods. In the Tswana culture, if you don't own any cattle, you are not regarded as a man. Sounds a bit sexist, but that's the case. So the majority of livestock are found in the communal areas. And just to give you an idea, more than 70% of the country's land, is quite a big country, is communal land, and only 5% are private farms. Now, wildlife is quite a large component of Botswana's economy, and about 24% of the land is occupied by parks and game reserves. And you realize in my look at animal welfare issues, I will also look at the issues in wildlife. Now, communal areas in Botswana are characterized by they are mostly found in the marginal semi-arid areas, characterized by high variability of rainfall, and recurrent droughts are quite a serious problem. You'll see when I present the results. High temperatures most of the year. Just to give you an idea, in October already we've had I think average maximum temperatures in the mid to late 30s. Now it's going to get even warmer in November, December, and January. I think it's the worst month. So in terms of legislation regarding animal welfare, we have the Cruel to Animals Act, which was promulgated in 1936, which pretty much makes good provision for the prevention of cruelty to animals. Enforcement of this act theoretically is supported by a nationwide network of veterinary and extension staff. The country has quite a good network of veterinary and extension staff within each district, and coordinated at national level. This act has, however, been criticized for two main reasons. One is that it is outdated. It has never been updated since it was enacted in 1936. And for instance, the act is supposed to be enforced by police officers, and the maximum fine against the acts, and the police just don't take it seriously. So that's one of the big weaknesses with that act, and it's also not strongly enforced. There's just no enforcement. And donkeys, it has been noted, are particularly vulnerable or victims of this non-enforcement of this act. There are so many cases of donkeys being slaughtered under inhumane conditions because of demand for, donkey skins in Asia. I'm sure some of you know about that. Now, in terms of awareness of animal welfare, there are growing efforts to promote animal welfare in the country. For example, animal welfare is taught in primary school or junior school. Catch them while they are still young, Professor Bath. And at our university as well, animal behavior and welfare is one of the major modules, although it is not compulsory, but it is one of those major modules. And you cannot register with the Botswana Veterinary Surgeons Council if you have not done a course in animal welfare. There are also some animal welfare organizations, quite a bunch of them in the country. One of them is, for example, Animal Assist Foundation of Botswana, and most of them, are focused on protection of wildlife. Actually, a recent survey was carried out this year by some colleagues of mine, and the results showed that there is actually a high level of awareness of animal welfare among farmers, because this survey was done on farmers who attended the Botswana Agricultural Show. Now, if you look at issues relating to animal welfare, one of the things that has been noted is that it depends on the animal species that you are looking at. There is differences from species to species. So if you look at dogs, based on a study that was carried out in 2017, it was found that dogs are particularly valued for their obedience and security that they offer to the owners. This study was carried out in the greater Maung rural area, and this is what they found. They found that dogs were provided with food, free access to areas outside the homestead, and access to medical attention. So fairly good welfare if you're looking at dogs. However, if you look at the donkey, another study carried out in the very same area by the same workers showed that most of the donkeys, about 66%, had very poor body condition of a poor body condition of 2. About half of them had cracked hoofs. At least 50%, more than 50% of them had at least 2 sores on 2 parts of the body, and 86% had scars on at least 2 parts of the body, and about 70% of them had signs of emotional distress. So you can actually see that animal welfare is not so good with the donkey there. Now I'm going to look at what I consider the real animal welfare issues in the communal areas, not only of Botswana, but most of the countries in the SADC region. This is the case. So we have dry season nutritional stress, which of course means poor availability of quantity as well as quality of feed. Most of these farmers don't actually practice supplementary feeding, which means obviously that the animals are going to suffer nutritional stress. This results in substantial weight loss, poor body condition, which may lead to recumbency and death. So this is basically what you see in most of these animals. This is quite a serious threat to animal welfare. Then I've already alluded to the issue of droughts, recurrent droughts, and this is quite a major effect which is increasing with the advent of climate change. So these recurrent droughts result in scarcity of feed and water, and animals may walk very long distances in search of water, and this actually may result in large-scale deaths. And this is a newspaper clip published in September 2019 when this is quite recent. This was the most recent drought that we had of animals, harrowing pictures of animals dying from thirst. And these are not only livestock. These are also a lot of wild animals. An estimated 1,000 elephants are believed to have succumbed to this problem. So my apologies for showing you these harrowing pictures. I think I should have warned you that this is not for persons of a nervous disposition, but this is the picture that was taken in 2019, showing you, the massive deaths that these animals experienced. Then we have the problem of heat stress. I've already explained to you how heat stress is quite an issue in Botswana. We have extremely high temperatures most of the year, and in the communal areas, there are no mitigation strategies against heat stress, and this is what we end up getting animals experiencing, so much discomfort. So heat stress does not only affect the animals' performance or productivity, it impacts on quite a number of the animals' freedoms. So it is quite a serious problem then. So these animals are subjected to unrelenting heat stress, and there are no shelters that are provided to these animals. In this survey that was conducted to assess the awareness of animals about animal welfare, most of the farmers actually said they believe it is very expensive to provide animals with good welfare. So that explains to you why these animals are left suffering like this. So in conclusion, I think the conclusions that we can draw from this presentation is that there is a growing awareness of animal welfare and its implications, and efforts are underway. There are efforts, of course, to address this. Poor enforcement of the Cruel to Animals Act is, however, a big concern. This act is not being enforced at all. You've seen the many environmental stressors that the animals in the communal areas of Botswana are subjected to, and they are obviously compromising the animals' welfare. The big worry is that these stressors are going to intensify with climate change. If you look at the projections, the temperature projections particularly, the increased frequency of droughts and so on in the region, it's quite alarming. And what it means is that we are sitting on a time bomb as far as welfare of animals is concerned. Of course, people are more concerned about economic losses, but when we look at animal welfare as an issue, I think we have a serious problem that really needs to be addressed. And like I've already mentioned, this is not only in Botswana. This is the same situation in South Africa. This is the same situation in Namibia. This is the same situation in Zimbabwe. It's the whole region. This is the same situation in the whole region. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Banga. Any questions from the floor? Yes, Esti.
Maybe just one. When I look at the your photo there, is that typical of the type of breed? I mean, if we consider heat stress, no, not that one, a previous one. What type of cattle? Is there room for other breeds, for more adaptive breeds? I thought I'm only going to see Brahman, Zebu types or Sangha types. What is the typical breed?
Question. And it's a bit of a sensitive question, and I don't want to go into many details. I might get myself into trouble. But the situation is that there's promotion of use of exotic breeds, right? Which is actually exacerbating the situation. One approach to mitigating these effects obviously is to use adapted indigenous breeds, but there is increased use of exotic breeds. In fact, if you go around the country, most of the animals that you see are mainly crosses between the indigenous Tswana breed and some exotic breeds. There's a lot of dilution of the indigenous, erosion actually, of the indigenous genetic resources due to continued use and actually increasing use of exotic breeds.
Kathy?
Thank you. It was a really interesting presentation. In your conclusions, you said that there's increased awareness in animal welfare and trying to promote it, but then you also describe lack of mitigation measures. And I was wondering whether those two don't seem to fit together. So I was wondering why you thought that was the case, and was that interest in animal welfare in concern about other aspects of animal welfare and not concern about the environmental impacts on livestock, or is there a gap between the people who are interested in welfare and the ability to? I'm just wondering where the barriers are to adding mitigation.
Okay, like I indicated, the awareness is there. People are aware that animal welfare is an issue that needs to be addressed, but the doing part is the one that is lacking. And based on the study that was done this year, the survey that I talked about, it appears that they feel, it's something they cannot afford to do. They cannot afford, for example, to build shelters for the animals, to mitigate heat stress during the hot season. So the awareness is there, but addressing it is where the problem is.
Pauline, do you have a short one?
Just a quick one. Short
Okay.
one. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. You did mention that livestock production contributes approximately 80% to agricultural GDP in your country, but then you also told us how Botswana is very dry, and so very often you have droughts and so on. So I wanted to know, how are you able to do it? Because I know you even sell beef product to the European Union. So how are you able to achieve that despite the condition you find yourself? Thank you.
Okay, the answer to that one is a very simple one. One remarkable thing about livestock, ruminants in particular, is their ability to convert non-edible, poor quality biomass into high quality protein in the form of meat. And this is basically, even in Namibia, that's the same case. This is a semi-arid to arid land that cannot be used for cropping. But you have to, you have to give it to ruminants for being able to use such land to produce high quality protein. I think that's the big answer.
Thank you, Professor Banga. Our last speaker in this session is Dr. Kim Bante. Dr. Kim is an associate professor at the University of New England, and she's also the deputy director of ACBU in Australia. She has worked across species, mainly in reproduction and welfare, and today she is, I think, bringing this session to a close in a very fitting manner, talking about how we can incorporate all of these different welfare traits into our livestock genetic improvement programs. Thank you, Dr. Bante.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to decide how I might get 20 minutes off my talk here. Anyway, we'll see how we go. I'm going to talk about getting animal welfare traits into genetic evaluation systems. And what I mean by genetic evaluation systems is typically very large-scale data analyses aimed at providing breeders with information about the genetic merit of their animals for selection decisions. And these are used in our national systems, and through those we change characteristics of breeding populations that are in production systems, and ideally we change them in a way that is both productive and welfare friendly. Just check, make sure I've got the right buttons here. Okay. I'm just going to start with what we're going to call animal welfare and why we should consider welfare in breeding programs. And then I'm going to cover what makes it possible, give you a few examples from the research we've done on beef, sheep and pigs. And then I'm going to give you a little bit of an example of how we actually promote that in the industry so that people actually engage in having welfare-related traits in breeding programs, how we include those in breeding objectives so that they make sensible decisions about the animals that they select, and the limitations, and then I'll just try and wrap it up. So what are we going to call animal welfare? Well, luckily we've had a couple of speakers who've used the same definition or description of welfare. So here I've underlined state of the animal because it is basically all about state of the animal. And in the little box with a couple of dots, the emission there is actually scientific proven, data-driven kind of evidence. So, we're obviously looking for a situation where the animals are healthy, comfortable, well-nourished, safe. They can express their behaviours. They're not suffering any form of unpleasantness in their production system. There's a couple of things missing in that definition, I think, and I think we've had a couple of speakers who've actually outlined that, both in pigs and in Botswana. The first thing is that the animal's actually in a suitable production environment, and some environments are actually suitable for 95% of the year, and then they're not suitable for 5% of the year, and usually we would typically move animals out of those environments for that time period. But also there's quite a bit of a debate about what is a suitable production environment. On the left-hand side we've got individually housed stalls, housed sows in stalls. They actually can't exercise or interact very much with each other, but they're individually fed, they're individually inspected every day. On the right-hand side, we have the systems that are now the only systems in Australia for sows, and that that is group house sows. That allows them exercise. They can still be individually managed, although the vast majority of them aren't because they're drop fed. It's harder to actually inspect those sows, and they can have positive interactions, but they can also have very, very negative interactions with some of the other sows. So which is the better one? There's also an assumption that animals are chosen or bred to be suited to the environment that they're actually in. So we've got a lovely picture here of Bos Indicus cattle. That's the classic example of choosing the right set of breeds for the right production environment. So temperate breeds in temperate environments, tropically adapted breeds in tropical environments. So there's another assumption there about that we should be dealing with. And the third thing that's missing is the role of animal breeding, because places never stay the same. Production environments don't stay the same. The climate is not going to stay the same. Whatever we're doing to continue to breed animals for those production environments, we have to continue to do it in the right way. And there is a clear role of animal breeding in producing animals to stay in a production environment that actually suits them. So why consider it in breeding programs? There's three obvious reasons from my point of view, and the first is it's for the animals in our care, and that's probably what we should all be worried about first and foremost. But the second is actually for the livestock handlers, and the third is for society. So I've got a couple of our family dogs here. Those dogs were not selected by geneticists. Those dogs were selected by humans who liked certain characteristics. And it's fairly clear that the French Bulldog was never selected to have high welfare. They've got bad eyes, they can't breathe, they've got bad legs, they've got no tail, but we love them. People have selected them. They're a great example of cumulative change without probably a good direction of what are we doing here? You know, we're creating something we like, terrible welfare for that dog. The dog on the Border Collie, Luna, is much, much healthier. She's a working breed. She has to be able to run long distances, do all sorts of things. Her welfare is probably compromised in your average backyard. She does not cope with no exercise, no acres, no lifestyle for her. So for the animals in our care, here's an example of non-geneticists making the wrong decisions. Geneticists also don't want to make the wrong decisions. So we want to improve welfare, health and well-being. And in the context of livestock production, we often want to decrease the stress of handling. For the animals, we want to improve productivity, because why are we producing animals if we're not trying to have them as being productive? And we want to avoid costs associated with things like management practices that need to be performed to keep those animals healthy and productive. For livestock handlers, we obviously have better work, health and safety objectives for those handlers. And also we need to deal with the issue of compassion fatigue. If people are constantly seeing bad outcomes for animals, it's quite well recognised that they eventually lose compassion because of their inability to change the situation. And for society, we obviously need to have social licence and trust in order to be producers. If we don't have that, eventually our market access is going to be pulled. So just to cover that a little bit more, I've got a couple of examples. For the livestock in our care, for our major species, 41% of our ewe mortalities and 67% of our lamb losses occur around the time of parturition. That's a fairly significant time point where we could be applying selective decisions. We want to avoid loss of functionality and pain associated with things like lameness, mastitis, poor productivity. We don't want to be throwing pharmaceuticals down animals' necks to keep them functioning in the environment that they're in. There's plenty of literature about why we shouldn't do that. The low stress example, well, clearly the guy at the front there is not worried about being trampled because otherwise he'd be looking behind him. And labour and costs are some really great examples. Things like having to repeatedly treat animals for foot rot, having to do mulesing, crutching, all sorts of things. There's a lot of costs associated with those things, and a lot of animal handling. Dehorning is another one. But in the middle of that all, we've still got the production traits that we have to actually achieve something with. What about the handlers? Well, I can pretty much guarantee you're not going to go into the paddock with the Spanish fighting bulls on the top there. You'd be crazy to. If you have breeds that are quite good to handle, then you have reduced risk of injuries. When my husband had a serious accident, the man in the bed next to him had been trampled by his bulls. And it was a very common type of injury to be in intensive care. So 10% of farm-related hospitalisations are the result of animal handling activities. Easy care, there's a lot more interest in easy care. I could show you a workshop recently where, you know, there were 200 people looking at wanting to go into an easy care breed of sheep. Part of it is to reduce the stress of the workloads associated with certain types of practices that are required, and some of it is to do with occupational hazards. So at the moment we have shearers who say they will not shear sheep over 100 kilograms without sedation. So we're running into trouble with the situation where animals can't be cared for properly because they're too big. And we want to reduce the incidence of adverse outcomes, not only financially, but also because of mental health. I can tell you Jenny Bradley here, who breeds sheep, she's a whole lot happier when she goes into a paddock and finds 3 live lambs and they're still there 3 weeks later than if she goes in and she finds them all dead. So there's more and more work being done on farmer welfare, and also the implications that bad farmer welfare has for their ongoing handling of the animals in their care. So there's lots of reasons. Finally, for society, this is actually a survey done with one of our major funding bodies, Meat and Livestock Australia. They actually did a survey on what is the trust that society has in people in various professions now. It's probably no surprise that in Australia politicians are down the bottom, but if you want to focus on the green top bit, which is nice, you can see that farming, crop farming, is nicely up there. Scientists and doctors, I'm going to have Skulk's problem here, scientists and doctors are really high up there, but actually, you know, the livestock farmers are a little bit down compared to the cropping farmers. And that's because of some of the practices that they do to the animals. And it's also due to quite a lot of media attention on methane and the effect of animals on the environment. But some of that we can deal with in modern breeding approaches. So top drivers of that trust, currently environmental action in Australia, but secondly, ethical practices. Dehorning, mulesing, no. Any of those practices, they're not what are considered to be appropriate practices, and they have to align with community expectations. So, you know, from the viewpoint of whether society will actually let us produce animals, we need to be acting. We need to be proactive. That one's gone. That's actually a protest. There's a protest there, and next year Australia will ban live sheep exports. So that is a very clear indication of loss of market access because people do not agree with what happens to the animals in that process. So we can't really afford not to do anything in a whole range of spheres, and animal breeding is actually one of them. So what makes it possible in modern breeding programs? Essentially, it is the evolution of genetic evaluation tools. We have a massive computer bank that does all the analyses for our national systems. There are phenotyping technologies and databases available. There are genotyping platforms. And there are really sophisticated ways of helping people define their breeding programs. So we have lots of historical enabling factors, and one of those is historical progress in production traits. People never really look at welfare if they're already struggling with progress in production traits. Welfare seems to be something that comes along a little bit later as people actually make progress. And there's also acceptance of modern breeding strategies. So if we then put things in the breeding program, people already understand that the tools give them information on which they can base decisions pretty accurately. And there's also evolution of genetic evaluation tools, and that allows a really high complexity of analyses. So we might have over 1 million animals in an analysis. They might have 100 traits. There might be 500,000 genotypes, and we'll put all of that data through the system to get breeding values for a whole range of traits. There's also in Australia considerable investment by industry in phenotyping and genotyping, so in the construction of reference populations for difficult to measure traits, and that can include welfare traits. And once you have the data, of course, it's much, much easier to identify whether there are deficiencies in the industry with respect to certain performance criteria. And then we have software also for incorporation of breeding goals. So we certainly have lots of enabling factors. And we also have plenty of welfare indicators. We have talked about production levels, and historically production was considered to be, a really good indicator of good welfare. And we also discussed that bad production can be considered a good indicator of bad welfare. But bad production can also just mean you don't know how to manage your animals properly. Doesn't necessarily mean that they have bad welfare. You might have the wrong man in the AI centre or the mating shed who doesn't do the actual matings properly, and you can change your litter size by one piglet a litter. But that's not bad welfare for the sow, that's just a change in performance. So, I would also argue you've got to be a little bit careful that saying low performance is low welfare, because there are also breeds that are typically low performing breeds for certain criteria. Deaths and premature culling, often people don't have good data on this, but they're great welfare indicators. If you have replacement rates that are too high, if you have poor longevity of breeding stock, if you have elevated levels of mortality or euthanasia, or you're having to slaughter animals out early because of health or disease issues, they're really good indicators of welfare-related traits. Also veterinary treatments, if there's a lot of veterinary intervention in a system. Specific conditions like prolapses, parturition difficulties, metabolic issues, body condition loss, that kind of thing. All of those things are often present in some way, shape or form in some people's data. There are also poor welfare indicators associated with management practices, and this can be to do with the practice itself regardless of timing or frequency, or it can also be connected to poor timing or frequency of it as well. And things like dehorning, mulesing, crutching, feet trimming, those kind of things come into play there. And we can also expand data recording into welfare traits. Now, I can tell you can become very unpopular in the commercial world if you try and throw something like an arena test into a commercial situation. If it is not connected to something that reflects outcomes and performance in the system that they're in, they're not interested. They don't have the resources, they don't have the time. You can't demonstrate quite often, not all the time, that there is any relationship between some of the measures that we typically do in the welfare world and the outcomes for the animals in a production environment. If you can't show that, they're not going to get to a breeding program. If you can't do it cost effectively, they're not going to get there. So when we expand data recording, often we do that in an experimental setting or a research setting, but when it comes to actually applying it in industry, it's going to have some connection with outcomes that are recognisable to people in that industry. On the other hand, our normal KPIs are good enough indicator of the welfare perspective. So you have companies that operate on KPIs. They might have good KPIs, but it doesn't necessarily say that the welfare is actually met. So I'm going to run through at least 3 of the main livestock species fairly quickly, and then I'll give you an example of an implementation that we've recently done. So I'll start with beef. Genetic evaluation systems and research for beef in my institute actually started around 1980. And on the left-hand side, I've got in the red probably the major changes in the genetic evaluation systems. So the first is Breed Plan, which is an across-breed genetic evaluation system for beef. The next is Breed Object, which is actually about the formulation of breeding objectives, which combines information on lots of traits. So that was the background of the first dollar EBV. Then we moved down to a whole heap of different traits and statistical changes to packages and things like that until we get down to the bottom, which is single-step breed plan, which means phenotyping, genotyping, pedigree, every single piece of information you can throw at a computer to get an indication of genetic merit for animals, and new fertility EBVs. And here's a bunch of projects that have been funded to achieve that. So there's a real continuity of funding and research all the way from 1980 onwards. On the right-hand side, we've got the traits. So anything in red is connected to a welfare reasoning. Anything in black is essentially a production KPI that somebody might think. And so you can see that typically at the top of any system, it's only production traits, and it's only moderately heritable, easy to measure production traits. And then as we move down, then we move to the more complicated traits, the traits that aren't continuous in nature, the traits that are categorical, the traits that aren't actually connected necessarily to production. So, you know, flight time and docility snuck in there somewhere around early 2000s. And that was to do with some difficult handling attributes of Brahmins, essentially. But it's also snuck into other breeds like limousines and things like that. And we get down to the bottom and we get down to structural traits and things like that. So essentially I'm trying to show that the progression in a breeding program is to start with things that are easy, often not welfare related, and then as progress is made in those, you typically get some traction on adding in welfare traits, and you typically get traction on the welfare traits that are quite well connected to profitability, and then human safety, and then the more difficult welfare traits to record. So that's what typically happens. So Breed Plan now has the type of traits that run all the way from birth through to the abattoir. So there'll be meat quality, but there'll also be things like maternal characteristics, maternal behaviours, there'll be scans, there'll be feed intake, there'll be efficiency. So a whole lot of production-related characteristics and also some more welfare ones. If you look at the current research, the The kind of traits that are starting to make a real appearance are the ones that are very welfare orientated. So we have immune competence, and that's to do with reducing illness in, feedlot animals and piggeries and places like that. We're also doing more work on adaptation traits. So the slick gene is for, the nice slick coat that prevents ticks and reflects heat and things like that. Buffalo fly lesions, tick counts, that kind of thing. And we do a lot more work on offspring survival. So we make sure that we can do the best analyses possible for things like calving ease. And we add in things like teat and underscore, which, are phenotypes that breeders didn't traditionally have. And they're the kind of things that are getting traction now. And of course, the other big one that's getting traction at the moment is methane production. So a lot of work is actually spent on reducing the emissions of animals producing as well. So this is the short list of breed plan, and I've got a big arrow on polled because quite a lot of calves in the northern beef herds actually die because of dehorning. So they're dehorned late, they're dehorned when it's hot, they are mustered for miles and miles, and you have a perfectly healthy calf one day and it's gone the next. So dehorning is there's a lot of push to actually get rid of horns off cattle. In sheep breeding actually started quite a bit later than the beef cattle program, and I don't expect you to read all of this. It's kind of the same trajectory. You start with simple things and you end up with more difficult and complicated things as you move from left to right. But I wanted to use the sheep example because of this. This is a really good example of how the industry is actually investing in getting some of the more difficult traits into breeding programs, and that is to generate a reference population with lots of genotyping. So genotyping is of a lot of assistance when you can't record things widely in a very wide population. So there's been a big investment in that, and that they don't really mention all the traits in this particular slide, but there are things like maternal behaviour score, which Skulk was asked about earlier. And when you have a reference flock, you know that everything's controlled, the data recording is well managed, the representation of breeds and industry animals is quite good, and so you generate a data resource, which you can drive industry changes with as well. So just to show what's happening there, if we look at how genotyping has taken off, I think we're over 500,000 genotypes now for merino animals. And the motivation in merinos is also due to the fact that a lot of big merino breeders didn't have full pedigree, but by genotyping they can get it. So there's a combination of getting pedigree and also getting improvements in accuracy of the genetic evaluation. So there's a big investment for those industries. If we look at the progression of traits, again, the black traits are kind of production traits and the red traits are starting to move towards traits that are important for welfare. So you can see, because we're trying to eliminate mulesing, we have wrinkle, dag and weck. Weck is worm egg count, dag is the dirty bum kind of thing, and wrinkle is too many skin folds. And wrinkle, those things are all connected to fly strike as well. So essentially trying to get rid of factors that are connected to fly strike and also connected to ease of lambing. We also have had a big project with New Zealand Merino to implement breeding values for foot rot in Australia. And recently we've redone all our reproductive analyses so that we specifically consider things like whether lambs are kept alive or not after they're born, and whether ewes are able to retain their body condition over their productive life. So we have things like maternal behaviour, condition, fly stroke. And as I said, methane and resilience are also creeping in there as well. I've actually got lambs weaned as a production trait. And the reason I have that as a production trait is because it doesn't tell you anything about lambs lost. So trait definition is really important, and we had a bit of a discussion this morning about trait definitions. Often what we have as KPIs are not necessarily the best trait definitions from a welfare perspective, and sometimes we need to break those traits down in order to get a welfare input. So we actually have lambs lost is actually captured through the rearing ability trait that we have in our analyses. In pig breeding programs, well, they're quite different because they're not publicly funded. They're privately funded as a general rule. In Australia, we don't have a lot of good funding for breeding programs in the pig industry. That doesn't mean to say that the big companies don't do it, because they do. So again, if you look at from left to right, when we first started genetic evaluation for pigs in Australia, everything was about weight, fat depth and litter size, and that was it. Nothing else. Then as we move along, we eliminated the HAL gene, partly because it was bad for meat quality, but also partly because it kills pigs on trucks when you're transporting them. Then things like reproductive losses, stillbirths, longevity, body condition have started creeping in. We're now to a stage where we record individual piglets at birth, and that's quite a task, I can tell you. And we do survival analyses for millions of piglets routinely. There's also removal of things like, you can do genomic testing for things like E. coli resistance, and there's a range of research on things like social genetic effects because of grouping of animals and how they behave together, health characteristics, feeding behaviours, and again, immune competence is popping up with pigs as well. In fact, it started in pigs in the 80s, and resilience and heat tolerance. So again, as we move from left to right, we move from production to welfare. That's not to say that we don't know what the welfare traits have in terms of implications for production traits. They're generally connected also to good production outcomes. Just thought I'd quickly show a couple of things we probably haven't talked about yet. Immune physiology is something that's been looked into quite a bit. Lots of measures are heritable, and often lots of measures are correlated with economically important traits. So here we have the white blood cell count with positive correlations with early growth and late growth. So animals that are good responders as weaners in terms of those counts are also good growers. Generalised immune competence has got a lot more traction lately as well in more than one species, and this is about testing the antibody-mediated immune response and the cellular immune response. So the relationship between those and ongoing health performance is that better responders also perform better and don't get unhealthy in production environments. So that, that's going to help us reduce things like medication use and treatment for conditions. And it's also associated with survival. So we had immune responders. Boars with high cell-mediated immune response also had piglets with good pre-weaning survival. And social genetics is another one, as I said, for group housed species. the basis of social genetic effects is that the performance of an animal is not just about its own performance, it's also about its interactions with other animals that were in that group. So we estimate the direct effect of the animal's own performance, which is the D, and we estimate the S effect, which is the average of the S values there, which are its interactions with other animals. But this is actually a data harvest method, and one of the problems with those kind of methods is that sometimes you get a result and then you don't, when you do a selection experiment and try and use that result, you don't get what you expect afterwards. So I'm going to put a cautionary note here that we have lots of traits that are heritable. They look promising, but when you actually try and do something with them, you can't actually generate change in the next generation through selection, and you don't see the benefits that you were expecting to see. So there is also quite a big process of due diligence before things are put in breeding programs to show that just because you saw a heritability, you saw an association, can you actually use it to create change? You've got to test it. You can't just assume it's going to happen. So what's required? It all sounds quite easy. We do lots of analyses, we get heritabilities, we get parameters, we have computing systems. Well, it's still not that simple. We have to identify first when genetics is the most attractive option for change, and that's only going to happen really if you've got a significant incidence of whatever you're trying to change. I'm going to give an example of a disease health issue, so I'll just put it in that context. In the case of disease, it's got to be that the current treatment is not cost effective or it's unpalatable to the producer or the consumer. It also typically means that the animal has production loss and treatment costs, clearly identifiable phenotype, and a permanent solutions wanted. But after that, there's about 12 steps. So you have to understand what the disease is first. You have to get your champions because you're going to have to get a lot of data on a lot of individual animals about that disease. And they can't be any individuals, they've got to be pedigreed individuals. You're then going to have enough background research in biology to know what the best challenge or phenotyping strategy is to actually get the data to drive the system. Then once you have that, you can work out whether you've got any genetic variation and what are the associations with all the other traits that are going to be in breeding programs of relevance. Then you've got to build industry awareness. If you don't pull in the industry, you get nowhere. Industry has to want to do it. In New Zealand, where every time you turn around it's raining and your sheep have got foot rot, there was plenty of motivation. I would say these days there's also, it's probably almost unsaid now, that the phenotyping investment is accompanied by a genomic investment, because genomic information gives you a chance to get information on animals that you couldn't get phenotypes on, but you could get genotypes on. We then need to expand the recording into industry flocks in order to actually have enough scale for the operation. We have to automate all the data submission pathways and the software to drive everything. Then once you've got breeding values, you need to get people confident in looking at them to appreciate that they actually work, and they need to be put into breeding objectives. And then finally, you have to keep on monitoring it. Things don't stay the same. Sometimes you have to update things, change things. So it's actually a long process to get from a research activity, even 10 or 15 years of research activities, into something that the industry uses. So they've really got to want to do it, because it's not a, oh yeah, let's do that, we'll get it ready for tomorrow. in breeding objectives, well, typically we have to combine the production side of things, where we already know the costs and returns of various traits and activities, with other things like welfare and sustainability and social license. Here are some example breeding objectives, and down the left-hand side are a whole bunch of traits, and on the top are 5 different breeding objectives. 4 of those are for merinos, and 1 of them are for a maternal breed. And you can see in the maternal breed, that's all about producing lambs of decent weight. In the merinos, it can be all the way from I'm in a dry environment where WEC isn't a problem and fly strike isn't a problem, and actually all I want is really superfine wool. I don't really want much more other than that, to something called a sustainable merino in a high rainfall area where diseases become prevalent. And depending on the production environment that you're actually targeting, the breeding goals are not going to be the same. But what's important in having breeding objectives is knowing when the situation changes, what has to change, how does emphasis have to change. And litter size is one of those. As you creep up in litter size, you don't keep on pushing litter size to change at the same rate as you did when it was low. You have to back off and change it, and you have to put more emphasis on keeping those lambs alive. And if we just look at the 4 merino indexes here, the three boxes on the top are about wool traits, and we had 4 indexes which varied in their emphasis put on wool and welfare traits. And you can see that the 3, for a fair amount of those indexes, there's not a lot of change in the production traits there, but what is changed is whether you can actually make reduce wrinkle and improve things like rearing ability and WEC and DAG. Now, if you didn't have those in your breeding objective, you wouldn't be making changes in those traits through selecting for other traits. So you have to end up having to put them together. Potential limitations. So we had an engineering guy yesterday who said that they're going to get us all the phenotypes that we want in the world. That'd be great, because breeding programs require large-scale phenotyping. So anything you can do accurately and at large scale is pretty good. But typically it's limited, and some of those limitations are not just an engineering issue, they're legislation or their industry structures that actually prevent animals getting data. They can do with the challenge that's required to actually get the data that we actually need. So essentially it's kind of like an ease of expression, accuracy of phenotype, cost of phenotyping issue that can mean that we don't have the data we need to run these things in breeding programs. The other limiting thing can be commitment of the industry. If people like to put their head in the sand and just hope it'll go away, well, you don't get very far with that level of commitment. You need scope and scale for industry change. And they need to have some common goals. They don't have to have all goals to be common, but they have to agree on some common goals. And market failure is also a biggie. If you don't get any reward for trying to improve welfare-related traits, either through better profitability, reduced workload, that kind of thing, if you don't get it in the market, the bigger the company, the less the incentive for them to actually do that, unless that's part of their, promotion of their product. All right, hopefully I haven't run too far over time. We have a pretty clear role that we should be involved in improving animal welfare. There are numerous examples of traits which are heritable that are related to welfare, and some of them are applied already. Some of them are limited by phenotyping and may never get off the ground. Some of them are there, but there's no proof of their benefit in actually to warrant their inclusion in national programs. Most of them require dedicated phenotyping or genotyping strategies to get off the ground. They're best used by modifying the existing breeding objectives so that people make smart decisions. And all of them require commitment to industry change. And that's the end of my talk, and this is our team at AGBU who've supplied slides and done research over many years, and some of our funding bodies and associations up there. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Bante, for, I think, a brilliant summary of how what we have discussed this morning should and could and possibly could be included in our day-to-day breeding objectives. Just so that you know, guys, there is still a panel discussion this afternoon, so the invited speakers will be part of that. So we can have a quick question or two, but if you need more of a discussion, that can be included later on. Our tea time obviously moves out a little bit, and if everybody can be back by 11:15. But first, let's give a few questions to Dr. Bante, and then we can all go and have tea, and you can ambush her some more there as well. Dr. Banga, and then Kathy.
Thanks so much for such an interesting presentation. One of the biggest challenges, and I think you actually did allude to that, is incorporating these traits in the breeding objective, where you have to give them a relative economic weight or weighting relative to the other traits. But you cannot place an economic value, or you cannot calculate an economic value for these traits. They are basically an externality. So my question is, how have you been doing that in Australia?
So if you don't actually get paid for something, you can project what your loss in market access might be. You can also have desired gains. So if you know the parameters associated with other traits, if you can see that your direction of selection is going to have a detrimental effect on particular welfare attributes, you can actually just place pressure on it to prevent that happening under the other with the other selection as well. So in some circumstances you can just get it in there through desired no change or desired improvement. And there's also a lot of consultation with industry. Industry won't tend to accept a situation that is very detrimental for them for a production point of view, simply because it maximises a change in a welfare-related trait. Because a lot of welfare-related traits are at a pretty low incidence, and so the majority of animals tend to be performing in a fairly safe situation in most of our herds and flocks. So the economic value might not be there, but we can still get it into breeding programs to actually prevent changes, and we get industry consultation to make sure that they accept that as an appropriate trade-off, really. Typically there's not a major loss in production traits through including them, and for some traits it's beneficial.
I think, Kathy, if that can be the last question, we will have a look at whatever is on there now.
It might be a very quick one, unless you want to do the ones on the screen. But
oh my God,
you seem to have a lot. Well, I was very quickly. I mean, there's a lot of talk and interest at the moment in gene editing as a way of, as a sort of extra tool in the toolbox, and at least in the UK, or not so much in Scotland, but in the rest of the UK, it's really being focused on health and welfare traits, maybe to improve consumer acceptability. I'm not sure, but it's not so much production. And I wondered how you saw that fitting into. Is it something you think is just a red herring, or do you think it's going to become a core part
That's
of these sorts of
Pandora's box, I think. Legislation currently prevents it in Australia. I think it's going to stay that way, although there's a bit of noise that if you just I think some of the mistakes that were made is, firstly, lots of people don't like it because it's interfering with nature, but secondly, because people were silly enough to use things like human promoters in some of their experiments to do certain things with gene modifications, and that doesn't create a good feel, I think, for society. And thirdly, when we've been involved with cloning or things like that, the animals have never entered the food chain, so it's been a huge. The research has kind of been lost. Very expensive research has been lost. I'm not sure how many people are that committed to participating in it, because I actually wonder whether people will just say our company is just going to take the stance that we're not involved in that.
I think there's a lot of PRRS virus resistant pigs now from gene editing.
Oh, yes.
Hanging out in the US waiting for a market. I'm just wondering whether that's just, as you say, going to be
so we don't have
blind
PRRS, so we don't have to worry about that. We did eliminate the HAL, but that was through standard testing. So I don't think there's anything on a horizon in Australia that would make our companies want to actually do it, because I don't think it's hard pressed for society to get engagement there, I think.
Yeah. Thank you. I think that's an interesting one for tea time as well. I trust Lisa's eye better than mine, because I have the same problem as some other speakers here, but she told me there are no questions there, just comments. I'm sure you can have a look at them later when you have time.
It sounds like that's all from geneticists then, if it's comments.
Just ignore them. Okay, everybody, thank you for this brilliant session, and we will have tea time now until 11:15. Lisa, do you have any other housekeeping rules for now? No. Okay, thank you everybody, and let's just give a hand to our speakers.
Our first speaker is Dr. John Rist from the Doornie Agricultural Institute in the Eastern Cape. John is well known. His current work is focusing on developing alternative livestock production systems in the developing sector. And this morning, John will speak to us on heat stress. Heat stress as a major disruptor of physiological processes in livestock. Thank you, Dr. Rist.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not entirely sure why Skalk asked me to talk on heat stress, because I'm by no means an expert. But looking back into my history, I was born in the middle of winter in the Karoo, so I experienced the cold stress that Nearly has talked about. I was raised on an extensive sheep farm in the Karoo, so I had all the heat stress you can think of. And then to top it all off, I went to work in the United Arab Emirates for a few years, and I think that pushed me over the limit. And after listening to Kim this morning, I think I also suffer from a bit of what do you call it? Compassion fatigue, due to my line of work. Now, the title is quite heavy, but it is exactly what it is. Heat stress is a major disruptor of physiological processes in livestock. And you will see as we go on what I'm trying to get at. So just a bit of background. I don't want to dwell on it too long because we're pressed for time. Livestock occupies 1/3 of the ice-free terrestrial surface. It's a very important commodity. Agriculture sector contributes about 53% of gross GDP, and it's growing. And livestock is a major component of that. It supports about 600 million poor smallholder farmers in the developing world, provides direct jobs for 1.3 million people. It's a significant role in global food supply, and we can go through it as you can see it there. But the big thing is, the products from livestock will probably have to double by the year 2050. And that is what we are facing under more challenging conditions. Heat stress is one, animal welfare goes with it. So we will have to produce under those conditions, and we will have to double our production. That is what we are dealing with. That's probably a bit of a harsh thing to say, but this is our real problem. It's the world population. It took all of human history to reach a total of 1 billion people by 1800 AD. Then another 100 years for 2 billion to reach 2 billion. Another 30 years for 3 billion. And then 1 billion people every 11 years thereafter. We're currently looking at 7.5 to 8 billion by 2025 and 11 billion by 2050. And the worst case scenario is 16 billion by 2100. That's the real issue. And we have to feed these people. And we will have to feed them under more and more challenging conditions. Now, livestock production systems are usually defined by this, classified by this, the agroclimatic component, whether it's arid, semi-arid, whatever the case may be, the type, whether it's solely livestock mixed with crops, the resource, is it grassland-based or is it landless? And when it's grassland-based, whether it's ruminant, or only a ruminant there, and if it's landless, if it's monogastric or ruminant. So that's how we come up with our livestock production systems, and those are the drivers of it. But it's a bit more complicated than that. The type of livestock production we practice, the system we have, is determined by the existing climate, and that's the topic of today. The available market, import, export, you produce according to the market. The urbanization rate is becoming more and more important. As the urbanization rate increases, people have the means to buy livestock products. They earn more money and they demand livestock products. They can pay a premium. it also brings a bit of a peri-urban livestock production into the system as well. The livestock producer skill plays a huge role. You will not find somebody that can only do extensive livestock all of a sudden entering into an intensive system. It doesn't work that way. Then green agriculture awareness and the level of consumer sophistication, they go together. More and more we find that the consumer demands how that product is produced. That's also connecting to what we are here for. That awareness is going to become more and more important, and they are going to demand to know if our livestock production systems adhere to what they think are appropriate. What we have here. Let me just close it. Then obviously tradition and culture determines how we produce our livestock and what we farm with. Also very important. And then the available resource. Obviously that makes sense. We can only work with what we have. Just a few general comments, and I'm just putting it in because I think we were a bit hysterical when climate change first dawned on us, and everybody tried to defend livestock production. There's nothing really to defend. Our contribution to greenhouse gas emissions, I think, are overestimated. And I also feel that the mitigation that we are trying to implement to counter that will have a minimal effect. We must rather mitigate against the effects of climate change. And I think we must rather adapt to the effects of climate change. Rather spend our energy as scientists, practitioners, whatever field we practice in, rather spend our energy there instead of trying to justify why we are here. I'm going to concentrate more on extensive livestock production systems because in South Africa, that is the system that will be more prone to heat stress. And remember, we're actually talking about heat stress here. You may think that I'm now going somewhere else. I will come back to heat stress. They are more exposed to the elements. They are more vulnerable to changing climatic conditions. They're more reliant on nature for food and water supply. They tend to be exposed to a variety of diseases and zoonosis. They are sort of renowned for poor efficiency, low production, inconsistent quality, and inconsistent supply. Now that may sound a bit harsh, but if you look at the total extensive livestock production system in South Africa, and I will explain to you that we actually have a dual system. That is actually true. I like to show this graph, and it's connecting to heat stress. They did the studies in Africa where they looked at the probability of farming with livestock or owning livestock as temperature changes. And as temperature increases on the axis, the x-axis, the probability of farming with livestock also increases. So it tells us that livestock offers a buffer to extreme conditions. That is the type of farming system that you can practice under extreme conditions because it can tolerate it to a large extent. And that's what's making our industry so important. We are busy with something that can actually offer some options under the conditions that we will have to operate. What also happens if temperature increases, if you look at the species of livestock, you will find that sheep and goats become more popular. Whereas your chickens, your dairy cattle, and your beef cattle tend to dip down. Reason for that, small stock are more tolerant to high temperatures. Now what is going to happen during these changing climatic conditions? Now the following are predicted and will all likelihood materialize. If you look at on the nutritional side, feed availability will probably decrease, feed quality will decrease, and the cost of supplementation will increase. Now again, you may say, but there might be parts of the country that will not experience it in the same way, which is true. You may get areas where rainfall will increase and where they can actually do with a higher temperature because it will facilitate better growing conditions. But this is more of a general approach. So on average, this is what we will probably see. The availability of water will decrease. And then we get to the thing that we really have to talk about, and I'll have to get on with it, is heat stress. What will heat stress do to our animals? Lower the feed intake, lower the growth rate, lower the reproduction rate, and we'll be sitting with a compromised immune system. The mortality due to excessive heat, direct impact will increase, and milk production will decrease. That's just heat stress, and we're going to now take heat stress and drill into a bit more in detail. If you look at disease prevalence, there will be seasonal shifting, the duration of diseases where you would have experienced it during a certain period of the year or for a certain period of the year. That window might increase. We might see novel diseases that we haven't seen before, or we see them in areas where we've never seen it before. There will be a change in vector distribution and disease prevalence, spatial shifting, where you would have experienced in one part of the country, you might now see it in other parts of the country as well. Now this, combined with a compromised immune system, spells a bit of a disaster. When you look at breed variety, some breeds may not be available for production or not suitable for production anymore under changing conditions. Now we get to the real story. Heat stress and livestock. What's the interaction? Now, climate change will have a significant negative impact on the feasibility and economic viability of livestock production. We will have to say that to ourselves. That will be the case. Hotter days and nights and extreme heat waves will occur and will increase in intensity, duration, and frequency. I think that's a given. Now, heat stress will now become a major disruptor of physiological processes in our livestock production systems. What do we mean by the term heat stress? Is that the body temperature exceeds the range specified for the thermoneutral zone, and the total heat load will exceed the animal's capacity to dissipate heat. But this will inevitably lead to production losses, economic losses, sorry about that, and increase risk and fragilities, which will lead to an ethical dilemma for us as livestock producers. And that's why we are here. We will have to find a way to deal with it. In South Africa, we have two systems. And I will show you why I'm showing this. We have the commercial side and the developing side. The commercial side sits with about 60 to 70% of the resource. That's what they have available to produce. The developing side sits on about 30 to 40% of the resource. The commercial side, and I'm only working on the reproduction rate. Almost take that as your level of production. The commercial side sits on about 65% reproduction rate. That is, you can say there, actual output, production. The developing side, only 35%. So in effect, it means that a cow only calves every third year. Then what do we actually get into the market? For every 100 units produced on this side, about 30 find their way into the market. For every 100 units produced on this side, only 7 finds their way into the market. Now there's no way that we're going to get to doubling our livestock production output if we don't sort out the developing side. There is no way. Because our commercial farmers are almost there. You can still tweak it a bit, but you're not going to get a doubling. So the doubling will have to come from the developing side. We have no choice. What has heat stress already done? in the wild, where we can actually see the effects of heat stress, where we don't have a control environment. It's already had an effect on species distribution, population size, time of reproduction, migration events, and the increase in frequency of pests and diseases. We're already seeing that in wild populations. What you see there is going to follow, but at least we have a way of controlling it, or we have the means to control it. When we talk about heat stress, we're not just talking about temperature, we're talking about the temperature humidity index, and that is the formula for it. So the higher your humidity combined with temperature, you have problems. How does it manifest in an animal? The physiological determinants of heat stress is an increase in respiration rate, increase in rectal temperature, increase in pulse rate, skin temperature, and sweating rate. With respiration rate being the most indicative of an animal under heat stress. That will be the first sign. They will start panting, or they will breathe rapidly. Now, this is mostly due to an increase in prolactin levels. Prolactin is a hormone that controls about 300 functions in the body. Now, heat stress is a signal for prolactin to be increased. So you can imagine how many things are changing in the body because of prolactin increases. But it's also the main driver of respiration rate and sweating rate. Now, heat stress in livestock, it happens at different levels. In summary, heat stress mainly have an effect on the following physiological levels. The one is a molecular level, and then a cellular level. And then you go on to the systems. What systems are being affected? The integumentary system, that's the epidermis, dermis, hair, nails, and all the glands associated with it. The cardiovascular system, the immune system, respiratory system, digestive system, the reproductive system, in the endocrine system. There's not much left to keep the system running. So I'm just showing you this to press home the gravity of the situation. Heat stress affects all those systems. And I mean, they are absolutely key, absolutely key. If you go to the molecular level that I've talked about, before we get to the cellular level, what happens on a molecular level? And it's mainly the antioxidant system that is affected. There's a disturbance in the balance between pro-oxidants and antioxidants. That's the main thing. There's overproduction of free radicals and reactive oxygen species. We're looking at a decrease in the antioxidant defense of the body and an increase in cytotoxicity. That's what happens on a molecular level. The first organelle that is basically compromised is the mitochondria. The mitochondria is the energy factory of the body. So you're immediately looking at heat stress hitting you where it almost matters the most for the physiological systems. If we then go to the cellular level, what does heat stress do on a cellular level? It affects the fluidity and the stability of the cellular membrane. It inhibits receptors and transmembrane transport, the transmembrane protein transport function. It disrupts the cytoskeletal arrangement, cell form, mitotic apparatus, endoplasmatic reticulum, the lysosomes. It affects DNA polymerization, also RNA polymerization, and it basically disrupts protein synthesis. Now, you know, this is what the body runs on, protein synthesis. So what does it do on a metabolic level? Feed intake. Heat stress stimulates the hypothalamic axis increases leptin and adiponectin levels in the receptors. It decreases ghrelin levels from the abomasum, and that leads to reduced feed intake. It makes the animal not wanting to eat. That's what we're basically dealing with. When you look at protein metabolism, it down-regulates protein synthesis at the transcriptional level. At the very basic level of protein synthesis, it's disrupted. Lipid metabolism, decreased lipolysis, carbohydrate metabolism, is a drop in the circulation of glucose, is basically being used as a preferred fuel because it's under a stress condition. The body will immediately start using as much glucose as it can get to. Then you see hyperinsulinemia, increased insulin levels, and that also explains the drop in the glucose levels. If you look at the immune system, heat stress creates an imbalance between the Th1 and Th2 cell cytokines. What does that mean? It will affect the cell-mediated and the humoral immune response of the animal if faced by an antigen. Glucocorticoid production by the hypothalamus is chiefly responsible for this because the effect it has on the cytokine production. That's where your cortisol comes into play. So far, most of the things have been affected by prolactin, and this is now where cortisol comes into play. And that's why people like to measure cortisol production as an indicator of heat stress. But the actual giveaway is prolactin. Prolactin is the first thing you can measure to see if an animal is under heat stress. Now, this will lead to an abnormal response to an infection, and it leads to a compromised immune system. What effect does it have on the reproduction system? I'm just running through the systems, more or less the ones we mentioned. There's a decrease in follicle-stimulating hormone and luteinizing hormone secretion, decreased estradiol production, decreased luteinizing hormone receptor levels. It has an effect on follicular growth and obviously an effect on ovulation. It suppresses ovulation. I'm basically talking about ruminants here. Just keep in mind that most of the things that I'm saying here is directly related to ruminants, the extensively farmed animals that we usually deal with. On the male side, you're looking at reduction in sperm production, sperm quality, and motility is affected. Just quickly, if you look at the dairy cow, just a schematic, just to bring things together and give you a good idea what goes wrong where. It starts with the brain, where there's a impairment of the hormone production, the prolactins and the ACTH that we talked about. It has an effect on the adrenal cortex, where cortisol is produced. It has an effect on liver function. And then you come to the reproduction side. It even has an effect on the cumulus oocyte complexes. So the oocyte doesn't mature normally. So even at that level, you already have an interference from heat stress. If that oocyte makes it through maturation and you get fertility, then you get a problem in the early embryonic development because of mainly protein synthesis that is disrupted. So there's a lot of things that can go wrong around reproduction. It has an effect on milk production, it has an effect on the rumen, it changes the pH, changes the microbiome in the rumen, it changes the passage rate. And obviously we've already talked about the abomasum that is controlling the feed intake or the willingness to feed. So just looking at a cow, schematically we can see what can go wrong where, and it's quite significant. I just want to tell you a short story if I have time. I've jokingly referred to my time in the UAE, and I got the dubious honor to work with the president's dairy cows. He only drinks his own milk produced by his own cows. He never gets something from the market. The one farm was on the beach in Abu Dhabi, and they had Holsteins. Now you had to use basically every trick in the book and every hormone available just to remotely get a cow pregnant. Well, just to get it to cycle. If it so happens that she cycled, then you have to maintain the pregnancy. It got to a level where we couldn't get a single cow pregnant. We had to import late-stage pregnancy cows, only to keep production going. Then he said to us, but okay, this is not good enough, I need another dairy farm. This one was inland, so it was a drier condition, higher temperatures, but not the same humidity. We thought, okay, let's just get away from the Holstein thing. And we convinced him to import jerseys from Australia, because they can take heat a bit better. It's the first time in my life that I saw dairy cows panting. I've never seen it before. They had to pant to dissipate the heat. But inland, we had a better chance. Okay, it was a different breed, but we had a better chance. We could run at a 50-60% pregnancy rate. Again, using every trick in the book, but at least we could get there. But we just took the humidity part away, and it was a bit of a different approach. The farm was slightly different, better cooling systems, and obviously a different breed. So you can do things about it, but then you get into situations where you just can't do a thing. And obviously the president doesn't want to know about heat stress. What is your problem? I want milk. So yeah. Okay, but if you look at livestock production systems, these are the components. It's nutrition, health, genetics, the actual management system, and reproduction and the associated physiological processes is sort of a result of that. The green ones are the ones that we can do something about. We can manipulate it. And we have a room full of people that knows a thing or two about these things. I just jokingly said to one of my colleagues, after listening to all of this, I'm pretty sure we're not going to be out of a job soon because there's too much to do for all of us. These are the things that can be tweaked in a way to mitigate against heat stress. Now, what can we do as far as the animal component is concerned? I think we should go back, and we've advocated this for a long time, that indigenous breeds are important. We should conserve them, both in situ and ex situ. I think we are there now. We have to utilize them. And I'm not saying at all cost. There are certain breeds that we currently utilize, exotic breeds, that have enough genetic variability within the population that we can select, even in the exotic ones, animals that can cope with heat stress. But it is unfortunate that the continuous selection for improved performance is a negative correlation with that in heat tolerance. If you select for increased performance, you usually have animals that cannot handle heat as well as the lower performance. Phenotypic characteristics. I think we should go back to desert animals and see what they look like. And I know the Australians don't want horns, but that's a way of dissipating heat. So we have a bit of a dilemma. We're probably looking at animals that have got long legs, smaller bodies, large sinuses, big horns, large ears. And look at your typical desert animal, that's the way they are built. There's a reason for it. Color, light in color, but with sufficient pigment. Coat, short and shiny. And we can do something about species diversification. I think we should probably, in all probability, bring in more small stock components in areas where we can farm with them. They are better at handling heat. And obviously introducing a larger wildlife component where possible. Then the resource, extremely important. We have to go back to the basics. We keep on harping about the animals and what we do about the animals, but if we don't sort out the resource, we're not going anywhere. So we will come up with appropriate grazing systems that's good for maximal growth, available feed quality, sustainable for species diversification, maintenance and propagation. Smaller camps, reduce walking distances. provide shade in the form of tree clumps, artificial structures, more water points. Under heat stress conditions, animals can consume up to 50% more water. We'll probably have to look at the modification of our feed composition, feeding more rumen bypass proteins and fats. That's to counter the metabolic response to heat stress. Strategic and focused supplementation, glutathione, ascorbic acid, vitamins A, C, and E, trace minerals, selenium, and antioxidants such as carotenoids and polyphenolics. These are all designed to counter the cellular response to heat stress. It's antioxidants. So we'll have to start bringing that more into our diets. Something strange, provision of solar lights for night grazing. Animals doesn't like to graze in the dark, but they like to graze when it's cool. So if we can provide artificial lights, maybe we can create another window for them to graze. Then obviously handling animals on the cooler periods of the day. I'm not going to go through all of this because we're a little bit pushed for time. Obviously with the intensive systems, I've talked about the extensive systems, where we also farm with ruminants under intensive conditions. We'll have to look at the design of our buildings, and our engineers will have a field day. I mean, they can come up with the most innovative designs you can think of, and we really need it. We really need it. Just a few recommendations, concluding remarks. The strategy for climate-smart agriculture and farming under heat stress conditions should not be much different from how we do things anyway. We'll just have to intensify the way we look at it. Land care programs for rangeland conservation will become absolutely essential. We cannot afford nutritional stress combined with heat stress. We simply cannot afford it. At least try and alleviate the problems there. And then it's all about monitoring systems, early warning systems. In South Africa, we tend to react when the drought's already there, or the heat wave is already there. We will really have to look at preventative ways instead of reactive ways. So we will have to do a lot on the veterinary side, on the weather information, the extension services, all of that. We will have to find a way that the farmers got access to information timelessly, so they can react to it. We've talked about this. Something that I just quickly want to mention. I think we can also be innovative and say, let's look at the mitigative things against climate change, and let's look at the responses of farmers. We can create a climate insurance fund that if you adhere to certain practices, and that can be the welfare practices as well. If you adhere to certain welfare principles and you adhere to certain mitigative practices against climate change or whatever you want to call it or whatever the effect is, as you produce, as you market your animals, a small levy should go into a fund. That fund should be available for drought relief, flood relief, whatever. But if you don't contribute, if you don't adhere, you're not part of it. You can only access it if you sort of follow what is advised. Now, all of these things that we've mentioned can only be done if we have the ability to make informed assessments and decisions on imminent threats. Info. We can't make decisions if we don't have the info. We should have the ability to make an informed choice from a range of options. We as practitioners, extension officers, veterinarians, scientists should be able to provide a farmer with a list of possibilities, that he can make a choice. What can work for me? There's not a one shoe fits all type of thing. We should be able to implement the preferred option. We should have the skills, the money, and the infrastructure. And we should be able to implement our option because the policy is there, the governance is there, and the rights. For instance, just an example, I can tell a communal farmer you must do A, B, C, and D, but he doesn't have the right to do it in the environment that he operates. So it makes no sense. So all of those things will have to fall in place before you can make your choice on how you're going to change your livestock production system, that you can handle climate change, that you do it in an ethical way. So all of those things will have to fall in place. Thank you, Chair. I think that's about the end of my story. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rist. I think we have time for one quick question.
Thank you for that interesting presentation. Heat stress is a major issue both in the tropical area and also in the temperate areas. So, but there is something you talked about, the intensive production system, the mitigation strategies that can be put in place, cooling fans and things like that. But I think most of them still actually depend on regular power supply.
Regular what?
Power supply.
Yes.
Yes. To do that, and not all African countries can actually adopt this because of irregular power supply. So I think we should also look at other aspects that are not related to power in terms of mitigating heat stress in animals.
I think there we set with a fairly early solution. Heat stress is accompanied with sunshine, so solar should be the way. I think we can use it effectively and almost in a synchronized way. Because when you actually need alleviation from heat stress, you should have enough power available if you have a solar system. So solar is absolutely the way to go. For your lighting in the evenings, during the day when you need your cooling systems, solar.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rist. Our next speaker needs no introduction. So, Prof. Skalk. Prof. Skalk will address us on quantifying responses to hot conditions in divergency breeds farmed within South Africa. Prof. Skalk.
Okay, there goes. It shouldn't take so long. It's only 5 megabytes. Ah, there it goes. Okay, excellent. Thank you, Chair. So right now we are going to talk about a bit about heat stress. And to introduce it, South Africa is arid with large areas only suitable for extensive livestock production, so there's no potential of cropping. And sheep have provided farmers with a stable and reliable income. Well, I think we agree that climate is likely to become more unstable with more extreme heat during summer, the more cold snaps during winter. And like John has put it, sheep and goats are generally more resilient. What we do not have is we have limited local knowledge on the responses to elevated temperatures, as well as the effectiveness of interventions such as breed substitution, and I could also add within breed selection. Against this background, it's important to assess available breeds for their ability to withstand and increase temperature and understand the adaptive mechanisms under heat stress and quantify differences between breeds, but also between individuals within breeds. So the aims are to evaluate sheep breeds for heat stress indicators under thermoneutral and more challenging conditions, and also to see if there is a bit of repeatability to work with and if they re-rank when they're in different conditions. The work was conducted at Langewens Farm in the Mediterranean region of South Africa. And Langewens is one of those places where we expect maximum temperatures in midsummer of above 30 degrees of centigrade. And we recorded 80 mixed age ewes of 8 breeds, so 10 per breed. And these breeds were actually the Merino, which is an international wool breed, Duni Merino, which is a wool composite, the SA Mutton Merino dual purpose, and then 2 terminal sire breeds, the Dormer and the Ile-de-France. So the Dormer is a local composite, and the Ile-de-France is a well-known international breed. And then we also have the Dorper, and the Dorper is actually a commercial breed, but it is composite with a temperate and heat-adapted breed. So let's call it 50% heat-adapted. And then the Meatmaster is also a composite with a Dorper with a heat-adapted breed. So in other words, let's call it 75% adapted. And then the Namakwa Afrikaner, which is unselected indigenous breed with a fat tail. Which I think we could call heat adapted, and those secondary traits that John has talked about, you know, a long slender body, long legs, ears, that sort of thing, is all characteristics of the Namakwa Afrikaner. Now, the experimental outlay and the data recorded, we looked at online weather forecast services to identify a period with temperatures that we think that is going to maximize at above 30 degrees. And the animals were recorded in 3 mornings and 3 afternoons during 2022 as part of the master's work of Shannon Stein. And we basically only use 3 heat stress indicators, namely skin temperature with a laser-based thermometer, the respiration rate, like John said, the very first step in looking at heat stress, and then also rectal temperature. So the ewes were divided in smaller paddocks for easier recording, and respiration rate was actually recorded at a distance to have a minimum interference with the sheep, and because the small paddocks was used to make sure that we need to restrain the sheep, but we need to do it with a minimal kind of discomfort to the sheep, and also minimal exertion on their behalf, because that's going to influence whatever we want to record. And then the ewes were okay, I've said that. And of course, for the respiration rate, we need the ewes to be identifiable from a distance. So climate data, we had tiny tag data loggers in the center of the experimental area, and it basically recorded temperature and relative humidity. And then we used the THI as Jana suggested. Now the statistical model is mixed model using ISAE. Fixed effects method was fitted was the ewe breed and the day of recording, time of recording, morning or afternoon, and then of course some interactions, and then some random effects of the ewe and the ewe by time of day for re-ranking. And we could use the between ewe variances for repeatability estimates. And this is just a graph of what it was like. So mornings are in bluish and afternoons pinkish, so you can see the time and date, and then you could see the relative humidity here and the temperature here. Do you actually see the cursor? Because I'm trying to show you with the cursor what is where, but I'm not sure that I actually. Okay, so the laser pointer is better. So this is the temperature on this side and the humidity on this side, and then to average. So you can see basically the relative humidity is the mirror image of temperature, and of course the temperature kind of dominates the relative humidity index. So during the morning recordings, the animals were quite in the thermal neutral zone, and during the afternoon recordings everything is quite higher, and that was quite consistent for the 3 days. So on average, the morning recordings was at the average DHI of 19%, so it's non-existent to slight levels of heat stress. In the afternoons, the THI actually exceeded 27, which are termed as dangerous levels of heat stress. Okay, and now what we look at the respiration rate. So in this case, we have our breeds. And what I did is I used the breeds that come from temperate regions. So the Dooney, Dormer, Ile-de-France, up to the S. Martin Merino. I grouped them as one and got the average. And then the 50% and the 75% as well as the 100% heat-adapted animal. And you see in the mornings, there was a bit of a higher respiration rate in these temperate breeds, and then it declined a bit until the Meatmaster and the Makwa Afrikaner, which mostly did the same. And this whole scheme was just at a higher level in the afternoon. So you can see the effect of heat on respiration rate, which is quite huge. And then a bit of a steeper incline through the Dorper down to the more heat-adapted breeds. So I think, in a sense, that is quite interesting. I wonder, especially during the hot times, the two wool breeds actually went a bit below the line, and I wonder whether it has to do with fatness, whether it has to do with the capacity of wool to insulate animals, but we don't know as of yet. So the morning values range from about 52 for the Meatmaster and Makwa Afrikaner, 59 for the Dorpers, and then the average of 82 for the other breeds. And the corresponding average were just at a higher level, and again following the same pattern as can be seen in the graphs. But when we look at the rectal temperature, in the morning there was not really a pattern and not really any indications that the temperate breeds were worse off than the more adapted breeds. Under hotter conditions, maybe a bit, but not really. And what we could see is that these actually range in a narrow band of about 0.3 degrees of centigrade, both in the morning and in the afternoons. So I think to wrap up everything, I forgot about the skin temperatures. Because it was rather unimportant. So it increased from cooler mornings to the hotter afternoons, and this increase, we measured it on the cheek, and I think what happened is solar radiation interfered with it, because even though we tried to measure it in the shade, you don't know if the hue is just turned and it has been subjected to solar radiation just previously. And what we found is the breeds with dark heads, the Dorper and the Makwa Afrikaner, had higher kind of temperatures. And I think that is kind of self-explanatory, and we didn't consider it further. When we look at repeatability, so rectal temperature had a repeatability of about 16%. Remember, this is very short term. It was done on over 3 days. And respiration rate didn't really have repeatability, but it was subject to re-ranking. And skin temperature was both ways, and I think quite a bit of that in the mornings you would find that there's no solar radiation, whereas in the afternoons you would find solar radiation. And I think even that could play a role in the re-ranking and the repeatability effects, and I actually don't think it's a very good measurement for this type of situation. Maybe when we're indoors and we don't have interference from the sun, it would be better. Now, okay, to conclude, it was quite evident that rectal temperature, respiration rate, and spot temperature increased when hotter, and like I said, spot temperature may not be a very good parameter, but rectal temperatures were at least lowly to moderately repeatable. So there is a potential role for traits for current flock selection as would be informed by repeatability estimates. And I think we need to study the re-ranking of ewes further. And then long-term studies need further study. A few take-home messages. So I think all breeds were able to maintain their rectal temperatures in a relatively narrow band. But breeds from temporal regions need the higher respiration rate to be able to do so. And the additional energy need could compete with energy required for other production functions if heat stress persists, like it was pointed out by John quite ably. So breeds with indigenous content may better adapt to the anticipated water conditions expected in future. So long-term studies need to be planned for future. So the aim is to study the sheep breeds here over an entire summer period. Intra-rumen temperature measuring devices will be used, and I think this is anticipated to give us better indications of what is actually happening. And I think with that, I only need to thank a few people and instances, and I guess that's that.
Thank you very much, Prof. Skalk. Any questions from the floor? There's one there.
I got two sort of questions, but they're kind of related. I was wondering, given the talk we just heard from Jean about prolactin and glucocorticoids as good indicators of heat stress, whether you would also plan to include those in further studies. And we also know that lots of animals will use behavioural adaptations to cope with heat stress as well, and whether there's plans to include that in future studies as well.
There's actually quite a bit of planning involved in that, and no, we weren't actually considering let's say the hormonal things you mentioned. It's something to keep in mind in future. We do. Kuda is going to talk in a while, and we do have a bit of a look at wool cortisol in this case to see what is happening, and maybe we should extend it to those as well, if he gets good results from the present things. And then what was the other thing? Yeah. Behavior. We try to do that, and Niels is actually where is he? He's disappeared, it seems. But anyhow, he's actually trying to get a device to measure respiration rate on a more continuous basis that would add to our information on that level as well. And also there is the opportunity to go and sit outside there and have a look at how they interact, let's say, with each other and with potential shade that may be in the paddocks. In general, not when we are out here, doing this short-term test, because Kuda is also going to do some of these short-term tests. And I could just add, because he's going to do it over a longer period with greater intervals, we are going to get a better handle on the repeatability of things that we have not had in the short-term kind of test that we have done so far.
Any further questions?
I was just wondering. Sorry, I was just wondering if the...
I wasn't running away. I was just going to face the microphone.
I was just wondering if the next step would be to consider having this for a longer period of time. Have you also considered the use of heat body temperature measuring devices that you can use to give you a continuous measurement of the core body temperature instead of using the
Yeah. So we're collaborating with a person at the University of Western Australia, and they actually devised the intraruminal device that you can leave in the rumen of the animal. You retrieve it at slaughter, and then you get the overload of data because the temperature is estimated over a long time period. But now, you have to make sense about this lot of data. Yeah. So that's going to be a new challenge. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Prof. Klute. Now we're moving from mammals and ruminants to reptiles. We're Prof. Jan Meiberg, Department of Paraclinical Sciences at Onderste Poort, is going to address us on environmental temperature, behavior, and welfare. What can we learn something new from the Nile crocodile? Thank you, Prof.
All right. All right, thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, you will think now, why do we have a crocodile lecture between all the sheep lectures? The crocodile is considered to be a super predator, and you don't want a super predator amongst your sheep. But anyway, Lisa asked me to stand in for somebody who couldn't come. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about our work. And temperature is a big factor for crocodiles. So because they poikilothermic, they know about temperature. And I must just tell you, I've got good news, or maybe it's bad news, is that crocodiles will outlive us. So we're working on an idea of maybe sending a paper to Nature, because with all our crocodile work, we picked up a pattern that they are super survivors. They're most probably going to outlive mammals. If you just give them the opportunity with different temperatures and environment, they will adapt to that. So what I'm going to do, let me just see if I can get the next slide. So I'm going to, all right. So it was amazing to listen to some of the speakers yesterday, because we sit with the same problems. We've got similar problems. We've got welfare problems. And on a crocodile farm, everything you see on a farm, it's related to welfare. Everything on a crocodile farm related to welfare. And we've got stress problems. We've started working on stress about 10 years ago with the Huntsman team, the fecal corticosterones, to try and measure stress. So stress is a big thing. We've got health issues on crocodile farms because we keep them intensively. It is an intensive system. It's not like the free roaming crocodiles, the wild crocodiles in rivers, outside in parks, etc., etc. We've got an intensive system, so the crocodiles develop all sorts of ailments. And obviously the environmental factors are very, very important, and temperature very important, because crocodiles, through behavior, will regulate their own temperature, the core temperature in the body, by using whatever they have in environment. And it's amazing to see that even in Kruger National Park, where we've done some work on wild crocodiles and farm crocodiles, that their core temperature is more or less the same. It's 24.5 degrees Celsius, the core temperature. So wherever you are as a crocodile, you will try and keep your core temperature exactly on that line. So I'm going to, with this lecture, I'm going to go a little bit back to basics. I'm going to not go into detail. I'll give you the references and I'll refer to some of the publications. But this is a picture from it's an old picture from an old crocodile farm, one of the oldest crocodile farms in South Africa. It's not far from here. It's in Pretoria. It's in Gauteng province, and this is the old system that we used a long time ago. You can see it's stocking density too high. It's all the old farmers in the 60s, 70s decided that crocodiles, because they're more active at night, they must be kept in the dark. So this is all roofed over, completely dark. The lights were put on for the picture. You can see a high stocking density, not a lot of water, and a lot of animals. And I can tell you now, this building is sick. We don't use this building at all anymore, because with the tiled floors, we have a severe fungal infection that we can't get rid of. So this building is the size of a rugby field, but nobody can use it. The farmer can't use it. But you can see the welfare issues. High stocking density, the water is not clean, etc., etc. Now this is a more modern setup. This is also a crocodile farm just outside Gauteng, and you can see different type of housing, not houses with roofs over. Now we've got plastic, and the stocking density is much better. In this case, it was a behavioral study, so this was a low stocking density. So this is a little bit too low because the farmer will not make money if the stocking density is so low. But you can see the difference. Plastic, it's more open. We need the sun to come in to clean the floors, etc., etc. It's a different approach. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about background. We think that some of the oldest crocodile farms, they come from southern Africa, most probably Rhodesia, Zimbabwe now. So old farms there, they started with that with the Australians. We're working on a paper to try and capture this whole thing of who started crocodile farming first in the world. And I'm also going to tell you a little bit about crocodile pioneers that we have coming from Zimbabwe and South Africa. So 2 pioneers that still recognized all over the world in the crocodile fraternity. We also had an exotic leather research center at the University of Pretoria. Unfortunately, it only was active for 5 years because the funding stopped. But interesting to see there, I don't know if you can see what this is. That's an ostrich, and there's the crocodile. So that was we thought that we're going to be very smart, and we designed it like that. So there's the crocodile and there's the ostrich because the focus was on leather, exotic leather, and not focus on crocodiles per se. So the first pioneer, and if I use the word pioneer, it's not 200 years ago. We only started farming with crocodiles about 50 years ago, 40 years ago. So we're not close to the sheep people or the pig, poultry industries. We are farming with these animals, but we don't know them. So I always tell the students, you can drive your very expensive Mercedes-Benz car. You just need to know how to switch it on and where the petrol is and where the brakes are. That's all. You don't have to know what's going on inside there, the electronics and the engine, etc. Exactly what we do with crocodile farming. We know how to do it, and it's working through trial and error, but we don't know exactly what is working inside their heads. These animals. So Fritz Hoogsemeyer is the first pioneer. So he was the author of the crocodile book about veterinary medicine of crocodiles. It's still used all over the world. I can remember that he flew to Australia to go and help Graham Webb, who's a big farmer in Australia, with some of his mortalities. And that was Fritz Hoogsemeyer flying from Pretoria to Australia to go and help there in Australia. So the other pioneer is Tony Pooley. So he worked in KwaZulu-Natal, and he focused on crocodile behavior. So that is the interesting part why I included him, because he worked on crocodile behavior, and he obviously worked on wild crocodiles. This is a wild crocodile that we processed, that we worked with in the same area where Tony worked in St. Lucia, Lake St. Lucia. But every second year we have an international meeting, a crocodile specialist group meeting, and there's not a single person interested in crocodile behavior if you focus on farm crocodiles. We have about 3 or 4 specialists focusing on wild crocodiles. Jeff Lang, who's a co-author on some of our papers, he's a wild crocodile behavioral specialist, but it's not romantic enough to work on farm crocodiles. And we say that we can learn a lot from crocodiles under stress. They in high numbers, high stocking densities, and they're on farms. So Tony Pooley became very famous for his observations that the crocodile mother, there is maternal care, that the mother will guard the nest, and those are the black and white pictures that you see here. The mother is looking after the nest. She will guard the nest. As soon as she will hear the hatchlings calling, the distress call. It's something like, So they will call from inside, she will open a nest, take them in her mouth, take them to the water, and she will look after them for a while. And it's not only the females, the males will also look after the young. So, and you can sometimes see a female or a male looking after 100, 120 hatchlings. The nest size is about 35 to 40 eggs, so they don't even worry about other females' offspring. They look after them. And that is a way that you can actually call wild crocodiles. If you're in the right time of the year and you make the distress call of a hatchling, then all of them will come and to investigate. All of the big ones. And that is probably sometimes not a good thing, but yeah. So if you do the distress call, and you can actually do it very well, they will respond. I know there's a lady in France working on recording this and playing it back and see how crocodiles will behave. So I just want to give you some background about crocodile farming. I thought in the beginning of talking about some of our findings, but if you don't know the background about crocodile farming, it's going to be hanging in the air there. So I'm just going to tell you a little bit about crocodile farming and how we do it, and then you will see, you can actually try and see some welfare issues looking at the pictures. But as I said, we don't know enough about crocodiles, so we're still learning every day. So it's an intensive system. We keep the mothers and fathers, so it's a captive bred system. We have the breeders on the farm. We harvest the eggs from the nest. It's they're seasonal breeders, so they will start laying eggs basically now, September, October, November, they lay eggs, and all the eggs will go into incubator, and they start hatching November, December, January. It's about a 76-day incubation period that we prefer. And most of the farms visited regularly by the NSPC inspectors, and in 2018, 2017, 2018, we had a big issue with the inspectors telling the farmers to put up shade. So they focused only on shade, and then we realized there is a problem, and we started focusing on temperature, because we started measuring the temperature in pens, crocodile pens, and we saw that it was extremely high. So let's just look at the typical farm. So this is a typical breeder setup, different farms. It's not different pictures from different farms. You can see here at the bottom, this is the typical setup, big open water, all concrete in this case. You can see that is not good for temperature. It becomes very, very hot. And the nests are on the side there. You can see the mountains, Magalies Mountains there at the back. That it confirms that it's very close. This is also another farm. You can see it's open water, islands. A lot of farmers remove the trees. They don't want trees there because a lot of birds, because of the old association between birds and crocodiles, a lot of birds like to nest there because they feel safe. And you can see this farm, the breeders extremely obese. So we had two American researchers asking us to come and do some diabetes mellitus type 2 work on these crocodiles because they're overfat. But it's extremely difficult to work with them because they weigh more than half a ton, so each. And you can't go in there because you will become a titbit to eat. So the next, what the farmer's doing now, they're removing eggs. So you need to remove the eggs because if they do hatch in that environment, you're never going to get them out. Who's going to swim to the middle, to the island to go and get them? So you need to remove the eggs, put them in an incubator, and then it's completely separated. So the one line is here, and the animals go on the side. All right, so this is, you must watch out for the females. Yeah, so the hatchlings will come out, we grow them out, and eventually they will look like that. So that is an export abattoir close to Pretoria. It's about 100 kilometers from Pretoria, not in Pretoria, but that is the export abattoir exporting meat to the EU. And this was also a project for one of the University of Pretoria students and from Department of Animal Sciences. So we also started looking then at using sophisticated new technology like drone technology to study crocodiles from a welfare point, because a lot of farmers don't know the number of crocs, they don't know the size of the pens, they don't know the size of the water, they don't know the size of how big how total length of the crocodiles. So all these factors they couldn't tell us. So they always guess, and then they tell you they've got 200 crocodiles, then they've got 300 crocodiles if you count them with the drone. So the engineers also helped us. So we are trying to use AI so that the computer can count and measure the total lengths for us automatically. So this was the first project where we still counted it by hand and measured it by hand. So you can work even sex ratios, you can work out. So this is another farm where we started looking at temperatures with thermal cameras attached to drones flying over it and trying to measure the temperature. So this is a typical nest. You can see this, and this is not a good system. This is also one of the old farms, but if you look clearly, you can see there's a female, there's a female, there's a female, and I can tell you that she's got eggs there, or she's still thinking that the eggs are there. They're not there anymore because we must remove them, but they guard the nest. They wait for the hatchlings to come out so that they can look after them. But basically the graph here is showing us the temperature over this area. You can see grass, plant material is not very hot, very hot, very hot, cooler, 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 and then you can go on like this. This is all done with drone technology. And basically the one publication what we did was to fly with a drone over the same area, the same big complex, the pens, and every hour with a thermal camera, and we also had monitors on the ground, temperature buttons, monitoring temperature, and by flying over this group of animals every hour, we saw the movement, the behavior. Obviously, because it's a reptile, they come out of the water, they're cold, they go to the concrete because that heats up very quickly, and then as it becomes too hot, they will move to areas either back to the water or halfway out of the water, halfway in the water, or they go to sand where they can actually lower their temperature again. So by studying just the numbers, because we don't know them individually, so that, and we can't go in and mark them with spray paint, it's too difficult. So we just look at numbers. They come out, they all basically bask in the sun on the concrete, and then they start doing all sorts of things as soon as they get too hot. I'm nearly finished. So these are interesting pictures from a thermal camera that we used in May this year. It was one of the coldest days in Pretoria during winter. It was early winter, and you can see here's the temperature on the right-hand side, minus 0.1. That's basically freezing point on the concrete here, and this is the crocodiles trying to take this hot spot, using this hot spot. This is basically a ramp or a walkway over the breeder pen, and they go underneath there to try and use some of the heat. This was early morning. You can also see this crocodile, very, very cold environment, but the temperature of the crocodile is very low, but remember, this is all surface temperature. It's all skin temperature. But the core, they try and through behavior, try and keep their core temperatures on a tiki. So this is very important here. This is the same crocodile. This is a normal photograph. This is the thermal picture. And you can see there's the leg, there's the leg. But we think that the osteoderms, those small little bones that they have, they're armor plated, these crocodiles. The osteoderms, that they play a very important role in temperature regulation. So if you have solar radiation lying in the sun with a very dark skin, those osteoderms will play a role in keeping the body underneath the core temperature low. In the morning, what we think is happening is that they will try and get some energy to warm up, but in late afternoon, they will just get rid of that temperature. So 3 recent publications from this year. I just want to emphasize the Applied Animal Behavior Science Journal. So this was now published last week in that journal, and this is all about the temperature and welfare issues in crocodiles, and 3 or more coming. Hopefully they will be submitted early in January, and then we will have a couple of publications focusing on temperature and crocodile behavior. And that is the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Jan. Any questions regarding crocodiles to the speaker? We've got one there at the back.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for a nice presentation, right? So I just wanted to know, what's the mortality like in crocodile hatchlings?
So, believe it or not, the mortality rate is not very high. So, but we must take that with a pinch of salt, if I say that, because we sit with a lot of runs. So we have a lot of hatchlings coming out, and they never eat or they never perform well. So, and a lot of farmers then euthanize those runs, not performing well. So it looks very well, but because they remove the runs, and that is a very good question, because runtism in crocodiles is probably related to behavior. We know that because some crocodiles genetically can't cope with the feed-light intensive system, so they can't do it. And because we know from why I say so, we know that some farmers, the one farmer was Pine Pinar, told me that he used to chuck all the small hatchlings that couldn't cope with the intensive system, because you have a lot of bullies, and because it's in the communal system, they can't get to the food, they can't eat anything, and then the bullies will get bigger and they just get thinner and thinner. And Pine said to me one day, he decided to take his runs and just throw them into his wife's fish pond at home. And because they've got lilies and birds, and it's a very relaxed environment. And they didn't die. They started eating and they started growing. So I think it's like a feedlot. A lot of these small ones, they just can't cope with this intensive system. And Kathy Shulton is a pathologist from Australia who did a lot of work on runtism in crocodiles, because they sit with exactly the same problem. And you get basically what she reported is an adrenal washout, because they're so chronically stressed. They're just afraid of everything, and they later on can't cope, and they just wane away, and they just die. They can't cope. But most of the commercial farmers, they will, after 3 months, go through the pens, and all the ones that didn't grow, or they develop thin necks and rat tails, what we call it rat tails, as soon as they have animal rat tail, they will just euthanize them. So their figures always look very well, but they've removed 30% of the animals, the hatchlings.
Thank you very much, Prof. One quick last question. While we get our next speaker ready.
I was wondering how long the maternal crocodiles guard the nest for, and do they come back and lay another clutch when they finally realise that they're not going to have any hatchlings?
Yeah, so it's only one clutch per season. So what will happen, the female will lay the eggs, and there's a paper coming out now about nest preferences, because a lot of females queue to go to certain areas. We try and work out why they want to go there and not there. But crocodile females, they happy to lay eggs next to each other, so it's not a space problem like with alligators where they need space. So the female will deposit her eggs there, and she will guard that area for the whole gestation period, for the whole incubation period. And then later on they see nothing is coming out, and then they, after a while, they will abort that. But in the wild, the female will guard the nest, and the incubation period in the wild is probably closer to 3 months, because we push it a little bit with temperature in the incubators, and then she will open up the nest, and she will take the hatchlings in the mouth and take them to the water, and we suspect that they look after them for about 3 months, because cannibalism will kick in later on. So later on, they will eat them. So it's just a funny behavior. You look after them, and then later on you eat your children. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Prof. I see there is a question online, but I think we can move that question to the panel discussion later on as we are pressed for time. Thank you, Prof. Our next speaker is Mr. Kuda Mafunga. Kuda is a PhD student at the University of Stellenbosch, and is researching the effect of heat stress on sheep. Thank you very much, Kuda.
You're welcome. All right, thank you. Has already been said that I'm doing studies in heat stress in sheep. So we are now back to sheep after a short a crocodile seminar where they feed meat and to harvest meat. So it's a bit different from sheep production. So I will give you a brief background of what I'm going to talk about. It has been covered by I think 2 or 3 previous presenters that sheep production is one of the important sectors in South Africa, and it is predominantly it is the predominant livestock production in the arid zones of South Africa, and this is quite a worry, because already these areas experience high temperatures, and the trend that has been talked about even it was yesterday by the Dean during his welcome remarks. He indicated that the trend is that temperatures are rising. In the next 30-40 years, we expect maybe 1.2 to 3 degrees Celsius increase in temperature. But in Southern Africa, in most African countries, we expect a double that increase. So it means we are more vulnerable to the issues of climate change. Right, so how do we measure heat stress? Mostly we use indirect estimates using respiratory rate and rectal temperature. Sometimes we look at the behavior of animals, like animals gathering under a tree shade, like what that picture is indicating, or panting. It means animals are trying to remove as much heat as they can from their bodies. This occurs when animals are exposed to an environment that is above their upper critical temperature, or that is above their comfort zone. So they'll be trying to remove as much heat as they can through panting. Right, there are several methods that can be used to quantify heat stress, and one of the common methods was proposed by Marai in 2001. He proposed that temperature humidity indexes that are below 22.2 are regarded as comfortable for sheep and goats. But temperature humidity index that are above 25.6 are regarded as extreme, and those can actually lead to heat stroke or death of animals. So the target as farmers is to make sure that our animals are below the 22.2 heat stress index. So what are the effects of heat stress? They have been indicated by previous presenters, but just to put a dollar sign to that, we find that a research which was done in Australia at the University of Adelaide actually showed that farmers could be losing up to 2 billion, that is an equivalent of 2 billion rand per year, due to loss of potential lambs. And there was also a research that was done to show the impact of heat stress in cattle. So the global financial loss could be close to 40 billion per year. So we need to come up with strategies to reduce such losses. So our research is to quantify the effect of tree shed on heat stress indicators in two breeds, the South African Maton Merino and the Doma. The study was carried out in Western Cape Province at Elsenburg Research Station. What we did is that we collected daily climatic condition measurements, the temperature and the relative humidity, which we then combined to come up with the temperature humidity index using that formula. It's not the only formula, there are other formulas that can be used to estimate the temperature humidity index, but we use this one, which was proposed by Mara, which was found to be more reliable when estimating heat stress in sheep or goats or small ruminants. 163 animals were used, of which 101 of them were Domas and 62 were South African Maton Merinos. And 76 of the animals were allocated to 9 paddocks that had no access to shed, and 87 animals were allocated to another 9 paddocks that had access to shed, to tree shed. Yeah. So the data that we collected on lambs, we measured the rectal temperature, the respiratory rate, birth weight, 14-day weight when we did tail docking, weaning weight. We also recorded sex and mortalities. The respiratory rate and rectal temperature were done within 24 hours of birth in the afternoon. This experiment was done over a period of 48 days. In ewes, we also collected respiratory rate and rectal temperature, and also live weight and mortalities. And this was repeated 3 times. Our analysis involved general linear mixed models for effects of factors on respiratory rate and rectal temperature. So these are some of the results. We just compared the means of the climate traits, and they all showed significant difference except for relative humidity at minimum ambient temperature. And then the general characteristic of the climate statistics, we generally had more days of moderate to extreme temperature humidity index in the areas that had no shade compared to the areas that had shade. So, for example, if you look at the second row, we have the THI, the days that had THI that was more than 25.6, which is classified as extreme. There were 7 days in the areas that had no shade, and it was 3 days in the areas that had shade. During this period, which was this year from March to around early May, we had uncharacteristically high rainfall. We received about 144.2 millimeters of rainfall, which could actually help in moderating the temperatures. The Western Cape doesn't normally receive such amount of rainfalls during early winter, or it was autumn, during autumn. So this rainfall was received over a 20-day period, with each day receiving a minimum of 0.22 millimeters. Right, so to compare the temperature humidity index and in relationship to rectal temperatures on animals that were exposed to the two treatments, either access to shade or no access to shade, we actually see that the animals that had access to shade, that is the lambs that had access to shade, had less rectal temperature, if you look at that green line there, compared to animals that had no access to shade, those animals that are shown by the blue line. The same with respiratory rate. The blue line indicating animals that were had no access to shade, and the green line indicating animals that had access to shade. So the trend is showing that generally the animals that have access to shade have lower rectal temperature and also lower respiratory rate compared to animals that have no access to shade. Right, this table is showing the effect of having access to shade or not having access to shade on the rectal temperature and respiratory rate. So we looked at the treatment and also the effect of the breed, whether it had any effect on the respiratory rate or rectal temperature, and also the sex of the animal, and also the birth type of the animal. So from that table, we can see that the treatment, whether an animal had access to shade or no access to shade, had a significant effect on the heat stress indicators, that is respiratory rate or rectal temperature. However, if you look at the breed and the birth type, they were sort of gravitating towards significant effect to respiratory rate, but had no effect on the rectal temperature. Right, on the use, it was also similar results. We have the treatment having an effect on respiratory rate and also an effect on rectal temperature. Here it was a bit different from what we observed in the lambs. In the ewes, the breed had an effect on the respiratory rate, but no effect on rectal temperature, which was a bit unusual. But the explanation here could be that, as we can see, we have higher respiratory rate in the Doma ewes compared to the South African Maton Merinos. Later on, we observed that their physiological status were a bit different. About 36% of the South African Maton Merinos were actually dry. We thought they were pregnant. Unfortunately, they were not pregnant. We had one group of ewes that had a challenge probably with the ram, which did not do its job. So they were not pregnant. Some of them were not pregnant. A higher proportion of the ewes that we selected that were of the South African Maton Merino. So that could actually have led to those differences in respiratory rate because some of the animals were of different physiological state. The repeatability values estimated showed that yes, there is a bit of some repeatability on respiratory rate and rectal temperature, with 32% repeatability in rectal temperature and 16% repeatability value in respiratory rate. This could actually indicate that there is potential for genetic selection, and as we accumulate more and more information, we may also be able to estimate heritability for these traits, which can then be incorporated in selection programs in those research stations. So what's the conclusion? The conclusion is that provision of shade can help in improving animal welfare by reducing heat stress to animals, and also that there is a promise there is indication that we can actually incorporate these traits of heat stress tolerance in our breeding programs as indicated by those repeatability values. Right, so the recommendations are that we need to do further studies in behavior, like has been asked, I think, by one of the invited guests, that we may need to include behavioral studies on animals that have access to shade and those animals that do not have access to shade. And also we may need to do the observations over a longer period of time or different seasons, like during the mating season, providing access to shade during mating season, or providing access to shade during gestation period, lambing season, weaning season, or so that we know how much effect can this have on our animals if they are exposed to different to this environment over different seasons. We also need to maybe to look at the temperature humidity index load, so that we just know how long are we exposing these animals to maybe temperature humidity index above the extremely severe or the moderate, and that can actually help us in coming up with solutions to this, and probably also doing research on effect of heat stress on our dollar sign or the financial side of it. Some countries have already done that, as indicated by what I've indicated on the background study, on the introduction. So we may also need to do that to quantify the losses that we might be incurring due to heat stress in South Africa. Right, with that, I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mafunga. Any questions from the floor? Prof. Linky, just in front.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm just wondering, in terms of your sources of variation, I found it odd that there's no, significant effect from, breed as well as sex. I would expect that those will contribute towards variation of your traits. And I'm wondering how big or how small was your data. And then you also found moderate repeatabilities, and didn't you, from your framework of the analytical framework, didn't you also produce heritabilities to actually tell us what the heritability values were as well?
Okay, maybe the second question. We didn't have sufficient data. It's a study that is still ongoing. I think as we accumulate more data, we may be able to estimate the heritability values. And then the first question you said, the effect of sex and
you had insignificant sex and breed differences.
that's what the results indicate. The studies were sort of combined. We studied effect of access to shade or no shade on ewes and also on the lambs. So the issue of sex was on the lambs, not the ewes, because the pregnant ewes were all female, so we didn't include the issue of sex. So yeah, on the lambs, the sex had no effect on yes. Probably the issue is there was also no significant difference in their birth weight. So usually the birth weight is the one that indicates that that differentiate whether an animal is going to have maybe higher respiratory rate or lower respiratory rate. So it all depends on I think on the birth weight, and because we also combined the two breeds when we included the issue of sex. It was two breeds. One breed is generally has higher birth weight. The other breed is a lower birth weight. So that could actually have affected depending on which breed has higher females, which breed has lower number of males, something like that. So yeah, from the preliminary results, yes, the sex has no effect on respiratory rate.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mafunga.
All right, welcome.
Okay. Our next speaker is Professor Theopoline Amusenje. I hope I pronounced your surname correctly.
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Theopoline is head of department of the head of the Department of Animal Production, Agribusiness and Economics at the University of Namibia. She's going to give us an overview of the effects of environmental factors on livestock welfare in her home country of Namibia. Thank you very much, Prof.
Okay. It's good afternoon, everyone. As introduced, I'm Theopoline Amusenje, and from the University of Namibia, and I'm going to give a presentation on behalf of my colleagues. We are three authors of this paper. That the title is Effects of Environmental and Management Factors on Livestock Welfare in Namibia, and it's more of a review paper. And I have to say that I'm not an expert on this topic, animal welfare and behavior. However, I have to admit to the fact that this workshop has really catalyzed my interest in this topic. And so I really appreciate being invited. And there's a proverb in Africa which says that if you want to walk fast, go alone. And if you want to go further, go with somebody. So I contacted my colleagues, that's Big Goregina and Big Kaurivi. And so this I'm going to present on behalf of the colleagues. Okay. Now, this is my presentation layout. I'll take you through from introduction, just to give you background information about Namibia, all the way to methodology, findings, and conclusion and recommendation. Now, I'm just coming from a conference which took place in Yaoundé, Cameroon, that is RUFORUM, Regional University Forum for Capacity Building in Agriculture. And there were delegates there who had no clue where Namibia is. And so I thought I'll have a slide to just show you, where Namibia is, if in case you were not really sure. So I don't know how to get the cursor, but okay, yes. So this is South Africa here to the south. If I can move the cursor, okay, this is South Africa. So we are just above South Africa. On our east, we are sharing borders with Botswana, and to the north, Angola, and to the far northeast, we are sharing borders with Zambia and Zimbabwe, and to the west, obviously, Atlantic Ocean, and Namibia is a big land, about 823,000 square kilometers. And so I never understood why our population is so small. It has increased slightly, but in the 90s, the population density used to be less than 1 person per square kilometer. It has increased now to about 3 people per square kilometers. And there are theories that apparently because of the desert, there's Namib Desert to the west here, and also Kalahari Desert. Maybe that is the reason, but it doesn't really explain everything. So Namibia, just like we were told already by my colleague Banga, that Botswana is a very dry country, also Namibia is. It's very dry, erratic and seasonal rainfall, and so the mean annual rainfall is about 278 millimeters. It can even be lower in some areas. So it's also it's variable. So annual rainfall could be maybe about 240 to 300 millimeters in southwest, but when you go to the southeast, it's a bit higher, about 420 to 480 millimeters. So the country is very, very dry. And also, we get what is referred to as desert kind of temperatures. So, especially during winter, it can be very cold, and in the morning and at night. But during the day, you can get very hot hot days. So, we are also vulnerable to climate change. And also natural disasters. So we can get droughts, like in 2019, get droughts quite often, but then we can also get floods and also pest invasion, which we had a couple of years ago. Agricultural production contributes approximately 6.6% to the GDP in Namibia. And so livestock production is very, very important. It's key because it's a dry country, as we were told earlier. So we have extensive farming. So livestock production contributes approximately 57% to the agricultural output. And livestock is very important. It's also contributing the major part of that, about 47.2 to the total. So livestock is important, and cattle production contributes approximately 47.2 to the total livestock output. Also in Namibia, depending on who is defining this, we have two major farming systems. We have commercial farming as well as communal farming, although some people would like to say that we have three farming systems, because we also have semi-commercial, like the picture in the middle there, that is semi-commercial. So the subsistence or communal farming, they are more, they tend not to really do this for business, and the farmers are reluctant to sell their animals, unlike in commercial way, it's for profit, and also the semi-commercial. And so there are concerns about welfare of livestock, especially due to environmental and management factors, because the way we manage our animals also, our farming system, it also contributes. And so, did I jump? Okay, yeah, that's the next slide. And so why do we need to address animal welfare? Well, as we already told, due to moral and ethical responsibility, public concern as well, and also, as we all know by now, that for better productivity, so if we take care of our animals, we can get good productivity from them. And also, Namibia has lucrative international meat markets. We sell our quality beef to the European Union, and also recently we have started to also export to USA as well as China and South Africa. Now, the Farm Assured Namibian Meat, which is FAN meat, standards ensure that exported beef continues to meet international trading guidelines. So we really have to take care of our, animal welfare issues. Have to make sure that we take good care of our animals. The objectives of the study, although it was more of a review paper, is just to really review the factors affecting livestock welfare and mitigation measures for Namibian livestock production industry. So the methodology, this was more of a scoping review of the effects of environmental. So at first we were given the topic for environmental, but we also included management, because management also is key. The way we manage our animals, also contributes. So what are the environmental factors affecting livestock welfare in Namibia? First of all, natural resources. We have heard it many, many times that agriculture is the backbone of our economies in Africa. At the Forum Conference where I'm just coming last week, where I was last week, we were also reminded that natural resources is the backbone for agriculture. And so in Namibia, as I already said, there is little and erratic rainfall. And also what we have is abundance of open grazing areas. And we were also just reminded by the previous speaker that it's important to have shade so that that can reduce the heat stress for the animals. But we don't have, sometimes we don't even have trees, so we just have open grazing. And also, we don't have perennial rivers. We have a couple, in the north there, Zambezi and Kunene, but, the majority of our farms, we don't have access to perennial rivers. And also, we have a big problem with bush encroachment in Namibia. So all this, lack of, all this contribute to the lack of access to feed, water, and natural shade to the animals. So, okay. And so also the animals, they are exposed to extreme heat and even extreme cold, because this year, for example, during winter, it can be very, very cold. There were lambs which died because of the cold. So extreme cold as well in Namibia. Okay, I need to go back. Yes. Okay. Also, we have poisonous plants. Sometimes animals can eat these poisonous plants. For example, I don't know if I'll pronounce this correctly. In African, they say gif blah or poison leaf, and others which I have on my slides there. So we really need measures to control the spread of toxic plants, the poisonous plants, they tend to do much better when, even if they, in dry areas, so they can take over, and so there is no, much grazing area. The animals can eat those poisonous, vegetation. So we need to take measure to be able to control this. Also, there are also ticks and flies. So this can cause discomfort to our animals, and they can even transmit also diseases, so which can also lead to loss of production. There are also predators. I don't think I need to explain that. So that can also bring welfare issues to animals. So other factors affecting livestock welfare in Namibia, these are including these management factors. So in most cases, livestock welfare is attributed to the way livestock are managed. So Namibia, those of you who have been to Namibia, you know that we have very good infrastructure. The roads are very good. But in rural areas, there can be issues because the roads are not tired at all. So there can be quite a lot of dust, and so too much dust, and then the quality of the air is not good. And sometimes, some farmers may opt to maybe transport their animals in bakkies instead of a truck because maybe they cannot not afford. And also overcrowding animals. Maybe if the capacity is 20 and then you have 25 animals to transport, you might just add extra 5 because you don't want to pay for 2 trucks and things like that. And also, as it was already said, long distances, because the general rule is not to travel more than 8 hours, but sometimes the animals are made to, they travel long distances because farmers have no choice. Also, slaughtering methods, because animals sometimes are not slaughtered at official abattoirs, and also the correct standard methods are not used. In addition, there can also be painful procedures. For example, late and long procedures are used for castration and dehorning. Although we were told that maybe big horns are also fine, maybe that is indigenous knowledge. And also lack of proper fencing and shade. I have a video. Just to illustrate that. Would you be able to help me to play? So they are trying to catch the animal. But if there were proper cattle yards, that would be a much of a problem. So yeah, it's the lack of infrastructure. Yes, also cultural beliefs. Okay, cultural beliefs. In some communities, big horns is a status symbol. Okay, so the bigger the horn, the more beautiful the animal is considered. And also, if you have big horned cattle, then that is a status, that is worth. It means you have, you are worthy and you have influence in the community, especially within the Helelos and Hibas communities. And also, Lobola is a bridal fee. Is only paid with horned cows in some communities. And polled cattle are not slaughtered for wedding and funerals. But then, although we were earlier told that big horns, maybe it's actually better for his stress dissipation, it can actually be a problem because animals can injure each other. See how this animal is injuring this one. But then maybe this is also indigenous knowledge, so maybe we just have to find ways to deal with this because that can also be apparently a positive thing if you have big horns. So cattle identification. Cattle branding is compulsory for trading in Namibia. However, some farmers in communal and semi-commercial areas opt for multiple hot iron bloods, as you can see on the animal to my left, and in some cases skin cuttings. So if you can see the skin cutting there for identification of cattle against stock theft or losses. So there are welfare issues there. Okay. As I have already alluded to, sometimes we also have floods in Namibia, a loss of rain. So we really need to find ways to be able to harvest this rainwater because it comes from Angola. It just runs all the way back, all the way to the ocean. But maybe we need to find ways to be able to harvest rainwater because at the moment there is little or no rainwater harvesting. But maybe we can also build dams and so on. Also, scoring of welfare measures is difficult. So body condition score is difficult to categorize as per the protocol. Namibia current body condition score at the moment is, is 0 for good, and 1 for poor, and 2 for extremely poor. So mitigation, we have already heard yesterday. I won't get into that. 5 5 freedoms of life as very, very important. And we also have animal welfare policies and guidelines. And what we have also currently is the Animals Protection Act 71 of 1962. And I saw this to one of the slides from one of the speakers previously in South Africa. So I would like to think that we inherited this from South Africa. So there is also a need for us to update this act in Namibia because it's updated. Namibia is credited for quality beef and animal welfare. So animal welfare is a critical issue to address because animal quality is related to how the animal was also produced. And as I've already said, we export our beef to EU and USA and other countries. So in conclusion, the environmental factors continue to pose a challenge in Namibia, especially in the communal area. So the assessment of the factors affecting livestock welfare in Namibia helps inform on possible methods to mitigate the harmful effects of environmental and management factors on livestock welfare, although we also need to find ways to even really be able to adapt. So there's a need to improve infrastructure and also maybe do more scoping review and on factors affecting livestock welfare in Namibia. What are our recommendations? So we recommend that we need to do interviews to interview both communal and commercial farmers on this topic, and also find out the expectation of consumers on the quality of meat and livestock welfare. Okay, so I just want to acknowledge the organizers, and these are our references, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think we've got time for one short question. We're running a bit late. There's one there at the back.
Good day, and thank you very much for sharing your review work with us. My question is, how is the nature of the game reserve in Namibia? That is in relation to, you indicated the issue of predators to our livestock. Thank you.
I could not hear you properly. Can you please speak a bit up? I heard wild game.
The nature of the game reserve, that is in relation to the issue of predators to our livestock.
Or predators to our livestock?
Yes, how's the nature of your game reserve? How are you safeguarding the game animals so that they won't be able to, yes, how are you? Oh.
Okay, thank you. I think I got you now.
Let me repeat it. I'm asking the nature of the game reserve in Namibia.
Okay. Thank you very much. We have Etosha National Park. That's one of the famous game reserve, and many others. It's a bit of a problem. Occasionally you have animals which really, we have game animals which can maybe sometimes attack our animals. And the policy is, these animals are actually protected, in our country. So the government is trying to help farmers. And I know, for example, one of the farms I went to, a cheetah conservation fund, for example, they have guarding dogs, which we can actually, if we use these guarding dogs, they can actually, and then they give them to the farmers, they can actually assist in this situation. But otherwise, we don't really have too much of a problem because the game reserve, they have fences and so on, so they are really within, how can I put it, fenced off. But obviously, occasionally obviously these are wild animals. Sometimes they can get to the farms, and they are protected, fortunately or unfortunately for the farmers. But it's not too much of a big problem. I hope I got your question. And
thank you very much, Prof. I think the rest of the questions can be handled over lunch and at the panel discussion. Can we give a hand to all our speakers, please? The organizers asked that we can break for lunch now, but if we can be back at 2 o'clock for an online presentation from Professor Edward Webb. So you've got about 35, 40 minutes for lunch, so please enjoy.
Hi, sir, it's Albert here. Can you hear me?
Hello, Albert. This is Prof. Webb's wife, Elise, in Pretoria. I can hear you. I think he's just connecting his earphones and he will probably respond. Edward, you're still muted. If you can just unmute yourself and just give Albert an indication if you can hear him.
Hello, Albert. Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, that's brilliant. Thank you so much. We will be starting in the next 5 to 10 minutes. We're just waiting for all the participants to come back from lunch. So what they are going to do is they are going to announce you, and then directly after the announcement, you are going to be online. This conversation between us, I believe, it's not going out live at the moment.
Albert, do you want me to upload the presentation already?
Yes, if you can start your screen share, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Okay. Albert, my screen share is disabled, so you've got to just activate it, please. Okay, thank you. I see it's working now.
Lekker gepraat. Hi, Daddy.
Hallo, Laan, hoe gaan dit?
Nettie.
Ja, ek hoor het, ek sien dit. Hallo, Nettie. Skus, nou sien ek. Lekker om julle te sien.
Ja, jy moet jou praatjie geniet.
Dankie, ek gaan.
Soos lief vir jou. Ja, Lani gaan ek nou afkom. Sy's nog bo.
Okay.
Maar Nettie sit by my en werk in die eetkamer en ons gaan vir jou kyk.
Okay, cool.
Ons gaan onsself nou mute en ons video stop ook.
Okay.
Ek wil net sê ons is super trots op jou.
Ja, baie dankie, ek waardeer. Ek weet vir sê dat
Belangrijk vir my ekstra.
Jy is ook in die skyfies op 'n plek, hoor.
Met my bikini aan of
Nee. Betom.
my intellektuele bydrae?
Ja.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can I have your attention, please? So I hope you all have a good lunch, and we're going to finish up now this afternoon for the last two sessions. And now we're going to deal with animal welfare at the abattoir, which I found is a bit ironic to put the behavioral ecologist in charge of it. But we only have one speaker for that session, but as I always say, it's often about quality rather than quantity. So let me introduce you to our speaker. Prof. Edward Webb is a professor of animal science at Tarleton State University, where he started in January 2023. But he also holds a dual appointment at the University of Pretoria. His teaching and research focus are on the effect of environmental and management factors, such as dietary factors and growth, and modifiers on animal growth, adaptation, and reproduction physiology, and related effect on the conservation of muscle to meat and carcass and meat quality. So his research focuses specifically on ways to improve the efficiency of animal production in resource-constrained environment in an ethical and environmental acceptable way. He has received numerous accolades, such as the National Research Foundation Merit Awards, Agricultural Faculty Gold Medal for Best PhD Award, as well as a Merit Award by the South African Society for Animal Science for a meritorious thesis. He has published 137 peer-reviewed scientific papers, contributed to numerous papers at conferences and several book chapters, and he also acted as the president of the South African Society for Animal Science from 2009 to 2014. So it is a very big pleasure to have him as part of his workshop. And without no further ado, Prof. Webb, the floor is yours.
For inviting me to present this paper this afternoon. For me, it's early in the morning, it's 6 o'clock in the morning, so I'm up and fresh and ready to go. The topic of my talk this afternoon is quite appropriate for this forum. It's titled The Improvement of Farm Animal Welfare at Slaughter at South African Abattoirs. This is a topic that I got involved in without choosing it, but I realized that it's important to research welfare at slaughter. Whether we like it or not, this is part of producing animal source food, proteins. I just want to see how I'm supposed to carry on. So I'd like to start by going back a step. Yesterday there were some really interesting talks by several international experts and local experts, but I think we should go back to the purpose of animal production. So I'd like to remind you about the huge impact that livestock domestication had on the commercial and as well as the commercialization of animal products and animal byproducts, which we often forget. This has emancipated humankind from the need to hunt. And since then, we could spend time doing many, many other things. So we should never underestimate the impact that animals have on human life. The second important point that I'd like to make is that modern meat production aims to convert livestock and game species into products for human consumption. And the critical issue here is that it should be based on acceptable production, slaughter, and processing methods and procedures. There's a difference between methods and procedures. For example, in terms of slaughter, there are several slaughter methods, and within a specific slaughter method, there are specific procedures, often dictated by regulations about how that methodology should be performed. And in the meat industry, there are several such methods with very, very precise procedures. And I think it's because it's such a sensitive issue that these are important. Much of what I'm presenting and what I've done today is based on information that I've published with my wife, Prof. Elise Webb, on the ethics of meat production and its relation to perceived meat quality. And as was discussed yesterday about possible indicators of welfare in animals, it was mentioned that reproduction is a sensitive indicator, or I would say a response variable that would indicate poor welfare. Equally, meat quality, carcass and meat quality are very, very sensitive parameters or indicators. And simply because there are so many facets in this very long chain of meat production. And if one little step in that long chain goes wrong, meat quality is compromised. And this afternoon, I'm going to try and indicate why that is important and the very, very significant pressure on the meat industry, firstly, and secondly, transportation and the abattoir part of this process to ensure good meat quality. If the meat quality is not acceptable, consumers will simply choose other products. And we must remember that consumers vote with their wallets. So if they're not happy with the product, they will no longer support animal products. Let's first focus on the production cycle and how it affects meat quality. I want to start by highlighting a few points that we've described very carefully in the chapter that I mentioned. And these are aspects of morality, ethics, welfare, and how these influence the perception of product quality. Now, first of all, morality varies significantly because it depends on the culture of peoples, it depends on the sex, the gender, the age. So there are so many factors that influence morality. It literally varies from population group to population group. And morality serves as the underlying basis for ethics and how we apply ethics. And that, in turn, influences welfare. So it's no wonder that there are so many different perceptions about what is good welfare and what is good for us and what's good for animals. Because remember, there are two sides to it. There's also, in the abattoir, for example, the animal handler, or the people involved in the abattoir that we've got to keep in mind. So welfare at slaughter is an aspect that's not negotiable. Everything from production, from loading the animals right through to the slaughter process, should be managed very carefully because that influences product quality. So this complex process literally involves every step from the farm gate right to the plate, the farm to fork approach. And this includes aspects of genetics, where a lot of trouble in research goes into feeding these animals to a point that will produce an acceptable carcass and meat quality. Loading, layerage, holding, processing, stunning, and slaughter. I've recently completed a project on dark firm and dry cutters with Ms. Botha, a master's student, where it was found, this was a survey and a review of the whole of Southern Africa, where it was clearly shown that layerage and loading play a very, very important role in influencing conditions such as dark firm and dry meat. So these are important aspects because it influences the conversion of muscle to meat. And if you allow me a few minutes, I just want to touch on that as well, just to give you the scope and an idea of why this is so important. So ethical slaughter methods are important, and it links directly with animal welfare. And this involves aspects of welfare during transportation, layerage, and slaughter, as I've mentioned. And the aim is to try and reduce stress, injuries, and bruising. That's one side of it, and that can easily be assessed in terms of bruising and problems on carcasses, carcass condemnations, and condemnations of portions of carcasses. If this is done well, it can facilitate the best conversion of carcasses into animal source food products. and proteins. So to state this again, welfare and ethical slaughter methods are essential in producing high quality meat. I'm really, really passionate about the welfare issues at slaughter, but there's a double benefit in focusing on that, because it will also ensure good carcass and meat quality, and that will also ensure consumer acceptance of the process. Elise and I have coined a term animane instead of humane, and I think it's important to focus on this, because the animane focus becomes a more animal-centered focus rather than a human-centered focus, because often when we judge or assess conditions of animals, it's from a human focus, and it's often incorrect. And that's why I think it's important to try and understand the situation from an animal point of view. For example, sheep are flock animals. Some of the worst stress that you can induce on sheep is not feeding them, but separating sheep from one another. So it's important to try and keep them in a flock together. And in that way, many different species have their unique characteristics that would be more or less stressful, equally at the abattoir phase. So to explain the concepts of stress and bad welfare on meat quality, I'm using this example, and what I want to show is the cycle from the animal, if you would allow me to use this little picture of a bovine. The stressfulness and the welfare that the animal endures significantly influences what happens at the muscular level and at the sarcomere level in the muscles. And this influences the conversion of muscle into meat tissue. It's really critical to emphasize that we as humans do not consume muscle, we consume meat. And this process is a delicate process. It's a biochemical process. It's very, very, very responsive to stressful situations, to bad welfare. It's almost like the winemaking process. And I'm not sure if wine and grapes, if you treat grapes badly, if it will cause bad wine. But in the case of meat, it certainly creates bad quality meat if the animals endure bad welfare before slaughter. So in terms of carcass quality, it's important to realize that carcass quality influences meat quality, and this consists of about 9 important aspects, each of which can be affected by welfare, directly affected by welfare. The first one is animal handling and loading, and as I've pointed out, this is one of the most important parts contributing to dark, firm, and dry cutters, or so-called DFD meat. And it's a very stressful condition that influences the conversion of muscle to meat. Transportation is critical. Layerage is important. This has been improved significantly at abattoirs. Slaughter handling is important. This is happening much better worldwide. A lot of this is based on principles obtained from Temple Grandin's research, really excellent research that influenced that. Stunning methods are critical because animals should not be slaughtered in the conscious state. I'll get back to this point a bit later on. Then the actual slaughter method, there are several slaughter methods appropriate per species, and these are currently under investigation, and Naomi Lupton would touch on some of these aspects later on. Then electrical stimulation, which is something that happens post-mortem, which is, and there's often confusion about this. This has got nothing to do with the actual stunning and slaughter, although electrical stunning could be a method of stunning, which is something different. Then there's carcass inspection and cold storage. What does humane animal slaughter entail? I think it's appropriate to summarize this in 6 important points. The first one I feel passionate about, and that is that the process is performed by trained and skilled people based on specified methods, as I've pointed out before, and with specific procedures per regulation in those methods so that it's done correctly. This is not a do-it-yourself job or a backyard job. And this is a question that I had recently at university by a student who questioned the fact that so many animals are slaughtered per day at a big abattoir. And then I asked him, would you rather go home this afternoon and slaughter your own piglet or sheep or whatever? And then that dawned on him that this has to be done by trained people, and that's why this is the process. And our task is to research the process and make sure that we've got the best welfare at that level. The second point is stunning. And the worldwide methodology is to render the animal unconscious before it is slaughtered. Religious slaughter deviates from this, but in South Africa, for example, there are very specific regulations about the procedure, and I'll touch on it just now. In some countries, religious slaughter is not accepted. But we've got to consider that religious slaughter is based on the premise that a highly qualified person performs the technique. And I've seen this technique performed many times. And if it's done correctly, it is ethical. And the welfare is generally excellent. So number 3, animals must be slaughtered in the unconscious state. In religious slaughter in South Africa, there's a compulsory post-cut stunning. Dr. Neertling and his team has done excellent work on this regard to improve this methodology, and I think it's working well at abattoirs in South Africa. They've got a specially designed stunning box, and this works well. Bleeding is generally by severing the jugular veins and carotid arteries, both left and right sides, often combined with sticking, depending on the specific methodology that's used. And then that's followed by electrical stimulation of the carcass, and that's post-slaughter. Now, to explain the effects of bad welfare or stress on the conversion of muscle to meat, I'd like to use the next diagram just to put this in perspective. But in principle, the bad welfare will influence the amount of energy that's available at the muscular level. And this energy in the form of glucose that fuels ATP is important because after slaughter, the conditions at the muscular level becomes anaerobic. And this forces glycolysis, anaerobic glycolysis, and the conversion of muscle to meat because the pH in the muscle will then decrease. To illustrate this, let me use the next slide. So in principle, what happens is glucose is converted anaerobically to lactic acid. Lactic acid is converted to lactate plus hydrogen ions, which reduces the muscle pH. And this is a critical process. In other words, the decrease in muscle pH is critical. If an animal endures bad welfare or is stressed before slaughter, ante-mortem, or during layrage or transportation, it will influence the amount of glucose that's available at the muscular level. And this glucose concentration has to be at a certain level to ensure acceptable conversion of muscle to meat. On the right-hand side of the slide, I've got a graph to illustrate on the y-axis the pH and on the x-axis time. So what happens post-mortem is if there's enough glucose available, 130 millimoles, for example, the pH will start dropping and one will get a normal conversion of muscle to meat. If the animal experienced severe stress, bad welfare at the abattoir just before slaughter, the energy reserves are used up relatively quickly, especially if it goes with bad transportation. A lot of the glucose is used up, and then there's little glucose left to decrease the muscle pH, and that causes a condition known as DFD, or dark Fremen dry beef. Happens in other species as well. If animals are severely stressed, experience acute stress just before slaughter, the pH will drop very, very fast, and this will cause a PSE condition. It's similar to the condition that we used to know in pigs, the porcine stress syndrome, which has now been selected against, and it's less of a problem, but it still occurs at abattoirs, but not due to abattoir procedures, but due to the genetics and the handling of the animals. So just to take this one step further, why is pH then important, and is it really so sensitive? Yes, it is. This is an example.
Kan jy my hoor? Jy is nog gemute aan jou kant. Jy is nog gemute.
Albert, sorry. Can you just allow me to share the last screen? I don't have screen share. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, sorry about that glitch. This is typical of electronic media. But I was just explaining these 2 points. I've got 2 slides left to explain, and then we'll continue. But on the left-hand side, you can see an example of dark, firm, and dry beef, which is a condition that results after long-term transportation, bad transportation on road. It could be bad layrage. So several factors will result in chronic stress and bad welfare in animals. And you can see how sensitive this is. The beef discolors. If you try and package this, the beef goes off quickly, it discolors even more. And so this is the bad condition. On the right-hand side is an example of typical pale, soft, and exudate meat, which occurs mostly in pork, happens in chickens as well. And this is an example of where the animals are stressed ante-mortem, just before slaughter. This would be a very acute stress, and you can see how sensitive the meat color is, typically because of the normal pH changes and the metabolomics happening at the muscular level. So I would argue that meat quality, similar to reproduction, as was discussed yesterday by Professor Holm and Prof. Barth and Professor Dwyer, these are sensitive indices. and indicate the welfare that animals experience and therefore the stress that they experience. Just to rub it in a little bit more and to show you what happens at the cellular level, I'd like to conclude my part with this slide, namely that the muscle protease enzymes are activated and respond within a very narrow pH range. We call this the so-called ultimate pH of muscle, which is about 5.5, where the ideal conversion of muscle to meat occurs. At this pH, the calpains can continue muscle degradation and tenderization. If the pH deviates from this point, complexes form where calpostatins will inhibit the functioning of calpain, and this will compromise the conversion of muscle to meat, and it will result in less tender meat. So what I'd like to emphasize is that this is a very, very sensitive process. It's not in the abattoir or the meat industry's interest not to take care of welfare. And I think that's why so much funding is focused or centered towards research on meat quality via the Red Meat Research in South Africa and various other funding bodies to ensure that meat quality is good. And I would like to conclude by saying that if the meat quality is of a high level, you've got to have good welfare to achieve that. And I think we're ultimately focusing on the same issues in order to improve and ensure good welfare. Thank you, everyone. I'll just listen for the rest of the last part, and Naomi will continue with the more legislative part of it.
Lisa, waar is Prof Web se slides daarso? Ek dink Prof Web het dit vir jou ge-email.
Sorry.
Do you want to announce her?
Yes, of course. Yeah, no, I didn't know she was taking over afterwards.
Is it blue light?
Yeah. Okay, apologies for that. Bit of a hiccup again. So following up on Prof Web, we have Miss Naomi Lupton, who will be focusing on improving the welfare of farm animal welfare at slaughter at South African abattoir. And I'm looking forward to see what they come up with.
I'll just quickly give an overview of the animal welfare legislation that we have in South Africa. Is the mic not on? Is it on? Okay. Sorry, I'll start again. So I'm Naomi Lupton. I'm a student of Prof. Webb's. My focus in research is on animal welfare in pork abattoirs. And using that background, I'm just going to quickly give us an overview of the animal welfare legislation that we do have in South Africa. I've been speaking to a lot of people within the animal science community, outside of the animal science community, the general public as well. And a lot of people are convinced that animal welfare and abattoirs cannot possibly hold hands with each other. And that could not be further from the truth. So this is by no means an exhaustive exposition on the laws. We've heard about some of the laws yesterday when Dewald Olivier and Prof. Barth were busy talking about it. So I'm just going to run through the most important parts and just show that these are the standards that abattoirs hold themselves to at the at the base level. I know they've all got their different codes of conduct that might improve upon this, but these are the basic standards that our law requires. So without further ado, according to, well, the two laws that you'll have to be familiar with if you're going to slaughter animals in South Africa is most importantly the Meat Safety Act and then the Animals Protection Act. Okay, so the Meat Safety Act, according to sections 1, 7, 8, and 11, the only animals are only allowed to be slaughtered at registered abattoirs, and only these abattoirs are allowed to sell meat products to consumers in South Africa. If you are going to slaughter for own consumption, there's legislation involved that that determines what you're allowed to slaughter, when you're allowed to slaughter, and where you're allowed to slaughter. On top of that, you are also not allowed to sell that meat to anybody else. That has to be then for literally your own consumption. In order for an abattoir to be able to register in the country, they must conform to certain essential national standards, of which one of the most important ones is the continuous inspections that must be done at a national level. These inspections must be done by qualified technicians or veterinarians that are not employed by the abattoir, so they function independently. And then and they must be qualified to do so. So they must have the necessary qualifications and background in order to do these inspections. The animals must be treated humanely at the abattoir according to Section 11 during all periods in the value chain, and this is further stated in the Animals Protection Act, which we will touch just now, and is further detailed in greater depth in the Red Meat Regulations of 2004. According to the Meat Safety Act, no dead or diseased animal which is in such a condition that the meat might be contaminated or pose a risk to human consumption, those animals are not allowed to be slaughtered. Instead, the inspector must get involved, whether he be a veterinarian or a technician, and the necessary steps must be followed then. Then further than that, there has been a comment made on the residues that you find in meat if certain withdrawal periods are not adhered to. This is because certain feed additives and medications have residues that will accumulate in the organs and in the meat, and for that reason you have to adhere to these withdrawal periods. I know for some of the abattoirs, the Zolpatrol products must be around about, I think, 3 days withdrawal period before you can actually slaughter the animal. So that means 3 days before that animal is slaughtered, minimum, you have to stop feeding that feed additive. That's just the basis on which that works. Okay. Then on to the Animals Protection Act. This is the act this is the standard that upholds animal welfare at a national level in the country. This is not just for the producer and the farmer. This is for the general public. This is not just for livestock. This is for our pets as well. So it renders cruelty towards animals illegal in South Africa, whether that cruelty is deliberate or negligent. It also describes and defines what an animal welfare offence is, and like I said, it pertains to the general public. All forms of cruelty, like beating, negligence, inducing of fear, torture, or maiming, is strictly forbidden. Animals must not undergo starvation or dehydration under the care of their owners as well. The pens in which the animals are kept must be kept in an hygienic state. With other words, they must be cleaned and kept void of possible vectors of infection. Should the animals get infected or injured, a veterinarian must be consulted with the necessary treatment and the necessary treatment must be given. When transporting animals, either via trailer or truck, provision must be made for the sufficient shelter, ventilation, or airflow and light while they are being transported, and then also unnecessary exposure to the elements like harsh sunshine, rain, and wind must also be minimized as far as possible. Then further than that, we're going to talk about the red meat regulations of 2004. This is specifically for the red meat producing animals like goats, sheep, cattle, and pigs. And these basically describe in greater depth what the animal welfare requirements are for each step of the slaughtering process. So for loading and offloading, no open spaces are allowed between the ramp and the vehicle during loading. That's just to prevent the animals from tripping, slipping, and falling down and potentially injuring themselves. After transport, offloading must take place immediately. The animals mustn't stand for prolonged periods of time on the back of a trailer or in the truck. The offloading is to be done with the help of trained professional handlers and personnel who will gently and calmly and patiently handle the animals as they are escorted to their lairage pens. The electric prodding of pigs and calves is strictly forbidden in South Africa. However, other animals, such as adult bovines and sheep, you are allowed to use prodders to my understanding, but not if they are already moving forward. Just a side note, I do know the SPCA has a strong condemnation towards the use of prodders, and I also understand why that is, because it's very easy to lose your patience with an animal and then misuse it. So err on the side of caution. A lot of producers have flat out banned the use of it regardless of the species and regardless of what the legislation says. That's just another example of how the industry has said, okay, here's a problem, here's what we're going to do to try and fix that. While you're moving the animals during loading and offloading, no animal is allowed to be picked up by any of its body parts. This includes the head, the ears, the legs, the tail, the fleece, the skin. The fact that it's mentioned like that in the act itself is a scary thought, but okay, here we go. And along with that, no animal is allowed to be forced to jump in order to get from point A to point B, be this from one level to another, like for example in a double-decker truck or so, or over any gaps like those mentioned between the ramp and the vehicle. Okay. Then our lairage facilities are built with animal welfare in mind. Where pigs, sheep, or goats are kept, there must be a roof. I know in pigs that pigs are susceptible to sunburn, so this is one of the reasons why. This also helps with heat regulation and dealing with heat stress while they are waiting to be slaughtered. Where pigs are kept, in our pork abattoirs, these lairage facilities must also be equipped with cold water sprayers, and this aids the pigs with their thermoregulation as well. The pens must be free of manure before the animals even arrive there. So after the pen has been cleared out and the animals are taken to the stunning area, the pens and the passages have to be cleaned out so that we can maintain high biosecurity standards. There are also minimum floor spaces per animal inside the lairage pens, as described here, with cattle needing more space per animal, and then depending on the size of the animal, the space that they need gets smaller. There is research being done on this in Europe, so the recommended values in Europe and America might differ from what we've got here, but the concept still stands. The passages that lead to the lairage area and then from the lairage area to the stunning area must have non-slip floors and must be kept clean. So then during lairage, animals must rest before slaughter. They must try and recover some of the glucose and glycogen reserves that they might have lost during transportation. And preferably, they must be kept in lairage overnight. But if the inspector involved is convinced that the animals have been sufficiently rest, they can go to stunning before, but they don't have to spend the night then. Then it can be a shorter period of lairage. There is a limit, however. They cannot spend less than 1 hour there, and they can also not stay there for more than 72 hours. And if we are dealing with pigs and calves, this cannot be more than 48 hours in lairage. Clean drinking water must be available at all times, and if ruminants are kept in lairage for longer than 48 hours, feed must be available, and the same goes for monogastric animals like pigs when they are kept for longer than 24 hours. Very important, this next part, different groups are not to be penned together. This is based on sex, age, species, and horn length. Now, I do know that research has been done on putting different groups together, and they found that even if you take two different groups of the same species, the same age, and the same sex, and you put them together, they will start fighting with each other in order to try and sort out the social hierarchy. This is the natural behavior of herd animals. So the best practice would be to try and separate them on the basis of species, sex, age, and horn length, and keep each individual group separate as far as possible. Okay. Now, stunning. Stunning in South Africa is a bit of an interesting discussion to have, just because a lot of people don't realize what it entails. Animals must be rendered unconscious before getting stunned, because otherwise we're suscepting them to a painful death that which they are completely sensible and conscious to, and that's unfair towards the animal, and it is a serious welfare crime in the eyes of our law. Before they are being slaughtered, before they can be stunned though, they must be restrained in a restraining box. This is because the standard methods of stunning that we use in South Africa, we don't employ group stunning at this stage in time, or to my knowledge at least. So the animals have to break away from that normal herd behavior and one by one walk through the stunning area where they can be stunned, where a handler will be waiting with either a captive bolt pistol or an electrical stunner. And then the restrainer comes in handy because you can keep the animal still and allow you to actually stun them accurately. If a stun is not accurate, it means that before the animal has bled out, it could regain its consciousness. If it regains consciousness too early, because the animal will die during bleeding, that's the concept on which it works. But if they regain their consciousness before they've bled out enough, then they will experience pain, and then at that point it's too late, we can't do anything for them. If it's found out that the animal wasn't stunned properly, for example, I've seen it happen where pigs just suddenly toss their heads a bit, and then the tongs in electric stunning are not placed properly, then the stun is inefficient and they have to be re-stunned. Ideally, you don't want to do that because that has consequences for the meat quality afterwards. But regarding the systems that we use, the captive bolt pistol and the electrical stunning, for both of them, basically, you have to make sure that the equipment is maintained, kept in good working order. The manufacturers will have their own regulations for how this must be done, and these must be serviced at regular intervals. The person who is responsible for actually stunning the animal from time to time has to be changed out, just to give them a bit of a mental break as well, and then also to make sure that if they get tired, that it doesn't impact the quality of the stun that the animals receive. With electrical stunning, there are two main types that we find in South Africa. There's the head-only method, and then the head-to-heart or head-to-chest method. And so basically the difference is you get terminals that are applied to the animal's head, in heads only, between the ears, on both sides of the head, between the ears and the eyes here, so that an electrical current can be passed through the brain. So head-to-heart stunning works on the same principle. You've still got the tongs that are preferably kept here, although it's not such a serious story, because you've got a third terminal that's attached to the animal's chest, which causes the electrical current to not only go through the brain but also goes through the heart. And the system was developed because at some point in the I think it was in the late 1980s, early 1990s, they realized that some abattoirs were struggling to get a sufficient level of unconsciousness using only the head stunning method. It sounds terrible, I know, but this current is applied for 4 seconds, and that's it. The animal is unconscious, and then you have to make sure that the animal is just bled in time before you move on. Speaking of bleeding, bleeding is done in 2 ways depending on which animal you're using. So typically severing of the jugular veins and carotid arteries on both sides of the neck if you're working with sheep and goats. And then in cattle and pigs, it's done via what we call sticking, where basically you stick a knife in and you sever either the anterior vena cava or the aorta at the base of the heart. The animal must be bled within 60 seconds of stunning. Research suggests it must be even quicker than this because in electrical stunning, it's not unheard of for animals to start regaining consciousness after 30 seconds. So the NSPCA recommends that you wait 8 seconds after stunning, and then immediately after that, you have to stick the animal. This is specific for pigs. So the knife used must be sharp, and between each and every bleeding incision made, it must be cleaned and sterilized. This is to prevent cross-contamination between the carcasses. So then dressing takes place only after 8 minutes of bleeding for cattle, and then 6 minutes for calves, pigs, and sheep. And so dressing is just the removal of the head, the trotters, and the trotters or the hooves of the animals. And so that's basically the legislation as far as it pertains to the animal welfare in our abattoir. So just a quick note on the animal welfare, slaughter, and then how it pertains to the consumer. Most consumers today value good animal welfare and superior products. However, in modern society, many consumers are so far removed from the processes that provide these products. We've gotten used to the idea of being able to walk to Pick and Pay and buy the meat there, so we don't see what happens to the animal. We don't see what happens at slaughter. We don't see the effort that the industry puts in to make sure that that product is of a good quality and it actually reaches us. So yeah, consumers no longer need to slaughter animals themselves in order to feed them and their families, at least in the cities. I know in the rural communities it's a bit of a different story. But this has resulted in general in a consumer that has over time grown ignorant of how food is produced. With each passing generation, consumers know less and less about where their nutrition comes from. This lack of knowledge means that misinformation regarding animal welfare and the animal products are easily spread and believed. And this paints the livestock industry in a bad light. It's not just the slaughtering industry. This goes for the dairy industry, the wool industry, the mohair industry as well. This is not just the meat industry. Many believe that animal welfare and animal slaughter are concepts that are irreconcilable. This perception, I find, is often driven by emotions and feelings, and there are many researchers across the globe who will agree with that statement. It's based on emotions and feelings and not facts, oftentimes. Now, please don't misunderstand me. Empathy for the animal's well-being is extremely important. That's why we care about the welfare as well. As animal scientists, veterinarians, animal rights activists, we care about the well-being of our animals. So, unfortunately though, if this empathy isn't guided by facts, consumers can be led to make choices that are detrimental to their health and in the larger scale to our industry. It is our duty as custodians of livestock that we have to inform the consumer of the facts, because they deserve to know where their products come from, they deserve to know where their nutrition comes from, and they deserve to know what is put into that. Within the meat industry, as Dewald Olivier has said yesterday, it's been widely accepted that good animal welfare practices are beneficial, as animals that experience less stress are in a better physiological and psychological state of well-being. These animals will yield meat products that are of superior quality. To improve this system further, because improvements can be made even though they might be small, a holistic approach and focus is needed. All aspects of animal production must be considered. No single component can be favored above the others. In the abattoir setting, we can't just look at animal welfare. That's very unrealistic. We have to consider the design of the abattoir. We have to consider the management that goes into the abattoir. We need to consider the economics of the abattoir. All of this plays a role in the animal welfare as well. These are all interconnected. These are not different boxes that we can decide to conveniently go and focus on just one. We have to consider the whole picture. As was mentioned by a few speakers during this conference, some animal welfare measures can be very subjective, as human perceptions are based on our individual upbringings, culture, and religion. Good welfare practices can be separated from even better practices if there's an objective way to compare them by. This could, in theory, limit human bias when evaluating the well-being of animals. I say in theory because, as we've discussed, we don't yet have all the answers. We are still busy in the process of figuring out how to better and more accurately and objectively measure animal welfare, because it's the ethical thing to do. So just a few concluding remarks then. In conclusion, the concepts of animal welfare and animal slaughter are not mutually exclusive. While there are subjective disagreements on what the best practices may be, we are moving in the right direction, even if it's only small steps at a time. Due to the ethics, the impact on product quality and consumer acceptability, welfare remains an important aspect in the production of livestock-derived products. The handling that our livestock species receive must be improved upon, as this varies between the farm and the abattoir. I find that it's less pronounced if the farm and the abattoir belong to the same group, so that they can ensure that the same systems are followed throughout the system, and these abattoirs tend to have better results when it comes to animal handling. We must continue on this journey to improve animal welfare, even, like I said, if only by way of baby steps in the right direction. To do this, we must continue to find, develop, and refine objective methods with which we can measure animal welfare on the farm, at the feedlot, and yes, even at the abattoir. So before I go, I'd like to leave you with two quotes that have shaped my thinking during my undergraduate years at the University of Pretoria. The first quote, you'll probably recognize, but you'll definitely recognize the person who said it. So Temple Grandin has spearheaded many of the welfare practices and implications that we use in our abattoirs today and worldwide. And so she said that I think using animals for food is an ethical thing to do, but we've got to do it right. We've got to give those animals a decent life, and we've got to give them a painless death. We owe the animal respect. The second quote is an adaptation of a mantra that has started with the Scottish mathematician Sir Lancelot Hogben, which was adapted by business analyst Peter Drucker and then adopted by South Africa's very own Prof. Jan Bonsma, who is credited with developing the Bonsmara cattle breed. How did he do that? By measuring everything. So the adapted saying I would propose should ring, man cannot manage that which he doesn't know, and he cannot know that which he does not measure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Naomi, for this very detailed and insightful presentation. Is there any questions for Naomi? Of course you can.
What is your view on the...
Please don't.
Don't be so.
on the so-called stunning of particularly pigs for slaughter by CO2 as against other gases?
Okay, right. Fair play. So first off, CO2 studying is a very common practice in Europe and America, based off of correspondence with a few of the experts in the pork industry in America. It sounds like that's the preferred method of stunning that they use there. In Europe, it is the most common method of stunning pigs, although it is highly contested and controversial in Europe. I read an article that I struggle to find to this day, but I read an article 2 years ago where they compared just the restunning rates and the effectiveness of first stun in pork abattoirs in a few of the European countries. So if anybody knows the article that I'm talking about, please tell me which one it is. I can't find it anymore. But so where they found that the rate of restunning in the abattoirs that use electrical stunning was so much higher than that by carbon dioxide stunning. Now, granted, there are various levels of carbon dioxide stunning that can be used. But the carbon dioxide stunning abattoirs, I think, had only a restun rate of 5%. So just from a human error point of view, unless you can use a fully automated electrical system, I do think CO2 stunning has got its pros and cons, but as does electrical stunning. I think it's a system that I think it's unwise to just chuck it out because we don't fully understand it. I think it's wise to try and see if there's not any way to refine it, because there is a reason why it was developed in the first place. Because pigs are herd animals. They want to move in a group. The stress that they go through when they have to be electrically stunned, because at this point it's all single file electrical stunning, especially in South Africa. They don't like being separated from their mates. They don't like walking behind each other. They want to feel like they're still in that group. And CO2 it's one way of dealing with that. But I know it is a very controversial topic, and it depends also largely on the definition of animal welfare in the country where it's being employed. So it's also perception-based. Yeah, it's not a standard practice in South Africa. That's all I can say at this point.
Any other questions from the audience? No? Well, I do have a question. I want to pick your brain on something. This
Okay.
is really a topic that I'm not too familiar. We barely brushed it when we were working with our studios for my project, but I've seen a lot of work that has been done on trying to make the environment in the abattoir more friendly to the animals. So they do that by visual display, music. What is your take on it?
So within the abattoir setting, I wouldn't recommend playing music while the animal's being stunned or slaughtered, because with all the mechanics going on there, there's already a lot of noise. I do think that the noise levels inside the abattoir could be a contributing factor to stress at a welfare or at an abattoir level. I don't have answers for that one yet.
Okay.
But I do know that some abattoirs have used, just in the chute, so if the pig's walking towards the stunner, because they're stopped abruptly, stunned, and then they fall down onto the platform where they will be sticked. So here, there's often just a wall, which may inhibit them from wanting to go forward. When speaking to the NSPCA about it, they said that one thing that you can do is you can, like you said, put a picture there, just something different so that it doesn't look like a wall to them. It looks like they can still keep on moving. Another option that they said was just to put a mirror there so that at least they see their own reflection. And because animals are curious, they might be inclined to go and investigate that. You can judge how stressed an animal is based on how curious it is, because our livestock species by nature are very curious. And I've seen with pigs that if they've been handled well in lairage and they haven't been stressed out, they're far more willing to walk up to the stunner by themselves rather than just being chased and forced in. The moment you start yelling at them, whistling at them, sometimes losing your temperament and whacking them, the moment you start doing that, they don't want to cooperate. So there are, like I said, it's small things, but there are ways that we can improve animal welfare and animal handling.
All right, well, if there is no other questions, then thank you so much, Naomi.
It's a pleasure. Thank you very much.
And then we're going to move to our last session, our panel discussion. So I would like to invite all the invited speakers of today to come and take a seat here. And yeah, Esti, you're taking over.
So welcome to the last session and the closure session of this workshop. And I think I just want to start by thanking all the speakers here up front, as well as Professor Dwyer and Dr. Sayeri will join us shortly. We're just getting some more chairs. And also everybody in the audience, as well as all the delegates online. I think over the past 1.5 days, we engaged as a community of animal scientists, veterinarians, livestock breeders, ethiologists, and interested parties in welfare. And I just want to note a few of the highlights, and maybe that will also spur you to ask some questions to the panel, because now we've reached the stage where we have to reflect on what has happened over the past 1.5 days, and what are we going to do moving forward now that we have all this knowledge. So some of the aspects that struck me in the first place when Dr. Sayeri talked about the role of culture and indigenous knowledge. How do we recognize these non-scientific factors, and how are we going to use this knowledge to improve animal welfare? That human-animal understanding must become part of our solution moving forward. Dr. Bunatu and Dr. Muvali, Dr. Olivier all provided scientific data on the context, for example, on ostrich behavior and production. And it immediately brought the question to mind on new phenotypes, behavior traits for effective selection. Professor Dwyer gave us context on welfare as a concept, and clearly we saw that science alone is not going to solve all our problems. And that elephant in the room in terms of, can suffering be okay? I mean, just after our last session now, when we spoke about the animal and the end product, inevitably there will be some form of suffering. So how are we going to think about this? How are we going to rationalize this? How are we going to understand the words sentience in terms of being a scientist? I think due to our training as scientists, we can't run and hide from this. So we have to communicate this, so make it more accessible to the broader community. Mr. Olivier and Dr. Shapiro from industry gave us overviews, and welfare is definitely recognized by our industries, but so rightly stated by Mr. Kingwell, profit is aligned with welfare. So good animal husbandry and welfare is aligned, but remember there's somebody there on the farm that actually needs to make a living. Just the same as the smallholder farmer who doesn't have enough food to feed his animal, and now we cry for welfare. So how are we going to tackle these wicked problems? Professor Johnson discussed the role for assessment. Very important that these are things that we should start considering in future in terms of animal and environmental resource-based assessments of welfare. Ms. Shavumba and Berta Mutiani from Four Paws, I think they made some of us sit a little bit up straight with a reference to factory farming. But they play a role in sanctuaries, rescuing animals, creating awareness. So there's room for our scientists to engage with NGOs. We need to also provide input for future legislation. Professor Barth alerted us to all the available legislation and why factors involved in welfare is so important. Where's the educators? How we create awareness? But what struck me was the behavioral repertoire. How well are we as scientists sensitive to these outcomes of the practices that seem so normal, such as just feeding an animal? Professor Holm demonstrated the correct vaccines. Ignoring or poor attention negatively affects animal welfare. In most of the talks of our postgrad students, we see that there's more research happening in welfare. We had several talks on all these different aspects of sheep, dairy. Dr. Bunter addressed this morning the role of breeding and how this positively can contribute to overall welfare. The traits to welfare, like calving ease, slick gene, the pole trait. So what are the steps now? How are we going to incorporate these phenotypes? So against that background, and then obviously today still heat stress, the effect on productivity, how are we going to close the gap between commercial and smallholder when it comes to new phenotypes, for example, for heat stress? And Dr. Itenge and Prof. Bonga gave us a perspective on our neighboring countries and how are they doing with welfare strategies. And then we ended with the value chain this afternoon, the final product, that final endpoint which is inevitable for every single animal that is kept for food production. So it's against that background that I would like the panel here and the 2 extra chairs we will fill soon, that I want you to tell us and discuss how are we moving forward from this point. Oh, so, Kim, can I put you on the spot? You've got the mic in your hand.
No, I don't. I think somehow, this is just my opinion, I think somehow we have to tie research into welfare better, into how it's going to be potentially used in the production systems that we have. I think there's a lot of money spent on research that I worry whether it will transform forward into something that we can use. But I fully recognise that certain types of studies are absolutely necessary to understand what's going on. But I think we actually need to possibly do a better job of trying to improve that link.
I think that's my personal perspective. We've all been working in our own little enclaves, and we all had our issues with animal welfare. This is actually the first time that I'm participating in a forum where I feel that I'm amongst like-minded people. Never happened before, really, to be quite honest. It's okay what we discuss here, and it's okay the science that we want to do to even find out more and quantify more. But the problem is to get this to the end user. That's what we have to figure out.
So, my experience with the crocodiles, I can just maybe relate to what we picked up. So we do all the research with masters and PhD students, but there's no knowledge translation. So I think that was our biggest problem, because the farmers don't read the scientific journals. And for us to go around to try and translate the scientific data and knowledge into something that the farmers can understand, it's actually you need another group to do that, another person. So I tried that, but we've got about 80 crocodile farmers, from small farms to big farms, but there's no ways that we can travel to each farm and tell them what's going on. So there must be a bridge or something that you can translate the knowledge from what we do here to something that they can apply there.
I'm not sure, but I could add that I think, and it's not a matter of blame shifting, but I think that the collapse of extension in South Africa is really a bit of a sad case, because that link that science has always had with farmers via, let's say, extension officers, and then they became kind of more community advisors. It's one of the things that actually need quite urgent attention, I would think. But the problem is that from where I'm sitting, there's no way any one of us is going to influence that, because it has to be a kind of a decision that is taken at a higher level than we can achieve at present.
Yeah, and I would say that we need to do more awareness. For example, in my country, maybe if you go on the street and you ask anyone about if they care about how their meat products are produced, chances are they will probably not even care, because yeah, it's not something they may even think about. So like somebody said, catch them early. We have to go to primary school, secondary school. I was impressed that in some countries they are even teaching, this at primary school and even at secondary school. In our department at the University of Namibia, we reviewed our curriculum last year, and for the first time we have introduced a module called animal welfare in our animal science program, and that's a start. And also what I can add is that the issue of indigenous knowledge. It looks like our ancestors used to do this. They knew what they were doing, and we cannot just throw it away and think that no, this one is not really important. But we have to go back to the community and ask them how they have been doing this for many years, and why are they doing what they are doing. For example, I was very surprised to hear that big horns in some, it's actually it's positive. It's, although animals can injure each other when they have big horns, but somebody is trying to tell us that no, that can actually be a positive phenotype for the animals. So yeah, awareness obviously, and indigenous knowledge, and also to bring in everybody, especially government and private sector.
Can we ask Dr. Sere, Mike, for your, yeah, please. Kathy, would you come and join us?
I think in terms of the culture and what we can do, it's something it's quite interesting, because culture is part of us. That is our way of life, and the way we approach it will determine whether the group of people we're actually interested in talking to would accept what we have to say. So if they have all this body of knowledge in terms of what they are practicing, I think we may have to look for a better method of approaching this by probably developing something like a community research work, where we involve the indigenous people or these smallholder farmers in the research, so that we can both work together and see how to improve what they are doing, and from there they would also be happy, to adopt any form of change that the research is actually bringing out.
It's always kind of interesting being the last of one of these things, because I could just say, well, I agree with everything they said. Which I do agree with, actually. I think everybody made some really good points. So I'm trying to think of something novel and alternative to add to that. And I very much agree that education, particularly early education, is really important. I suppose I would also maybe add to that a kind of a warning, be careful what you wish for, because I think we may find, maybe we need to be more radical, maybe we need to think bigger, broader. Maybe I'm trying to be a little bit provocative here, just to sort of push things a little bit, but perhaps we should be, I think, it's a bit incoherent. And what I was trying to say is sometimes when people have taken consumers to see systems, thinking, if you see how we produce food, then you'll be on board with this. It's your lack of knowledge and understanding. And that was not the case. What they actually saw was, actually, I like this even less than I thought. So we've got to be careful that if we educate, or be careful where we're going to get to. And that may be a good thing. If more people in society know about, are engaged with food production, then I think we have less of these tensions between people saying, this is not what I want, or not knowing, or not wanting to know. Engaging the community, I think, as Shun just said, that we can understand better where the food comes from. But I do think we need to be aware that there will be things that people will not like. And I think, but maybe that's okay. And maybe we should be thinking about systems that that maybe we don't just stay thinking the systems we have are the best systems, we just need to tweak them a little bit to bring good welfare in. Actually, maybe we need to look at some of those systems further back and say, do they provide good welfare? Do they actually provide for the community even? Do they work in the environments that we now have? Sorry, that was quite a lot of disconnected thoughts. Sorry, I was thinking all these things while everyone else was speaking and I haven't really put them together. But
I can maybe just share an idea, and I'm talking from a provincial research and animal production perspective. They say you must never let a good crisis go by without finding a way to use it to your advantage. Farmers are quite aware of climate change, more so than we would think. Even to the most basic level, talking about farmer skill level. And what we've found is that this is actually a good vehicle to use to make them aware of animal welfare, because it's easy to connect the two. It makes sense to connect the two. So I think one must use that opportunity to get the message across as well. And not just harp on climate change, but bring the animal welfare aspect into it. And I can understand why you do it.
Yeah, because I think, as also was mentioned by Jeff yesterday, that I think that good animal husbandry makes sense in terms of the overall farm output. That's in the first place the livelihood of those farmers. Doesn't matter if they're smallholders or commercial farmers. So telling a farmer that has to make a living that you are wrong, I don't think that's an approach that's going to get anybody anywhere. But by linking, as you say, something like climate change and heat stress is something that is visible. We see the outcome, we see the negative effects. So I almost, when I listened to all the presentations, thought that we've got there's a spectrum that needs to be addressed. Scientists must think in a certain way to start addressing welfare, because basic research, the traits, the phenotypes, that work must be done to a certain extent. But then we need these links into that industry up to the end product, up to the consumer, including the activists, because they've got their role to play. And I think the challenge is to make those linkages. Anybody from the floor that would like to ask a question or make a contribution?
Prof. Kosa, I just want to add actually to what you just said, because I think before I came to study animal sciences, I didn't have an idea of anything or what happens on a farm, how it works, anything. And it's often the voice that yells the loudest that's not necessarily the one that deserves the attention. And I think that's what we see with welfare as well. It's a lot of people screaming, look at what that guy is doing, where we're actually dealing with a lot worse. But because the attention is being streamlined in a certain way by people activating for vegan lifestyles, things like that, the attention is being drawn away from what we should be doing. And I think my husband always says, jump from one island of knowledge to another island of knowledge over the sea of ignorance. And I think the smaller we can make that sea of ignorance with what livestock production actually is, the better we can reach the farmer and the people outside. And it's baby steps. They're not going to be able to implement everything that we would like, because if you go to a farmer and say, okay, I want you to play some music, I want you to feed him this, I want you to do that, take them outside so they can smell the flowers, it's not going to go well. But if we as scientists can agree what we classify as the most important direction to move in, then we can be the loudest voiced.
Of Bath?
Been in education for quite a while, and we've got to understand that education is not an event. It's a long process. You know, and in veterinary science we have this concept of lifelong learning, and you have to keep up and you have to change. And I actually think it's very exciting. I'm not going to live long enough to see it all, but it's going to happen. And we've got to be positive about this and say, yes, we won't take everybody with us. There will always be extremists. We've got to leave them aside. And that's extremist animal production at all costs people, but extremists in the animal rights direction. My suggestion is we must go for the consensus in the middle and do it with verve. You know that RMRD that Eddie Webb was talking about? That D stands for development. It's red meat research and development. And what we're talking about is translating all these experimental findings into a package that farmers can use. And I've had a lot of pleasure in being part of that. And I accept that it's not, it's a different skill set. You've got to leave out a lot of the details and say, these are the important things. And I think if we go into this together, that's my last point, maybe we should get some little subgroup of ISAE or something like that to go into this in the African context, not because we want to leave Australians or Europeans out, just because we have problems in common, and then we can get places. Thank you.
So we should add on, I think that is exactly what Mabel's, Dr. Auer mentioned, and I actually made a note of it. She said, we need some champions. We need some champions here in the SADC region that is going to kickstart and make sure that it doesn't stay with a 1.5 day workshop. Because that's exactly what Prof. Barth is saying. How are we going to move this now forward? Scott, any ideas?
Esty, I would just like to add on to what Gareth has said, because I think he's a prime example of lifelong learning, because ever since I've known him, he's just been progressing. And I think I'm likely to be the second oldest person here, so I guess I can also say some things, and I think there is a bit of a disconnect in these times between, let's say, us as animal scientists and the farmers, because when I was a student, most of us actually came from farms. At present, to find a final year animal science student that comes from a farm is kind of quite difficult, and because of that, the students doesn't necessarily understand, let's say, all the activities going on a farm, and also the fact that it is a fine balancing act, and that it is a high risk kind of industry that leaves relatively low yield on the capital you put into it. But it's so much needed for all the rural bits. So I think it is too important to ignore. And then I was just like to add a bit to my arguments just now about extension, and I'm going to put you in the spot there, because in Australia they actually appear to be able to bridge this gap between science and the producer. People from MLA, Meat and Livestock Australia, would fill in this role as specialist advisors. So when I see, let's say, Peter or Clara or people like that, I see people that are competent out there in the field, dealing with farmers and giving them good advice.
Well, I'd agree with that component of extension, but we've also lost a lot of extension, like every other country, I think. It's somehow along the way somebody's decided that it's not that important to get the information from point A to point B with people who are respected and reputable who people actually want to listen to. So I do think even in Australia that's still a problem. I guess one thing I'd like to add to this debate, and I know it's an animal science forum, but and I know that I'm not in the African environment, so I kind of feel a little bit uncomfortable about commenting about how things should change. But it seems to me like there's a role for animal scientists who have a welfare interest to be informing other groups who can also make changes about the welfare issues. So if we can see that there's a really big problem with, the degradation of the land and the loss of shade and the loss of feed, then to me, an obvious way to proceed perhaps is almost in a land care package. Working with the people in the communal areas to actually manage the land better so that the livestock function better in the landscape. And I guess that's just one example, but I think animal scientists have a role to get the information further than other animal scientists and breeders. They also have a role to get it to other bodies and other groups who can instigate changes in ways that might actually also improve welfare. So essentially, we show what the welfare issue is, and then somebody else can help us solve that, but not if we don't tell them about it.
So I saw on one of the questions there was that please tell us what is the economic benefit of welfare. And I hope for the online delegate that it makes now sense after this discussion that we realise that our producers are in the primary seats, but that good animal husbandry equals good welfare. And I think that is the starting point for one of the questions that was asked about how do we link all of these together. I think, I don't know if Dr. Ace wants to comment there, because he's in the industry hot seat when it comes to paying a premium for a welfare-friendly product.
Yeah, I was actually sitting here and thinking, I don't know if I have to phrase a question or just make a comment just on from the industry side. I mean, I represent a South African retailer that's very, very serious about animal welfare, and we have customers that are willing to pay for good animal welfare. And I was actually sitting here for the last 2 days wondering not only how can we translate this into something that is practical, that we can implement, that is economically viable, that is sustainable, but also how we can educate the consumer about what we are doing. And I think there's a massive role to play, and I think that's why I'm so excited for retail to also become involved in research and in identifying where are the gaps, what do we need to do, because this, from our side, this is essentially driven by the consumer. This is what they want, this is what they demand. And I think to have that kind of support just changes the whole picture. It's not something that you have to externally try to fix. It's driven by your final consumer. So I'm very excited, and I think there's a massive opportunity to work with research, which I think at the moment is not happening as of yet, but I think there's massive opportunity, both on farm and abattoir level, actually. So I'm very excited about that. And I was sorry, and Dr. Kim, while you're at it, I was wondering how it perhaps is in both the UK and Australia, what is the role of retail in your welfare research?
I am so pleased you said that retail should be involved in research, because at the moment it is actually our producers who pay for the research in Australia, and then the producers are told to do certain things and to change certain ways, and they're often told that by the retailers. So the supermarkets in Australia can dictate conditions very heavily for production, and we don't have a lot of competition between the supermarkets. If you want to be one of the big players, you will do what the supermarkets say, and yet they don't participate, as far as I can see, in research for the farm gate or on-farm kind of research, and have a very big impact on what people do. And I personally think that if retailers and consumers want to see better outcomes for animals, then there has to be a fairer distribution of funding for that work.
Yeah, I guess similar, but some of our high-end retailers are more engaged with research. We have work that's been funded in our institution for a little while now by one of the higher-end retailers. They don't put a huge amount in, not probably the level that we might need for some of the work that we do, but and obviously that it's, I'm sure as you'll know, it would be caveated with, well, we want this to be exclusive, we don't want to tell anybody else about this for a period of time. So, you know, we're a little bit cautious sometimes about getting into bed under those conditions, because most of us work in an environment where science is open and freely communicated, and to be told you can't do that is quite challenging. But I absolutely agree with Kim that, you know, we need the retailers to be more on board with, they want higher welfare, so some of them will sell, and maybe your retailer is, who you represent is the same, that they will really push animal welfare as a selling point because they know consumers and society want it. And what really annoys me is they charge more, and not a lot of that gets back to the farmer. So they go, oh, people will pay a lot of money for free-range eggs, we'll slap a premium on it. And none of that gets back to the farmer, or very little of that gets back. Free-range eggs is not such a good example for us. 50% of our egg market is now free-range, so there's not the premium. But, you know, I think they need to be more honest, maybe, in their positioning, in terms of, you know this sells, you have to make sure that the farmers are properly rewarded as well. And I suppose the other thing is the labelling. And so having honest labels that the consumer understands, that speaks to what the consumer is concerned about, and then making sure that that is properly rewarded back with the farmers, I think are things that probably doesn't necessarily work for us, but I think sometimes it does work, and we have some really trusted labels that RSPCA should, I guess would be an obvious one, that consumers will buy. It has quite a big sector of the market because people trust it. So I guess a trusted label and then an honest relationship between the retailer, the farmer, and the consumer, I think, probably important.
Maybe just a testimony from us as industry. You need a confrontational situation first, which challenges the farmers to start thinking, what am I going to do with my product? And then the great thing, if one steps into that space, especially a retailer or a fashion house, and they come to the forward and they say, listen, we will sponsor this, or we want you to look into this, there's a much quicker buy-in and contribution by farmers and industry to the whole process. So you're completely right. I think retailers, they kind of step away and force things on arm's length. So yes, so I think there's definitely a way to engage with each other and communicate with each other. The other aspect that I think is important is that we must listen to each other. I always tell the farmers this story is I'm a veterinarian, and I always fight with the nutritionist, the animal scientist. But when I realize what is the challenge, what is the problem that you both have, they are forced to give the best food for the most rapid growth, which puts money into the farmer's pocket. So they're just following their mandate. I see the problem. I see that the high nutrition is causing this disease syndrome, and then I must treat it with antibiotics. And now I'm fighting with the guy, but I never sit with him and discuss with him, listen, this is what I'm seeing, what can we do about this? Because we're each on our own little miswhoopie, as we in Afrikaans would say, and we don't listen to each other. And I think when we come to Skalk's problem is how do we engage with the people? We start listening to the people. Why can the regenerative agriculture guys in the Southern Cape, it's unbelievable what they do. we must learn from them, but they are willing to listen to each other, and then they get to the solution. We tend to, as soon as someone threatens you with a statement, you become defensive and you don't listen, and you must just get perspective why things are happening, and then usually you can get to a solution. Thank you.
I think a key thing with this type of issue, you need to start getting a momentum. And a momentum is difficult to stop. And we have to find a way to get over that threshold that there is a momentum starting. I mean, we've been branding products all along. Karoo lamb has just been branded. It can be done. It can be done for ethically produced produce in any part of the country. It doesn't have to be a regional thing at all. It's a method.
And Skulk, what about welfare-related research? I mean, you work in sheep, I work in cattle, ostriches, we've got different species here, but chickens, for example, as well. How do we tackle this in terms of a genetic point of view? Because we know that there are unintended consequences when we just drive production. I think there's enough evidence to show that data-driven is not going to bring us where we want, and we've made our mistakes along the road. So how do we get our science community? I mean, talking about our consumers is almost something that will take, I want to say, a few groups extra to get us there, but just within our own science community, where do we start in tackling welfare traits?
I've actually been thinking a lot about this whole thing, is because I think at some stage we need to recognize that there's unlikely to be a perfect solution. There's trade-offs of things against other things. And I think we all want to, like Jeff said the other day, everybody wants a perfect sheep. But there's no such thing as a perfect sheep. The moment you win on one side, you start losing on another side. And like Kim said, the shearers say, well, we don't want to shear 100 kilogram animals, and I don't blame them for that. So we need to think about having a moratorium on certain things, and I think the example of eating quality in meat is a good example, because when you just chase growth, then the meat becomes less palatable, the eating quality declines, and in Australia they've been working on that, and they've realized that to be in a good place, you need to balance those two conflicting things. So you need to give a bit on growth, just to have eating quality. And I think we should stop from saying that we have got the perfect solution, like sometimes politicians do that. We have got the perfect solution, but there's no such thing as a perfect solution. And I think the first thing would be just to recognize the simple fact that we need to know that everything we do is going to be traded off against something else.
Can I add something that's probably going to sound like a heresy in this audience, but I'm not convinced that genetics is going to solve this problem.
Oh, thank God.
So, there's a few things that we can undo that genetics has done in the past, and there's maybe a few traits that we could improve on. I always hate the idea of improving on them, but anyway, you know, it's the language of genetics, so I'll try and use it. But really, I think you can have an animal in really poor welfare that has all the EBVs for everything you can want because you don't look after it well. And that's where you make the difference in welfare, is you look at the environment that the animal's in, and it doesn't, the genetics of the animal, it has to fit the environment. It might help you get away with less good management sometimes, but it may make it harder if you've selected for a large number of piglets in your pig and she doesn't have enough functional teats. You've just opened the door to a whole load of new welfare problems. So I think probably thinking about what environment am I putting the animal in, does it meet the animal's needs for nutrition, for environmental comfort, for behavioural interactions, and is it healthy? Those are the things that are going to change.
Maybe you take mine, Alan. Yeah, it's actually something that I've been thinking about as well. And I think as Africans, we seem to be lucky from the perspective that we can learn from those from developing countries. They went very fast ahead of us, you know, developing this improved breed and everything. And now, bringing the animal welfare into it, we have realized that there are some issues that are associated with it. But we Africans, we still have most of our species indigenous, which are adaptable to our environment. And I was so happy to see the presentation, you know, comparing the exotic and the tropical breeds or indigenous breeds. In terms of their response to heat stress, we can't shy away from this fact. We are in a tropical environment. These breeds, they have been given to us and they are really adapted to this environment. For how long do we have to say we'll neglect them and keep working on exotic breeds? It's like, to me, it's a waste of time. We need to come back and look at these indigenous breeds because they are less likely to suffer when we talk about this climate change thing. And also, if we look at those in the developed world, and now it's like they are retracing their steps back. Now talking about using slow-growing breeds. Now talking about, you know, extensive or free-range, you know, open system, which is what we have. I think it's not too much of genetics, I agree. It's more of management. What can we change in the, like, what, if it's the issue of providing shade, I don't think that should be too expensive compared to building a whole infrastructure where you have to put in cooling system. So we have the resources in terms of the animal species. We just need little improvement in the management strategies. And then we can at least boost the productivity of the animals that we have.
So may I be the devil's advocate? I tend to agree because I think we have to go back to an optimum and move away from a maximum. But when we don't have all the industries, unfortunately some of them left us already, but if we tell industry that you have to now move away and go for more low input systems, we have to realize that a country such as South Africa might not be able then to produce enough chicken, enough egg to feed their own population. So again, there's a trade-off in terms of the overall production. Interesting enough, with regards to indigenous and exotic breeds, in a country such as South Africa, you will find very low numbers of Nguni cattle in feedlots because they don't grow and there's no profit. So what do the feedlot people? It's not going to buy Nguni cattle. But in extensive areas where there's cow-calf operations, if you go northern UKZN, Mozambique, then Nguni cow is the only one who's going to survive and produce a calf. So I am hesitant to say we have to get rid of everything, send those merinos back to Spain. Don't think that's a good idea. so you see, there's always, in a vast country, a continent like Africa, where we have, I mean, if you go to certain areas of Zimbabwe, the most fertile land with the best probably pastures in the whole of Africa, and there a Hereford would do just as well as a Brahman. So I think we have to be very careful to say, we have a saying that you don't throw the baby with the bathwater. So I think there's always these trade-offs, because first most, the government and our obviously will say we have to feed the nation. We have to make sure that there's enough food. But that should not be a compromise for good welfare. So even if the system is intensive, the welfare must be in order. There shouldn't be a compromise on that. And as I say, as you said, higher productivity is not necessarily better in terms of welfare. But I think there's definitely room for going for optimum and not maximum. And we see, and I'm really concerned about our dairy cows, because they are probably, the less adapted to our heat stress and our climate change that is coming. I think with cattle breeds, we've done some genetic studies and see how animals have actually, after 100 years in a different country, they're well adapted. They even adapt to hot water, some of the British breeds. So there's stuff that happens over time when you select an animal under a certain environment. But I think for dairy production, we probably have a huge challenge.
Yeah. I think we make the mistake of confusing the methodology, like genetics, with the decision-making process that was behind it and how it was used. So the problem is actually not genetics necessarily, it's the decisions that were made by humans about how to change those animals. And that is exactly why I put the dog picture up first, because there was no modern genetics when those dog breeds were developed. In fact, people had no idea what they were doing, but they made the change, and the change was permanent and cumulative. And we have the same problem with livestock today, that the data-driven, it's not the data-driven part that's the problem, it's what we didn't know that we should have considered. And it's also the fact that we can make changes so much faster now because of having good methodologies. And I always say, you buy a Ferrari for a highway or a freeway or a racetrack, and you buy a four-wheel drive for a rough road, a back paddock. And that's exactly what we should also be doing with our production systems, aligning the animals with the systems.
I think what you mentioned, Esti, is we cannot shy away from the fact that by 2050 we will have to double production. If we go our conservative, I'm just calling it conservative route, we won't get there. Everything in nature, everything in biological systems is in balance. That's the reason why they can operate. And somehow I get the idea from our discussions that we are trying to say that, but we should rather just focus on this one and not that one. It doesn't work like that. Every little discipline that we've represented here today, be it nutrition, veterinary science, genetics, you name it, it's got a role to play. We cannot say that we should rather just focus on management and maybe the population genetics or the molecular genetics won't play much of a role. It must play a role. It's part of the balance. If we talk about the breeds that we should use in future, exactly the same thing. It's a question of horses for courses. In certain conditions, the indigenous breeds and indigenous crosses will be the best. In other conditions, they will simply not keep up with more developed breeds. And that should be our approach, and that should even be our approach when we talk about animal welfare. We cannot only go one way. We must see both sides, and then people will believe us, because then they know that we see the balance in the system.
Any other comments?
There's some online questions.
Oh, online questions. Oh, good. Can you read them out? Let's see.
I can yell them to you.
You've got a mic.
Okay, there's a comment. Can't agree more regarding the bell curve of extremes and issues throughout every action. There's a reason and every action has consequences.
So I think this specific question is for Prof. Mayberg. The attendee asked, what are the factors that threaten the biodiversity of crocodiles in South Africa?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So just to put everything in perspective, we have, and it's a big guess. And so I attended a workshop about 2 weeks ago in KwaZulu-Natal where we debated this, but we have about 10,000 wild crocodiles in South Africa at the moment. And I'm talking about mature crocodiles, not the hatchlings. So these are the crocodiles that we can count, and they're mature. They're about 2.5 meters and longer, total length. And on farms, I was thinking about this yesterday, we have probably about 200,000 breeders on farms, commercial farms. So the numbers in the wild are declining. It's actually a nosedive. So the wild crocodiles are disappearing very fast from all areas except Kruger National Park and parks in KwaZulu-Natal. So people shoot them, they bait them, they've used pesticides, they use hooks, they use whatever they can do. Lake Sibaya, when I started working on wild crocodiles, we could see every night crocodiles. It's easy to see with the spotlight. Quite a number of crocodiles in Lake Sibaya. At the moment, we think that there's basically nothing. It's zero. So people shoot them with AK-47s. They kill them because of the conflict between livestock, or crocodiles and livestock, and crocodiles and humans. So that the biggest threat will be humans killing them and habitat destruction, the other biggest factor. But people in rural areas with livestock, they don't tolerate crocodiles at all. And believe it or not, a lot of people get killed every year, humans, by crocodiles, because we need to go down to the water to collect water, to do washing and stuff. And crocodiles, we know that they opportunists, they ambush predators basically. So if you go every morning at 10 o'clock to collect water, they're not going to kill you the first day, but maybe the third or fourth day, they're going to take you. So that is the problem. People get taken and killed, and people don't tolerate that. So one people killed, they will shoot all the crocodiles in the whole area.
Thank you, Prof. And then I think this is also a more general question. I think we touched a bit on it. But this person is asking, what is the economic benefit of improved animal welfare to the farmer, the butcher, and the consumer?
Well, to the producer, a lot of things that we have included in our breeding program development and genetic evaluation systems have fairly clear benefits for producers in terms of production, reduced losses and reduced costs. And all of those can be calculated out, and they're often already partly known by the funding bodies because they commission research in those particular areas. So if you're losing 50% less of your ewe losses and 25% less of your lamb losses because of improving lambing ease, then there's fairly clear benefits. So who are the other two people we're trying to make happy with economics?
The butcher and the consumer.
The butcher, the butcher probably gets a pretty good deal actually, because they tend to buy carcasses without actually knowing the quality of the carcasses. And there is kind of constant pressure to change animals to be more productive in terms of carcass characteristics. So the butcher probably does pretty well because they probably get better animals now than they used to get. They throw away less fat, they keep more meat, that sort of thing. So I think probably they get a benefit. The producer would get even more benefit if the butcher actually paid them for the improvements in the real retail cuts, which they probably don't. And then the consumer. Are we back? Good. Okay, so we're back online. We've got two very talented men who are trying to get us back into the world. Just finish off the answer to that question about what are the returns to the consumer. I think for consumers who are disconnected from the food supply, I guess the only return they have really is a satisfaction that they're eating something that they feel they can actually eat from the perspective of welfare. And I don't know that I can see any other benefits.
Thank you for that comment. I think we've reached more or less the end of our 2-day workshop, and I'm just going to ask anybody from the floor if you still have comments, and if not, then I'm going to ask all our speakers to give us a last word. There's one from the floor. Let's first handle that question or comment.
Yeah, so I'm busy doing my master's in pig welfare at abattoir level, and a question that I keep coming back to, and I would like a few insights on it from different perspectives. But with all the push on animal welfare, that we need to improve it, and it's not a question, we have to, because the animals deserve that respect from us. They're giving their lives. In the meat industry especially, they're basically paying with their lives so that we can be nourished. And we have to respect the animal in that regard, but where do we draw the line? So in South Africa, we have companies that push animal welfare and you pay a premium for that product, but where do you draw the line if you're expecting communal farmers to do the same sort of thing? Where do you draw the line on this idea that the farmer should be paid a premium for promoting animal welfare? Because at some point we have to face the fact that if we keep on latching premiums onto these, we neglect to feed the very people that need these products as well. I'm thinking typically about our lower middle class and lower class citizens who barely scrape by every month. The guy who can't feed his own pigs because he can't feed himself or his family. So where do you draw the line, and what can we do practically perhaps to start working at that problem?
I think we should have zero expectation that everybody should pay the same, and that everybody should be paid a premium. There should be a minimum standard that everybody meets, and it's only relatively affluent societies that can afford to play the game of getting premiums for higher products. And you can't expect the rest of the world to do that. But there should still be a standard where the animals are appropriately treated.
Follow?
I want to quickly just add to that point, because I think one of the elephants in the room remains welfare at small scale or smallholder farmers, especially in our region. That will remain a challenge. And I like the concept of the one welfare that's similar to One Health. So I think the concept of creating better well-being for humans and animals in the same environment is something I think that can work for, especially for poorer communities. If people can understand that if my animals are better off, I'm also going to be better off, because I create an environment of well-being. So maybe that's something we need to get the social scientists in for that. I think we don't, as natural scientists, we don't have the skills required to to get to that level. So that's something maybe we can look into future as well, to bring more disciplines into the discussion.
Thank you. Jeff? And there's another comment.
I agree with Kim that there should just be a minimum standard, but I think we've got to be real. Particularly in red meat. It's an industry that's everything from formal, large-scale, organized, through to very informal and everything in between. And if we think that in South Africa we're going to apply and enforce a minimum standard in that industry, I think we're fooling ourselves. So chances are the only way to get traction there is a pull system. And a pull system is a premium, a push system is a minimum standard. So while I don't disagree with the principle, I don't see it happening with us.
There was one last question from the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm just curious to know what triggered the idea of this workshop, and then how often is it going to happen? I'm just curious to know.
The second part of your question is?
How often is this workshop going to happen? Yes.
So I'm going to take that on. It's basically because I was in contact with Dr. Seon here, and we connected through LinkedIn, and I was interested in what she was doing. She was promoting a lot of things about welfare. And she contacted me early this year about the possibility to do an animal welfare workshop here. And obviously this is something we talked about back in 2019. We had a short session at the South African Society for Edible Science. And immediately I said, yes, we need to do it. This is the moment. And this is where everything started. And that's going to link to what I wanted to say as a concluding comment, and very selfishly as well. I'm worked in farming environment, but also worked in sanctuaries. And I think if we want this momentum to gain, we need to include other industries. And I believe we have some sort of responsibilities to all captive animals. And there is people that are interested in what we're doing, because what we do in farming environment can have some applications to what is happening in sanctuaries. And we need to be some sort of watchdog so that those animals are also being treated properly. And there is more and more pressure, especially from Europe, to make sure that those animals that are in those elephant interaction, and this is where I come from for the last 3 years, actually have a life worth living. And we need to get those people also on board to basically look at all these animals. And we're talking about crocodile human conflict, and that is something that is applicable to elephant, jackals, caracals, baboons for that matter. So there's a lot of people that are working on some aspect of animal welfare, and I think if we get everybody on board, we can actually create a lot of research effort. And I always say to my colleagues that are working in those environments of wild captive animals, that what you do at the farm level has some implication and interest in what we're doing. So I think this is, this time unfortunately we had to be limited to farm animals, and otherwise I would have give you some insight about elephants' behavior. But I hope that next time, that hopefully soon, we'll be able to include all animals that are currently under human care.
Just to add a bit to what she said, this is a workshop sponsored by the ISAE with the Open Philanthropy Project, and the whole idea is to try to increase awareness about animal welfare all over the world. Last year we had a similar conference in Nigeria representing the West Africa region, and this year, we thought of taking it to another African, region, which is different from West Africa, and we actually, since we had a representative, we believe South Africa should be. So when it comes to ISAE, the possibility of it being regular may not be feasible. You understand? We may now want to switch to another part of Africa probably next year. But the whole idea is to keep this passion and the activity going on. What we did last year after the Nigerian stuff, we set up like a Telegram, stakeholders, those that participated. So we set up like a stakeholder Telegram platform where we kept in touch. And, with that, we can continue to, discuss issues or probably work on further activities or programs that we can continue doing within the country. So if it is something that you can continue also in South Africa, everybody here or those interested can come as a group, then this will continue, and then other programs would spring up along the line.
Thank you. Kathy, last word from your side?
Oh. I had been thinking along the One Welfare lines as well that we've already heard about. We have in our research group, we've had a social scientist, either a psychologist, we've had someone from behavioural economics, someone from different branches of social science, but we've had a social science work for us for about the last 15 years because we recognised quite early on that the science was not. And even if we disseminate the science to farmers, and we do quite a bit of that in my group as well, that wasn't enough. And for someone who works in education, it's hard to say, actually, education is not enough. There's all sorts of other barriers why things are not changing. And, we can educate, we can give a very big knowledge dump to somebody and they don't change their behaviour. So we need to understand much more about what are the barriers to making changes. And we've heard quite a bit, actually, in the last 2 days about some of the really significant structural, environmental reasons, but that there are also some personal things, sort of motivations. Do you have the capability to make change? So I think it's a really complex picture when we look at, do we want change? What sort of change do we want? And that's where a lot of our science comes from, and then how do we implement those changes? And certainly awareness is part of that, and thinking about our relationship to animals, I think, possibly a little bit more. I think we often, particularly with livestock, we have a very sort of commodified relationship with animals, and that doesn't always help us see beyond what sort of animal it is. We might distinguish between how I treat my dog at home versus the needs and wants of a farm animal. And I think sometimes sort of maybe readjusting our views of animals is actually quite important to allow us to think about how we're going to manage them. And I know that there are all sorts of issues and things around that and we've heard a lot about how do I feed the animal if I can't feed my family. So I'm not proposing that this is simple, but I do think perhaps to be provocative, we might need to readjust our relationship with animals, maybe even how we farm or where we farm, particularly with climate change. I think there may be places where it may be really difficult to be able to farm livestock in some parts of the world, not necessarily here, but in other parts of the world as well, where we may need to think about how we feed people in a different way. So just to leave you on a provocative note, I thought, just to think about whether there are other things that we could be doing or other ways we could be looking at animals.
Yeah, just a last word from me. Just an idea. I picked it up in one of the textbooks. I think it was Wendell Berry from the States who said this. He said that, and I'm going to loosely translate it now. So we're all scientists. We're all very competitive, and we all want to be the best in the world. In my field, I want to be the best scientist doing this work and that work. But I think this, with the state of the world at the moment, with conflict and global climate change, I think we must change the best in the world to best for the world.
Totally agree. And I'm going to be a bit left field. I recently read a book about called Atomic Habits, which is about trying to create change. And one thing that really struck me about that is that it wasn't about finding the perfect solution. It was about constantly making small steps in the right direction. And I think from a science point of view and probably from the way you live point of view, then small steps in the right direction is the right way to go.
Now, what is left for me to say? well, I could just say that it's been a very nice opportunity to share thoughts with all of you, and I really appreciate that, and that I've been able to do that. And I agree with what was said previously just now. Maud?
Well, I already did my kind of concluding remark, but I think it's nice to see that there's some effort in trying to improve animal welfare in various species of farm animals, and I felt quite isolated for the last 5 or 6 years when I was working with our studios, and thinking I was the only one that was trying to do something. And then you go to the ISAE and you see this, you feel so far behind. So I'm glad there's some sort of momentum, and I really hope that we manage to keep it going and get students to, get involved in this, because there's a lot of potential. Farm animals, like I said, captive animals as well. There's a lot of possibilities.
I have a mic.
Okay.
I had you as well. I must admit I was a bit reserved before I pitched up here. I always thought that when people talk about animal welfare, they tend to overreact. I found exactly the opposite. I think it was an extremely good event. It was a very good idea. I feel we now have some form of a platform. And I think what we should try and do is not before, but you always get this sort of gathering and then people disperse. You feel, okay, so what? Where is it going now? I think we must find a way to just get some form of formal grouping going. Even if we just bounce ideas off each other, but something. I've talked about momentum, but we need to keep the momentum going. So I would really like to see that as an outcome of this gathering as well.
Thank you. So I've made a lot of notes. So I think I would just like to thanks to our sponsor, the Open Philanthropic Society, to ISAE, to Dr. Mabel Airworth. I'm not sure if she's still online. And then the organizing committee. Maud started all of this. And as Skalk said, we had to organize this between breakfast and lunch. But we made it. And then to Lisa Erasmus, who stepped in and did everything that ran in the background. Thank you, Lisa, for all of that hard work. All the speakers, everybody who traveled here, I really appreciate your time and the fact that you came and gave your input. Our local speakers, our chairpersons, our international speakers, thank you for coming all the way, sitting on aeroplanes for many hours. Thank you very much for that. And I think if I have your permission, then we will use our email list that we now have from everybody who registered online, as well as our in-person participants, because there we have a stakeholder list. That is a good start for us. And then if the online participants, if you are interested, the videos are available again, so you can use the YouTube video and revisit what has been said. And I think that we have to use the opportunity. We have our South African Society of Animal Conference next year in the Eastern Cape. I'm doing your marketing for you from the 3rd to the 5th of July. And if the organizers see their way open, I think there should be a welfare session so that we can keep the momentum going. And I think, Maud, from your side, if you can get us the wider animal community attached, and that we should now at least start planning a follow-up event to keep the momentum going. And I think there's, as you say, room for the social scientists, the anthropologists, a lot of other people that we might get more interest than we ever thought. This is something that we maybe has neglected for a very long time, and I think that this is now we have the platform that we can use to move forward. So again, thank you for our online participants and for everybody here for your time. I really hope that you enjoyed it, and I really definitely enjoyed it very much to spend these 2 days in this, with like-minded people and also some nice controversial topics. Thanks.
The topic for the next Congress at the University.
Sorry, before you all disappear, can you actually... before you all disappear, Esti now spoke about next year's conference and that we would like to incorporate the animal welfare as one of the sessions. So I was asked just to at least announce the topic of or the theme of the Congress, just to show that it fits in with animal welfare. So the theme will be animal science in all its disciplines, animal science and the environmentally stressed production animal. So that's the theme. So what we would like to do is use all the animal science disciplines, including animal health. We would be inviting Dr. Odendaal to speak about animal diseases and the cyclicity and seasonality of diseases. So we want to incorporate everything and all the animal science disciplines and see how it plays into the environmentally stressed production animal. And from there, the welfare angle as well.
Sorry, just to add a bit. Next year, we'll be having the ISAE Global Meeting in Brazil, and we'll be happy to see your abstract. We'll be happy to welcome you to Brazil and to see you present work from at least African countries. Let's be represented in the global conference. And if there are also opportunities to get some travel grants. So I'll send the link to them and they can communicate when it's available, so you can try to apply to get a travel grant to at least be part of the global international conference, and let's see how it goes.